At night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah. I think that we've all had enough. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, it's too late to try to go contain it. A generation fueled by creation. We live lives on a small screen nation. We control the airwaves, no negotiation. I refuse to think we need saving. Something good will come from creation. And when we think that the world is too anxious, we'll adapt, evolve, survive, and save it. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey.
Nobody is coming to save you. Get up. Be your own hero.
All right. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Sovereign Soul Unchained Mind, where we threaten to brainwash you into thinking for yourself. Some people need to really try that. Tonight, we're going to be talking about pseudoscience and scientism. Some of the characters involved with some of this pseudo science is the great Copernicus. See, when I mispronounce these things, I know it makes these fucking globetards kvetch. So I do it on purpose. That's just the way I am. So we probably got a few people climbing on board here tonight. I've got 5 people watching on Rumble, but nobody in the chat. That's okay. That's okay. Over on Sav's Place, it looks like I have Renee Bernays is with us, Sugary Nose, and Jehovah's Daughter Barbara. Welcome, everyone. Everyone, make sure that you go over to my backup channel, Sav's Place, and subscribe there. In a little while, we're going to put that link and we're going to cut it here and go completely over there, just so we can make sure that everybody's got it. But we're going to let her build up here. We got Mrs. Tribune over in the other side with us tonight. I got Mojo Shop with us. Let's see, Joe Bloor. I need to go and I can't differentiate. We're having troubles. Let's see who we got. Anson Howard, Chicago Cubby Bear. Remember, the Chicago Bears don't beat anybody. Chris Fitzpatrick, D'Angelo, Don, Dope Bears. Joe Bloor, Mojo, of course. Mrs. Tribune no longer on the balls with us. Push button 62. We got RPB 67, Saddle Bum, that yellow spider guy, and of course the lovely Jehovah's Daughter Barbara is with us this evening. Good to see everybody on this unusually warm.
Yes.
Isn't it?
Yes.
Isn't it?
Beautiful day today.
It was like 60 something. Yeah, man, 60 something degrees. And here we're coming up on New Year's in the middle of in Virginia. This is just unheard of. I think Barbara was saying that they haven't had any snow hardly, and she lives in Colorado.
Yeah. Well,
Um,
getting all that snow right now, though.
I don't know. Is somebody getting a whole bunch of snow?
Yeah. I forget where it was last night on the news. Pile ups everywhere.
What's that?
It's pile ups on the roadway on somewhere. I can't remember what state it's in though. You
Oh, I don't know.
wrecks and all, yeah.
You see, it's really weird. It's really
Yeah, that's
just
what's
strange weather
Yeah.
patterns everywhere. Boy, I almost didn't get up on Rumble. I looked, and as this thing went, a little box came up and said we're having trouble
That's
connecting to Rumble. And I'm like, oh fuck. So I real quick I went in and I made sure that all the this is the thing. Rumble, I like having Rumble because you don't have all this picky on bullshit like YouTube has over there. But the thing is setting up a live every time, and you have to put in a stream key. You got to have this fucking RMTPC, whatever the hell shit, and you got to change it every time. Whereas here with YouTube or Facebook or any of the rest of them, I just set it up and then boom, it goes, and I don't have to do that. So I don't know what's going on, but I really wish they'd get their shit together as far as that's concerned, and also do something about their numbers. Man, speaking of numbers, YouTube is really screwing the pooch with us. I think I sent this to Brian the other night after the stream. Let me see if I can find those real quick. Let's see. Yeah. Okay, so when we got done the other night, let me just share this for you. Oops, I don't want that. Yeah, I do. Okay. So when we got done with the stream last night, you can see there it said 246 views, right? 246 views. But look what it said on my channel dashboard. 439. So what the fuck? So how's this showing that I have 439 views, but then on the channel it's showing only 246 views? That's just, isn't this shit connected? I thought it was connected, right? So what are they doing? They're fucking us, man. That's how they do. And of course, Brian had a very, very appropriate comment with that I agree with. Who else? We got Prowling Queen has joined us as well. Cool. So as I said, I saw what's his nuts? Sean Hawkins over in the comment section earlier today. And he, of course, wanted to mouth off about bullshit. And I said, hey, look, instead of just coming and cutting and running all the time, why don't you just go ahead, click that link, see if you can remain civil, and we'll discuss whatever you want. Just don't bring any pseudoscience, because I'm going to call bullshit on pseudoscience, and I'll show how it is pseudoscience. So I didn't hear anything back from it. He always accuses me of being a coward, and it's an open panel. Click the link and come up. I said I'll mute my fucking self, let you make your case, and then you can do likewise. You see? I mean, it's a real easy thing to do, but not if you're some kind of an angry fucking retard that doesn't really have anything to step on, nothing to stand on. And that's where we're at. So one of the things we see all the time, I love this. I will ask someone to demonstrate. And when I say demonstrate, I'm talking about through repeatable, demonstrable experimentation. Okay? Repeatable, demonstrable experimentation of a gas pressure system, a fluid pressure system without containment. Inevitably, most of these guys will go, well, the Earth. And it's like, okay, this is begging the question, because that's the very thing that is in question. So can you demonstrate gas pressure without a solid container, without a physical way for that water to be, or for that air to pass through, right?
Impossible.
It's impossible. Absolutely, it is impossible. Whether you, and this is the thing, well, show me a gradient. Hold on a fucking second. You're going to go inside of a cylinder with a little barometer, a pressurized cylinder with a little barometer. We don't even have to do that. I've told you before, with a propane tank, it's a pressurized propane cylinder like you use for your grill.
Right.
Most people know that if you don't have a gauge for it, you can tell how much propane's still in it by pouring some water on the side of the cylinder. And what'll happen, especially if you use really cold water, you see it.
I didn't know that.
You'll see a frost line appear where the liquid propane level is at inside there. But if you have a gauge, that gauge is going to give you an overall pressure of the entire container. But however, inside, we most definitely have a gradient because the denser material is at the bottom of the cylinder,
Right.
whereas the less dense material is above it, i.e. gradient. But the thing has an overall pressure. So our Atmos has an overall pressure, but within that pressure, we have a gradient. Okay, that's nobody disputes your gradient, but you can never have that go to zero because by very definition of the word pressure, the act of pressing. That's the definition of pressure. Okay, so what are they saying is pressing on our Atmos? The vacuum of space? I think not. No, because what happens when we breach the propane cylinder? We open the valve. What happens?
Yes.
It gives no fuck all about whether there's a gradient or not inside there. It all expels violently and rapidly through the opening given in an attempt to equalize with the surrounding pressure of the cylinder. That's just how nature works. Okay. So then the next thing they'll want to do is then they'll say, oh, well, here, and they'll show you a picture of Jupiter and say, that's a gas giant. Okay, first off, do I need to explain that a ball of gas cannot form anywhere for any reason whatsoever? Gas doesn't have its own gravity where it causes it to pull in on itself and gather in huge balls in a vacuum. That's the dumbest shit thing ever. Okay. So I'm like, how do you know that that's a gas giant? And he said, spectroscopy. Let's just take a little look about spectroscopy just for a second. I found this today by Caleb, and I think it's pretty good. Let me see where is it? There it is. Bang. Now let's see if we can make it that big. And let's hear what Caleb's got to say about spectroscopy. And while we're listening to that, Sav's going to take this moment, just for a moment, hold on, to let you know that this show is brought to you by Lucky Haskins. Patented dark matter comes straight from Uranus, and it is now with patented gravitol, which helps to lubricate the flux capacitors of your warp engines. Lucky Haskins goes to the deepest reaches of Uranus to get dark matter and market it here on Earth so that you can have it with your time flux and capacitor needs. So if you need some space-time bent, this is the product right here. It's available at most retail outlets, 7-Eleven and Wawa.
That's right. And get this, it's made in the USA.
It is. Well, yeah,
There you go.
absolutely.
Don't forget that.
Canned by migrant workers.
Yes.
Okay. So now that we've got that, let's go back.
Have you ever heard NASA or other space agencies claim to discover that there's water on planets light years away, or that Uranus's atmosphere smells like farts? Yeah, NASA actually said that. Let's talk about the pseudoscience that is spectroscopy, in which they're supposedly figuring these things out. Spectroscopy is the field of study that measures and interprets the electromagnetic spectra that result from the interaction between electromagnetic radiation and matter as a function of the wavelength or frequency of the radiation. In simpler terms, spectroscopy is the precise study of color as generalized from visible light to all bands of the electromagnetic spectrum. Essentially, what these pseudoscientists are doing is aiming telescopes at celestial bodies, collecting the light, sending that light into a prism, breaking it up into a rainbow, and saying that they can figure out all of these things: composition, temperature, mass, velocity, rotation, magnetic field, luminosity, age, distance, stellar evolution, redshift in cosmology, planetary atmospheres, exoplanets, stellar classification, planet detection, metallicity, the stellar activity, and the chemical abundances. You heard that right. The pseudoscience that is spectroscopy is the study of colors, Again, they collect the light, send it into a spectrograph, get a color spectrum, and say that they can figure out all of these things by looking at a rainbow. If you think that that is a science that we can trust, there's something seriously wrong with you. For anybody that can critically think, there's problems with claiming that you can figure out those 18 things by looking at colors. Deny pseudoscience.
So I thought that was right up the alley of this shit here tonight. Oh, Dreamy Lynn, Escape the Chains, has joined us as well. The Samoan Watchman is coming here too, I see. Saddlebum, let's see, Chris Fitzpatrick. Boy, we're just getting up there tonight. We're liking it. So what do you think about that, y'all? I mean, is that valid shit? I think. I mean, it's like these people, it's all that same shit about how can you be so freaking trusting, you know? Just believe some shit like that. I mean, you're going to tell me that's a cool word. It's like when Red's Rhetoric was on here. I said, well, how the fuck do you know how far away those stars are? And he said spectroscopy, or not spectroscopy. He said astrometry. And I'm like, okay, all that is measuring stars. How did you measure the fucking stars? Right? And I knew where it was going to end up going. It's going to go back right to the astronomical unit, which is, of course, the distance from the Earth to the sun, which they claim is 93 million miles. Where did you get that number? Where did that come from? How did you get that number? When you look into the methodology used, oh my word, how many assumptions are used in that? Yes, I agree the math works out, but if you're using made up values in your math, it's just like with a computer. It's only as good as the information put into it. Okay. The computer's not lying. The information put into it was faulty. Okay. So just like that, when you put assumptive values into an equation, yeah, you can get it to work out, but you still have to verify that each one of those variables or those values in that equation are actual values. You know, there's people that right now go in prison because they did that kind of mathematics with somebody's books, right?
Bernie Madoff.
Right, Bernie Madoff. Yeah, they made off with a bunch of people's fucking money, didn't he?
Bernie Madoff.
Goddamn right, man.
That was his name.
It was. He made off with a bunch of people's money. And look, man.
He got the right name, didn't he?
Yes, this is exactly what the fuck is going on with this shit too, man. It's the same thing, and the only books that they're cooking are, you know, the science books, because they're not using science at all. Of course, pseudoscience is, by definition, is the use of calling something science. Well, let's see what they give us for an actual definition. That would be the best thing to do. So what I'm going to do here right now is I'm going to take this to the, I'm just going to close this for now. And we are going to open up a tab here, and I'm going to put in the term pseudoscience. And that way we get a actual definition of such a condition, of what it is. All right. I'll share the screen here. And there it is. The history of pseudoscience. So let's see if we can get a definition. See, the demarcation between science and pseudoscience is part of the large task of determining which beliefs are epistemically warranted, whatever that means. Okay, a collection of beliefs or practices mistakenly regarded as being based on scientific method. I think let me increase the size of that so y'all can see that at home. Collection of beliefs or practices mistakenly regarded as being based on scientific method. So now there should be no question as to what pseudoscience is. Now, using assumptions and treating them as fact, is that scientific? No. How about if you take a theory that's never been proven, and before you actually prove it, you start ascribing this quality to other things that you observe at distances that you cannot verify. Would that be science? No, I don't think so. I don't think so. So that would be pseudoscience, not real.
Right. It'd be fake science.
Right.
Like
So, for instance, when
fake
they,
news.
when they come up with the idea of gravity, okay, everybody's like, well, prove gravity, and they say they'll drop something, and I'm like, that you just proved something dropping, okay?
That's not under gravity.
You didn't. What is gravity, right? So they always want to invoke the Cavendish experiment, and I'm sorry, the Cavendish experiment was neither an experiment nor was it scientific. Okay. They did not meet the criteria of a scientific experiment whatsoever. A scientific experiment requires you to have independent variables, dependent variables, and controls variables in order to make adjustments to determine the actual cause of something, to isolate that cause, be able to manipulate that cause or independent variable in order to verify that that is indeed the cause for what the effect that you are witnessing. Okay. You can't just make an observation and then say something about it and it be true, which is basically what they do. They want to get away with it by using words like, well, we've studied the gravitational constant. Well, that's great. You counted how fast it took shit to drop. So what? Okay. So what? So somebody asked me, they said, list the steps in the Cavendish experiment, the original. I said, okay, a crackpot old man hung some fucking lead balls in a shed. And then he went and looked at them through his binoculars over a period of time and then said, mass attracts mass. There was the experiment. Now, no controls were listed or observed. Nobody took into account anything whatsoever. Were different combinations of weights used in order to see if like one stays still and the other one comes toward it? Did we take into account the slight degree of difference that can happen in the balance that would cause the weights to make a bias in one direction or another? No, none of this fucking shit was taken into account at all. Okay. They just set that up and said, see there, that proves it. And when it works, it doesn't work 100% every time, ever. And there's been professors and teachers, and I witnessed a teacher trying to about ready to tear their fucking hair out, trying to even set up that stupid experiment to try to, demonstration to try to, in physics class. It was insane. I felt bad for the guy. I really did. But
Was it that bad?
oh, it was, man. It's like, it's really difficult to set up because it's not really what it's purported to be.
Right.
You know, it's an assumption. It's assumption based on an observation. That's it. And
yes,
because somebody that says they're a scientist says that does not automatically make it scientifically true.
Right.
You know, it just doesn't. The fact of the matter is when you take it back to the shit that they glossed over when you were very young and you ended up taking for granted as fact, and you even dissect that, the whole idea of a globular earth and a void spinning around and flying through a fucking cosmos at 500,000 miles an hour, you just take it back to the fucking basics. How? You know, oh, the sun is a big ball of fucking burning hydrogen. It's collapsing on itself. It's nuclear fusion. How do you know any of that? First off. Second, would you use your rainbow thing? Did you use your fucking rainbow? You looked and, oh, look, there's light. So it must be this. We can tell everything about, get that fuck out of here with that. And, you know, most importantly, I don't even care, you know, about that aspect of it. What I want to know is, how could a ball of a gas ever form? Ever, anywhere?
It can't. inside a container.
No, only if the container's shaped like a ball, like a basketball or a soccer ball. There's gas in the shape of a ball, but guess what? It has to be contained. And guess what? It has to be under pressure in order for it to be, give it solidity. What causes that pressure? Oh, it's the gas hitting the fucking walls, man. Jesus Christ. I don't understand why people don't get that. So anyway, we have a definition for pseudoscience. We have a definition for we've taken a look at what spectroscopy, what they're really claiming with that nonsense. And it cracks me up because our favorite globetards, oh my God, our favorite ones, they love to bring that shit up. They love to talk about their spectroscopy, even though they don't really understand what it is. They're using really a loose determination of what that fucking word actually means in order to identify different gases and shit. Those gases have to be contained and isolated in order to use the spectroscopy system on it. You're just taking a color spectrum from a prism that you get from the available light from the fucking thing. That's what? That's ridiculous, it just really is. And so they go, see, that means that Jupiter is gas in a void for no reason. Wow. Gas forms a ball in water, right? Water's above. Yeah, but why would it? Where are you getting that from? Where's the science in this? Okay. Besides that, we see the sun. The sun's close. The sun's within our system. This idea of it being 93. Where did they get that number from? Look into it yourself. Where they got that from? You'll get different stories depending on where you go to look for the information. And they'll tell you shit about looking at the the orbital radius of Venus. And it's like, well, wait a minute. How do you know the orbital radius of Venus if you don't know the distance of the sun? And if you don't know the distance of the sun, how do you know the orbital radius of Venus? How do you know the distance of Venus? How do you know anything? It's just a bunch of shit, crackpot assumptions made by a bunch of, I don't know, man. Demons, I guess. I don't know. Why would people want to fucking deceive people like that? I don't understand. I really don't.
People like to lie and think they're a genius and think they're scientists and think that's why.
Well, I mean, there's better ways. If you got to lie to make your money, isn't that called a swindler? If you lie to make money, you're a swindler, right? By the definition. So these guys are nothing more than fucking swindlers, right? I'll go with that. What do you think, Jehovah's Daughter Barbara? What do you think, Anson Howard?
Nobody on the panel?
Nobody's up on the panel. Nobody's up. But I did invite Sean. I think I did pin the shit up there, though. Yeah, it's up there. Anybody can come up if they want to. Let me see who's over here. Nobody. All right. We got 53 over on the main channel and only 7 over on the backup. All right, but we got to get people over onto that one. Or grifters. Yeah, well, grifters, swindlers, same thing. They're synonymous. Con man. What's another good term for that?
For what's that?
Oh, con man, grifter.
Con man, drifter.
I mean, there's
hustler.
Hustler. That's another.
Con man.
Prostitute.
It's a good one. I know it. I just can't think of it right now.
I would say prostitute's a good way. Yeah. I think they're full of crap personally. Well, very
con artist.
Con artist, yeah. Yeah. They got like those teams of people that they work in on it, like grifter teams. Yeah. Well, it's a snake oil salesman. Yeah, snake oil salesman. Old what's that? Devil Bill, Rockefeller's.
Have you heard the whole term of the thing? You've heard this, I'm a jack of all trades and a master of none.
Yeah.
But a master of none is better than a master of just one.
Yeah, master of none's better than a master of just one.
Can do 8 different things,
right?
Than just one guy. That's all he can do. What you do? Yeah, everybody leaves that part out. I've seen a video on that last
Millionaires. Millionaires. But see, there's some of these people, this is the thing. People equate that idea that is success, right? They equate success in life to monetary value, which is not success. Okay. Success at what? Is that why you're here? To collect toys? No. It's stupid. God put you here to collect toys. Now go. He who dies with the most toys wins. You know, it's like, really? You don't get to take them with you? What the fuck, man?
That guy said yes. I ain't
So
never
what
seen-
is it that really has value? What is it that really has value?
Never seen a U-Haul behind a hearse.
Let's see, what does it say? Santos Bonacci has a great video, how to tell your astrological sun sign by physicality. Oh, wow. I'll have to check in. Well, you can't look anymore. I mean, didn't he get his channel took down? Or where is he at now? I don't know. I'll have to do a search for him. Yeah, Carrie Skate says success is getting by without working for the man. That's right. Football betting tax free also. Yeah, well, I guess all taxation is theft. You know, who claims a right to someone else's property? How can someone claim a right to someone else's wealth?
Ain't supposed to be able to.
No, of course not. Of course not. That's ridiculous. Your memories, that's one, yeah. And probably the amount of good versus the amount of bad that you've done while you're here. Right?
Yeah.
The choice is yours always to whether to do right or do wrong.
Right.
You know, where do you resonate?
Yeah. You carry your own market to hide.
That's it.
Yep.
That's it. So when it's all said and done, there's those that get by with doing all kinds of reprehensible shit. They get by with it here on this physical plane. But they will answer for it outside of here. Okay, it's going to come back. And I don't know. I just checked. It's on YouTube, Sovereign Soul. Cool. Somebody grab that link real quick so I can get it, and everybody else too. Thank you, Joe. Do you have? Let me check Joe here. Where's Joe? There he is. Oh, what the fuck? Here we go. So go ahead and put that link in there for me if you would, Joe. Thank you so much. That would be wonderful. Let me see. I did find some pretty cool shit. Yeah, this sums it up right here. I even reposted this on Facebook. Okay. Because there again, pseudoscience. We have a gradient. Don't you know that you can't have a gradient without containment? You can't have a gradient of pressure. You can't have any pressure without containment. But this is it. You can say pressurized gas requires a physical container. That simple fact debunks the globe theory. Do you understand? And they're like, I understand nothing. And it's like, you must, because you want to show me a picture of fucking Jupiter. And I laugh at you. I laugh at you for that. That's your example. That's your example. Yeah. So this is McToon lying and shit on here. He's a fucking tool. Where am I at? I got to get over to my page. There I is. So y'all wondered about that. I want to show you. This is a laughable picture. I want you to take a look at this picture of the camera that was on that little dune buggy that they took up on the moon. Okay, you guys are gonna love this. Now, it's a known scientific fact that gold foil allows you to do anything. You can do anything in the world with gold foil. But look at that silly horse shit. It's like somebody just slapped it on there. It's just, what's this up here? Just, let's cover this one corner. Okay. Like, how did you decide what needed to be covered with gold foil and what didn't need to be covered with gold foil? How did you determine how much gold foil to use? And where can I purchase some of this miraculous gold foil? Because the only place I ever find it is on one of those spiral hams.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. But is that real gold?
No,
Gold,
I
you know
don't-
what I mean? That's don't. I mean, it looks gold, but
It
it's
could
not.
look gold, but I would think that gold would melt it would get extremely hot in the
Especially
sun,
being that thin.
you know?
Being that
Yeah,
thin.
it just looks like it's gold leaf or anything. But I think there's something to that. We need to explore gold foil. So, you know, maybe we can get Reynolds to start putting that shit out for us a little bit. You know, we need it.
Let's put an order in for something.
Yeah, I'm gonna get me a big old gob of gold foil. That's right. Call up NASA. Probably got that shit all over in that pool down there. That's what there is.
Yeah.
But see, this is the thing I've said for a long time. You can't go to the fucking moon. It's like people are like, "Well, you'll see as soon as they start offering commercial flights, and there's going to be tourism on the ISS." I'm not kidding you. They just announced they're going to allow tourists to go up on the ISS.
Yeah. They're gonna go
Yeah. Sure. Johnny, how long we've been being told that there was going to be commercial space travel and all this shit? Probably since we was about this big.
Yeah, I've been hearing for 35 years, probably.
Oh, more than that. Fuck.
Well, even 55, 60.
Shit, man. I remember, they were saying when I was in grade school, it's like, it's very possible that you will work on the moon. And there's going to be cities and all kinds of shit up there and everything. And I'm like, now here in 2024 coming up to, can't believe the time is going by like it is. I'm sitting here going, no, man, look, I don't think the moon's really solid. I don't think it's really an actual object that we're seeing, man. I'm like, I think you probably got about as much luck landing on the moon as you would landing on a fucking rainbow. Now that's just my opinion, because I think what we're seeing is actually a projection. And then, of course, there's a scientist back in 1965, and he was sitting there talking about that this shit was a plasma.
What was plasma?
The moon. Yeah, listen to what he says.
The truth all
Hold on, this is playing. We got
hidden.
But it is a plasma phenomenon, cosmic plasma, and that this fact will eventually be confirmed. I made certain predictions which were already confirmed in 1958, and the situation now is coming close to a complete confirmation.
What will be the result if you are proved to be correct in your theories?
The result will be profound and decisive, because it will give proof that a complete re-investigation of the laws of nature is necessary. Because if the moon is a plasma, no man will ever land on it. The soft landing attempts will all fail. That means that the mass of the moon is far less than is currently assumed. It's in a different state of energy, and it has far less mass. That means there is no more explanation for the tides. If the moon, for example, had only 1,000th part of its current mass, then the tides would only be 2 inches high under conventional theories instead of sometimes 14 feet. And that means that if it is proved that the moon is a plasma, then all gravitational theories are out, and a new concept of the cosmos and of its laws has to be evolved.
I mean, this guy is making some sense, and if you start looking into that and some of the studies,
The
moon
truth
is not
all
a piece
hidden.
you start to understand that. And I mean, you look at the damn thing, and I mean, I've seen through the dark part of the moon before, man. Like when it's a half moon, and I look and I see a fucking star through where the moon should be at,
Right.
and there's nothing. Another thing is too, during a new moon, you look at where the moon is supposed to be, and like when it's first a new moon, and you look and there's nothing there. It's like there's stars, right?
Right.
You should see like a black circle in the sky or something that's blocking out the stars, but you never see that. And it's for about 40 hours until it starts to come into itself again. And I think that's really fucking crazy, man. Another thing weird about it too is we always see that same face. There's like no real parallax to it as far as it being a spherical object either. Whereas somebody's standing here looking at it and somebody over here looking, they're not seeing it like over to the edge more. They're seeing the exact same face that you are seeing. And then I love the people in the South. They go, well, how do you explain the moon being upside down for people in the South? And I'm like, well, put a picture of the Mona Lisa up on your ceiling and look at it from one end of the room, and it looks right side up, and goes to the other end of the room and turn around and look at it. Now it looks like it's upside down, doesn't it? Okay. It's the same fucking thing, man. Come on. You know, I'll tell you, it's exacerbating because the amount of shit that they lie to you about. I mean, look at these. We were really, really primitive until just recently.
What about the people that believe it?
Well, that's just it. The people that believe it, most of them are in a spell, and they don't know that they're in a spell. They believe a lot of shit. They actually believe that there's two parties. A lot of them right now believing that there's going to be some fucking guys in government that are going to come and save them from the fucking government. And so they're sitting on their asses waiting for a hero that's never going to come. That's the plan. Trust the plan. Yeah, sure. Right on. Don't throw me in that briar patch, Mr. Bear. They get you on every fucking level, man. They lie to you all the time. Oh, we're so much more intelligent now than we used to be. And, you know, you look at some of these buildings going up, and it's just like Lego bullshit. It's like Lego bullshit, right? And they were supposedly really primitive back in the day. Yet here with hammers and goddamn chisels, they're making shit like this. Look at this. Look at that. Yeah, we're advanced. And look at that modern cookie cutter bullshit in the background right here with the green roof on it. You know, that's and that's even better than some of the shit they're putting out now. You know, everything just looks fucking dystopian as it is now. That's amazing. Look at that. Look at that work. That's a work of art, man. Well, people had more time back then. Yeah, sure. They had a lot of fucking time. They were planting fields. They're working farms and shit. They're trying. Come on. If indeed that's how shit really was, the way they tell us. But we know that it's not. It wasn't. We know that it wasn't. And look here, everybody. We've got our co-host. Okay. We have. Wait a second. What did I do with that? Wait a second. Okay. There's the button. It's Jamie
Good evening. That was a good catch, the little house in the background. I'm always looking at the backgrounds, and I saw that, and I'm like, what the heck?
Yeah. And I mean, that's just more of that
color, too.
You know, and I thought that same thing. I was like,
what's with the blue roof in that picture?
Right.
You know, the blue roofs in Hawaii, the blue roofs in that picture.
You know, I have to wonder if the blue roof thing isn't some kind of a psyop.
Yeah. Is it something like the blood of the lamb on the doors?
Yeah.
Well.
Now, who was it?
I'm asking because you know that's a thing.
Well, who was it that came down and killed all the firstborn that didn't have blood over the door? Who did that? In the Bible?
Oh, dang it. Now you want me to remember the king, huh?
Well, no. Was it what came down over all the children and made them die?
I don't remember.
Remember, it was the angel of death.
Oh, yeah.
Right? But if you look in the Bible now, it says God did it. That's another one of those. We got Sovereign Spirit Lone Wolf is here. Good to see you, my friend. Hope not. I painted my house, my car, and my dog blue. Well, hey, it never hurts to be safe. Hey, maybe. Okay, so here's what I'd do. If I wanted to make sure to target people, I'd put out a psyop that, hey, if you want to be safe from these fucking weapons, paint everything fucking blue. And then really, but secretly knowing that the weapons are actually more attracted to blue, or I can set them for blue and wipe everybody out in one thing. You know, I don't know. Listen, there's always a reason they let this information out. You try to put out some real information, they'll shut you down in a half a second, man. I'm not kidding you.
You know, I mean, they use colors for all kinds of different things, you know. Look at the flags. and
Well,
the colors
the-
that are used.
Well, apparently, Dreamy, all they have to do is break light down into a rainbow, and they can tell everything in the world about it, about a
Yeah.
star and everything. That's what they were saying about that spectroscopy bullshit.
I think that they got fused by going to the doctors there on that thing. Sending cameras where no man should go. Right.
So
on, brother.
I had to post this today. I said these are morons on parade because I couldn't actually. I thought somebody was making fun of them, but this person thought that these were really smart people. Okay, so the first one is this one here, and it says, "Strong message from kids smarter than many adults. Earth isn't flat, and climate change is real." And I thought, whoever made that poster for those kids should be charged for child abuse.
Yeah.
Right? They don't have any idea either way about anything, to tell you the truth.
No.
But there again, let's use
Trick them
children.
again, so
Let's
they-
oppose, and that's the thing. Oh, look, little kids know this and you don't, that's all it is. That's what they got again with the mockery. And this guy, come on. I would have a hard time not teasing this motherfucker if I saw him out in public. I'm not shitting you.
Crazy.
We were down.
There is something with children,
Well, yeah,
they aren't like
these.
they aren't like adults at all in the way that they think. Children are totally different in the way that they think. You put something like that in front of them, they start to question, okay, what's this? What's all this? They start to get very curious because their curiosity isn't killed yet. They kill everybody's curiosity because that's how you learn. You say, hey, what's this? And you start to investigate it, look it over, check it out, So by putting that, those children up to carrying that sign, those children are going to have their own ideas. You know what I mean?
Right.
They're not going to be able to crush them quite so easily.
Well, yeah. They have to really work at them, and that's why they beat them down into stupid with school right off the bat. I mean, can you imagine as you're 5 years old, 6 years old, what do you want to be doing? You want to be fucking playing. Exactly. You don't want to be sitting there listening to some fucking retard yammering on about some bullshit. You want to be outside playing. You want to be doing shit with your friends, right? But no, you got to sit there completely still, be quiet, raise your hand, get a piece of paper to go take a shit, what the fuck? It's just prison, man. And that's what they do to these kids right off the bat.
Right.
It's like kids can be taught at home so much easier, but see, they want to make it difficult because they want their curriculum. You have to follow their curriculum, which is just what the fuck? That goes completely against my point. Your curriculum is brainwashing. Right? As long as they have the skills necessary to live in this society and world, what the fuck else are you worried about? Right? What are you worried about what I tell them about the condition of the realm they live in? What do you give a shit of? Why do they have to have this idea that you've placed in everyone's mind? It's like I've said before, it's like Tinkerbell. The only way for it can be true is if everybody believes. And so far that's how it's worked. That is exactly how the fuck it has worked this whole time.
Who says that ain't orange right there? I said that orange. That's
right.
You know what I mean?
Well, according to Joe Cool, we can just change the fucking definition of words anytime we want to, right?
Yeah, that's what has really screwed it up, and that's why I call it babble, because it's a bunch of babbling idiots that don't know what they're saying because everybody's everyone's using a different definition.
Yep.
So it doesn't make any sense.
Oh, I thought this was kind of cool. This make you wonder, you start these mighty men of old, the giants, right? So I ran across this and it kind of blew my mind. Check out what this diver is swimming around, man. Oh, and you're right, Mrs. Tribune. That No Child Left Behind Act. Look, as soon as they let the government get in with the education, it was all over. But that was on purpose. They did that from a Prussian model. Horace Mann brought that over here to the United States. Then they started with the NEA, right? The National Education Association. That was the Rockefellers. Boom.
Yeah, I watched a lot.
I don't want a nation of thinkers. I want a nation of workers, right? Teach them a whole lot about nothing. And we've gone over that in this on this show.
I watched about 2 hours of it last night on this.
Did you? Good for you. Good for you.
Sure.
Look at the size of that. There's no narration.
What is that? I mean,
It's a helmet, man.
oh yeah, it is.
Look at that.
That don't mean nothing.
Did,
Who
So
well,
did you
think about
have-
that? Who makes a fucking helmet like that if it's that thing is that I mean, wow. How big was the motherfucker wearing that thing? You don't tell me it was for a statue neither. That's stupid. Nobody builds a statue and then makes a helmet to put on it. That's wow, that's insane, man. That
Did
is
you-
insane.
Did you happen to watch that video I put in private chat last night?
No,
Like
I have
how they
not
built-
watched that yet.
How they make these bronze statues.
yeah,
It's quite a cool video. It's
yeah.
not
got it-
what a
I got
lot
it
of people
marked to-
think.
I got it marked to watch, and I
Yeah.
was gonna watch it, and the next thing I knew, I ended up in a heated debate in Lucky Haskins' comment section today. There again about trying to have an Atmos without containment,
Right.
and holy cow, the level of not understanding reality, not understanding basic physics that we use every day in our lives, including you breathing, you know, and they just cannot grasp it. They still hold on to these stupid shit because it was told to them in some Rockefeller textbook. And there they go, going to hold on to it like a dog without a bone or with a bone. And you just like, wait a second, man.
Right.
You know, have you really thought this out? And it's more of that. And I'm sick of it. This is what I've been calling it. Because I'm not going to deal with any more. Teacher says, but teacher says, I don't give a fuck what teacher says. What do you say?
Right. And what do you know?
Right. I mean, they run shit by. This is a good example right here. Right? People just don't think about the most obvious things. Look, there's a guy with oxygen for 1 hour underwater. There's a guy with enough oxygen for 22 hours up on the fucking moon. I mean, wow. We're supposed to believe this stuff without question. And if you don't, then, oh, you're a conspiracy theorist. And I'm like, well, okay. Who you say that like that's a bad thing. So far, we've been right about every gosh dang thing that we've come to.
Well, you know, if you've ever been out in the desert and it's just starting to rain, you know how there's like different size round little circles in the dust because when the raindrop hits,
Yeah.
Okay, all you have to do to fake a moon and with little craters is take a picture of that. You know, just a small section,
yeah,
and you've
yeah,
got the
yeah.
moon surface.
Yeah. I mean, it's not hard to, and it apparently
Create an
wasn't.
illusion.
The United States government was able to fake the moon landing. Anybody can. I mean, come on, they can't do fucking shit right.
Well, every time I see them walking and I see the little poofs of dust coming up and going back down, you know, it dissipates quite quickly. It'll do the same thing in the desert.
Right. Hang on, I'm coming right back.
You get those little, every time you take a step, you get a little poof. That's why your feet get so dirty.
Forgot I had this coffee in here, man.
Maybe people should get out of the house and go out and explore a little, and then they'll see it for themselves.
Would this mortify you? You go to a church recital that your kid's in, and your kid's up on stage, and he does this. That's something you would have done, Johnny. That's something you would have done. Motherfucker was a little terror up in the holler when he was a kid. So this is pretty funny too. This is Anne Frank's stepsister. And listen to what she had to say.
And something I wanted to point out to you, you know, there are many pictures about the Russian liberating Auschwitz, and there's never any snow. And the snow was honestly that high. Mm-hmm. And so I have some connection with the Russian embassy, and I was there once, and I said, something puzzles me. Those photos are fakes because there's no snow. Mm-hmm. And they said, well, yes, they are not fakes, but when the army came, they didn't have cameras, they didn't photograph. Mm. So only much later, when they realized we should have pictures of it, they took pictures like you see now. But this is definitely not in Auschwitz and not the liberation of Auschwitz. There were not that many people with clothes and children and no snow.
Right, fascinating.
So I think historically we should point this out.
And get it right.
And something I wanted
about the pictures.
Right.
And I've told you that the pictures are staged, man. And it's, you know, come on, if something like that really happens, show the real stuff. Don't be, you know, making these freaking excuses for this shit. You know, there's another example I was talking about right here. You see a star.
Yeah.
Through the moon. So you're not going to convince me that, I mean, yeah, you're never going to get up and see it. And think about this too. How do you see such vivid detail with the naked eye of something that's almost 250,000 miles away?
Okay.
I mean, you're hard pressed to pick out.
They would have to be huge monsters in order for us to see them. They'd have to be extremely huge.
Well, I've gone and, you know, checked, like I've gone on and found out like how big a certain crater is supposed to be on there. And then I've gone on Google Earth. And if you zoom out from Google Earth, it tells you what elevation you're at, what you're looking down at, right? And you can make a little circle of that size on the ground and then zoom back. And it's not very far before you don't even fucking see it anymore.
Right.
So it's 238,000 miles away my ass. You know, that's bahui, as we say. It's utter bahui, and we're not going to
enough words to make things sound good, because if it sounds scientific and it's big and it's just a jumble fuck, everybody's excited to believe it.
Oh yeah. Well, like that guy trying to skate by, you know, how do you know how far away that star is? And he says, because of astrometry. And I'm like, okay, well, that's what I'm asking you. You know, he expects his people to go, oh, astrometry. They're going to go, ooh, it's something I don't know about. And let's break it down. You measured the stars. Okay, that's what I'm asking you, asswipe. How did you measure the stars? Okay, you had to start with the astronomical unit. How did you get that? You know, and that's where it breaks down, because they rely on this shit that they glossed over as you were a kid and you just blindly accepted, and then they can float the rest of this shit off. Now, the thing they have to have you blindly accept is that the earth is a ball and it's spinning around. That's easy to get a kid to believe, and especially if you remind them of it every gosh dang day up until through adulthood. Okay.
Right.
That's easy enough. We're going to take that one for granted. In the sun, of course, we're going to ask what's the sun, and they're going to tell us that it's a ball of burning hydrogen undergoing nuclear fusion 93 million miles away. Okay. We go ahead and, okay, that's a for certain. We just live with that, right? Never asking once, how they got by the impossibility of such a thing forming in the first fucking place.
Right.
You know, so that's why I say that it's when you take it right back to the basics, the globe is dead on arrival. It doesn't even happen. We don't even have to talk about stars. We don't even have to talk about another. I mean, yeah, talk about them. Let's try to figure out what they really are. Okay, we know they're not balls of burning gas trillions of miles away. We know that's not a fact. What's that? No, I'm talking about stars.
Oh, okay.
Stars in general. So we know that they're not that, because that's just, again, pseudoscience. It's an assumption. It's a fantasy fairy tale.
Right.
Just
Well,
propagated.
that's all we can do is just, try to figure out what they are, because I don't think we ever will. But I mean, we can have ideas, but that's about the extent of it.
Right. And you certainly don't want to take the ideas and treat them as fact.
Right.
I've got theories that I have on what they may be, and what their purpose may even be, but I'm certainly not going to blow it out there as a claim and a fact. This is why the Globies, they're the ones with the claim. You understand? I don't give a shit if everybody else believes it. The ridiculous claim against all observation is of a globe. And as I've pointed out before, if you were 15 or 16 years old, just wait till you were 20 and somebody comes up and tells you, hey, look, okay, so this place we live on is a globe. You laugh your ass off at them.
Right.
Globe. Yeah, the earth is a big ball spinning around in space. Oh, shut the fuck up. You would have the worst time trying to float that by somebody, and that's why it was hard to float it by people when they first started doing it, up to even into the early 1900s when they were trying to get people on board with this crap.
Yeah.
It wasn't until they completely took over the education system and made it law that everybody go to this building every day of the week and be indoctrinated. So important that they would employ special police officers to round up any strays that may be missing out on this wonderful education that they were offering. I mean, shit, that should make it suspect in itself. Oh, no, the government really does. They care about us so much. They want us to know things. Right. Right. Yeah. That's right.
When the rest of your life,
yes,
it's all on a need-to-know basis.
Right. Right. National security. It's not crime. It's national security.
Yeah.
The senator didn't lie. He gave a less than truthful response. I'm like, holy shit.
Well, they called them their public, what public? They got on there. They something like the cops say to.
What is this?
What it is? How do they have that?
And they never use the words man or woman. They only use subjects, perpetrators,
persons.
Words like that. It's all the fiction.
Hey, I'll tell you what, M-Ball, I'll explain the moon bounce signals as soon as you can explain to me how the Soviets were doing before anybody ever put a fucking mirror up there. Put a mirror up there. You think that they're taking a laser here on Earth and hitting a fucking mirror about the size of a large serving platter, and it's bouncing back to Earth? And you actually believe that they have a laser that can go 238,000 miles, okay? Did you ever see what actually returns? It's fucking ridiculous. It's fucking ridiculous. I love it when they bring that shit up because there's no mirror needed for radio waves. Well, how do you know you're bouncing off of the moon then? Did you try it against just the night sky?
Mm-hmm.
How do you know what it's doing? What's the medium it's going through? You don't know any of that shit.
Right. Don't know that.
They don't. They just say, this is the thing. This is what they think science is. I did something and I observed something.
Yeah, you can't
And therefore it proves what I think. And it's like, well, what fucking independent variables did you fucking manipulate in order to verify that that's exactly what is happening? None, because that might prove that it's not. And I don't want to go there. Holy shit, man.
Oh, that's funny.
Do better. Copernicus would be ashamed of you. These people, they don't even know how to say the guy's name right. Copernicus. The Copernican principle. All right. That's am I being silly? Yes. Oh, this was pretty good. This is funny. Since it was just his birthday, which it really wasn't, but
I've been teaching the disciples all week. It's nice to actually take a break and have a little fun. Cannonball! I've been teaching the disciples all week.
I don't know. I just thought that was pretty good. Rocky Shepherd will think I'm going to hell for it, but hey.
What's this?
What's that? What?
Right there?
That it says that the EU is offering farmers. This is pretty good. You guys are going to like this. The European Union is offering farmers 120% of their land value to close their farms and promise to stop production forever. Meanwhile, a factory in Holland prints 500 tons of steaks per month on a 3D printer for hundreds of restaurants. Fuck that, man. Holy sheep shit. No. So look at here. We got Bearsworth coming up.
I think that's so bullshit.
What, Dreamy?
I said, I think that's bullshit. I don't buy that.
You don't buy that they're making 500 tons of steak per month in a 3D printer?
No, I don't.
Oh, it looks pretty tasty. Look at that. It's juicy.
I think it's bullshit.
Does that look tasty?
I think it's true. It's totally true. And
where are they getting the meat? Because they start out with plastic or whatever, and those 3D printers. Come on.
You just grow mealworms, and then then you got.
Mealworms don't look like beef. Sorry.
Well, if you grind them up real good. Now I've understood
they have really tough little exoskeletons.
Yeah, but they have to you process them with chemicals.
Yeah, exactly.
No,
then
I don't believe that bullshit.
If
you just
process
eat protein. It's just protein. Come on.
I mean, come on. Nothing beats some nice cricket paste on a piece of tofu, right? You want some of that.
I'm just saying, there's beef industries are bouncing up in other countries, and then they're selling it back to us over here. So no, they're just rearranging shit. So they tell you these farmers in this country can't grow cattle anymore and outlaw it, right?
Right.
They just shut down the beef industry in the United States.
Where do they get
have to import it from England or some other place?
Where do they get the authority to tell a motherfucker you're not allowed to do something? I mean, where does that even come from? Who's that?
But people obey it all the freaking time. They're good little subjects.
Hell yeah.
Citizens. It's like, I mean, the United States is like the whore and the concubines. And there everybody seems to want to be a concubine and join in the club.
Well, holy shit, sheep, look at here. Apparently, this is a game changer, guys. This is a game changer. Apparently, the sun doesn't change angular size even from Mars.
Oh my goodness.
Jiminy crickets now. That's amazing.
That makes fucking perfect sense. Come on.
So Mars is like, twice as far from the sun as we are. And the sun still looks the same size as it does here on Earth. What?
I'm sure Nick Volt could calculate it with a quarter. Easily.
Oh, yeah. Well, I think he might have to use a dime. I don't know, man.
If he was on Mars, he could totally, he might have to, he'd switch it with a dime and then he could figure it out easily.
Right?
Yeah.
Well, here's the reality. If Nick Volt was on Mars, he'd be dead. All right. So there's no point in anybody even talking about going to Mars. It's not a place. It's a thing. Okay. Like
it's a luminary.
The moon is not a place. It's a thing. If it's really even a thing.
Object.
But I guess even a projection could be
Object.
a thing.
Object.
I don't know.
Could be an object.
So, yeah, object and thing, that's the same. They're synonymous. But no, it's not a ball of terra firma with gravity. Now, see, there ain't that slick how they do that? They take an unproven crackpot theory like gravity, where no science is used whatsoever in the determination of gravity actually existing, right? There's no science involved, none. Okay, and anybody that tries to run that Cavendish experiment shit by me, don't even. That's not an experiment, and it's not scientific. It's just stupid.
Hey, David, I had a question. If I could ask you, it might be a long-winded, so tell me to fuck off if it's too much.
All right.
Okay, so I got a camper.
Fuck off.
Okay.
No, I was just.
Okay. Good night. We'll see you later. No. Okay. Anyways, I got a camper, and up at this place in the bush, and there's like 6 or 7 other campers, and there's this guy named Daryl. And he's like a fucking replica of Sean Hawkins, like total replica. Like he's a fucking hick, motherfucking lying piece of shit. But we still respect each other. I like him as a person, but every time we get around the campfire at night and like the kids are in bed, and we always get talking about, he's like this big science buff he just is a worshiper of science and space and NASA. And so we always get, every single time, it's happened like 9 or 10 times, we get into this fight, and it's always like good, but we'll be there for 2 hours talking about flat Earth and all this shit, and it's always a dead end.
Well, bring him up on my show, man.
I would love to, man. But so anyways, it's so funny. He just called me, like 20 minutes ago, and it's so funny. Like he randomly called me. He's like, "I just wanted to wish you Merry Christmas." And it was the last person I've ever thought would ever call me. We just had our numbers just to camping or whatever. And but anyways, and so yeah, first thing he said was something about science and about this new gravity and a stick in a tube. And I was like, yeah, it's electromagnetism. And he was like, oh, well, fuck, you're right. And I was like, yeah, man. So like it's different from gravity. But then he totally went back into the whole paradigm of gravity, and you're wrong and wrong and wrong. And then he invited me for a beer. He's like, on Saturday, I want you to come over and have beer. And it's so funny how like it's just like having a conversation, but he likes it. He's like, man, I just wanted to say Merry Christmas, and I love our conversations, even though they get heated and we fucking hate each other half the time. He's like, I enjoy having the fucking conversations. There's something about it, like getting into a fight and fucking like hating each other, but always the next day it's like, we'll have a coffee and talk about like gold panning or fucking do whatever else. It's always funny.
M-ball, prove the fucking distance to the moon. Scientifically proven. If you tell me about some goddamn radio wave bullshit, you don't even know what you're even shooting into. Okay, you can't tell me the medium. You can't tell me what kind of propagation that medium is. What if we're dealing with plasma or anything else? Prove that fucking distance.
Yeah, you can't move on to Mars until you solve the issues with the moon.
And guess what?
Don't you know that?
It's my show. I can move on to whatever the fuck I want to.
Yeah, you can't talk about Mars. You hush up about that, Dave.
Yeah, don't you talk about it. Mars is real, and we're going to go there one day. You'll see, because Elon's going to take us there.
He's only happy when you talk about Uranus.
Yeah, really. Yeah, you got more chance of going to Uranus than you do Mars. I'll tell you that right now.
Hey, but hey, Dave, so I was wondering if you could give me some pointers, because I'm gonna go have a beer with him, because he's like, hold that thought. Well, come have a beer with me on Saturday, and we'll talk about gravity. And I know all about gravity, but I don't know all the best pointers. And I know like a bunch. I've heard like a bunch of the explanations, but I don't know all the actual like good terminology and shit. Like, because it's not provable, right? It's not like to be science, you need to have something that you can experiment with and like change the variables and all this shit. But I don't have the vocabulary to explain it. And I was gonna ask if you could give me like a brief, and I'm gonna write it down. A few things.
I got something for you. All right, this is I got just at least a couple of things. So I'll display these up here, and you can. Let me see where are they at. Okay, I gotta go to. Who do I want to send those to? I'll send them to Johnny so that he's got them too. Okay, so uno momento.
Thanks for doing this. I'm sorry to fucking. I'm to change the subject.
Well, I just saved these the other day, because of these ass hats. Okay, and then I'm gonna bring them up on screen. All right. So let me go over here. This is how I transfer shit. I send stuff to somebody in Messenger. All right, so let me download that, and let me take this to here, and I'll download that too. All right, so I want to stop this screen. I want to present. Oh, I got to bring this up. All right, there we go. Okay, so you got 3 types of different variables that need to be used in a scientific experiment. All right, see you later, Johnny. Have a good night, man. Let me bring this up. Okay. Need an independent variable. Okay, the factor being tested. There can only be one per experiment. So in the case of gravity, that would be gravity. We're testing gravity, right? Okay. So a question you can ask is, what did I purposely change to see if it made a difference? Then you have a dependent variable. That's a factor that is changed or affected, usually measured. It changes because of the IV, depends on the IV. What did I observe or measure that was different between my groups? Okay. And then you have control variables. So when you've got an experiment, and especially with gravity, there has to be an independent variable, which is gravity. Now, have they identified and isolated the independent variable in order to be able to manipulate it to cause a different effect on the dependent variable? Also, you have control variables, okay? And these are constants, things that have not changed. In other words, you have the same temperature environment, the same air pressure environment, blah, 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 blah. And the only thing that you change is the independent variable to see if the effect on the dependent variable, in other words, the thing dropping or rising or whatever, changes the rate of acceleration or whatever the case may be, whatever it is you're looking for. So in the case of gravity, the independent variable of gravity itself has never been isolated nor modulated in order to manipulate the effects on the dependent variable or the DV. You dig?
Yeah, that's awesome. No, I was going to write it down, but now I'm just going to take a screenshot on full screen on YouTube.
Okay.
Yeah, that's great.
So now we get to, oops, went the wrong way. So then in an experiment, both the IV and the DV must be measurable. Okay. There are usually 2 values of the independent variable: noise or no noise, smoke or non-smoker, male or female. Those are just like examples, right? These determine the conditions of the experiment. The conditions can be arranged in several different ways. There can be more than 2 conditions. So you can manipulate the conditions to see if that will change your independent variable as well. temperature. You can see if there's any correlation between air pressure, temperature, whatever the case may be within the experiment. None of this has been done. Like, for instance, with Cavendish, they just assumed because these two weights came together. Was there any manipulation of that independent variable done through any controls? For instance, a 100-pound weight and a 2-ounce weight. Will the 2-ounce weight draw toward one as it sits still? Will they draw together? These are the things that were never actually verified. Also, there was never any way to rule out any other factors that could be involved with the so-called demonstration, because as we pointed out, there's no experiment. It's just a demonstration, and somebody said this is why this happens. Real simple.
Yeah. So no, and it's like, so I know I've heard this numerous times, so how do I explain this? Because like gravity is just a word. Like it is nothing. Like it's just a word. Like,
well,
because it's never been proven to be anything. It's just a fucking word. And like I've heard numerous explanations throughout the years, but it's like years ago, and I'm just having a hard time.
Gravity comes from the word gravitas. Gravitas means weight. Okay.
Yeah.
So gravity is weight. What is weight?
There's no way to experiment on gravity.
Actually, if you do with that, can I manipulate the weight of an object by changing its medium? Absolutely, I can. Absolutely, I can. An anvil in mercury is a perfect example of that. A man in a swimming pool is another great example of that, especially freshwater compared to salt water. And
but
by
that goes
increasing,
back to
by increasing the salt content of the water, I can make the person become more buoyant. I can make things become more buoyant. Why? Because I increase the density of the medium. So there are IVs and DVs that can be manipulated right there. Okay, so I often explain gravity in the terms of weight. Yes, things fall due to gravity. Things fall due to weight. Same thing. Okay.
But gravity is just a word. Like Jim Bob did this big stream where he explained it so perfectly. I got to go back and find it, but it was like 2 years ago. And it's like gravity is just a word. Gravity cannot be experimented on. It's impossible because there's nothing there. You cannot change anything. You can't touch it. You can't experiment.
Right.
It's
gravity in the sense. Okay, right. Gravity in the sense that it's some kind of a mystical force. You're absolutely right. If we use the word gravity in the context of the word gravitas, meaning weight, well, then by all means, we can manipulate gravity. We can manipulate the gravity or the weight of an object by changing the medium that it's in, because it's all buoyancy and density, right?
Yeah.
But
if you use it the way
gravity is a word, it's just misused. Okay. So what is weight? Now you're going to get the next question. What is weight? Weight is an object's relative density within a given medium.
It's just like what is math or time? Gravity is just like math or time. Like they're a construct used to measure something.
No, I don't think you're really picking up what I'm laying down, Bearsworth. Gravity has a meaning, but it's being misused to represent a mystical force that's never been proven to exist.
Exactly.
All right. So as I said, gravitas or gravity means weight. Okay. So things do fall because of their weight. In other words, their gravity or their gravitas. So now we have to dissect what is weight. Weight is the relative density per volume of an object within a given medium. So what does that mean? If an object weighs more than the amount of medium that it displaces, it will sink. If something weighs less than the amount of medium that it displaces, it will rise. That's it.
But you're just explaining buoyancy and density.
Yes,
so gravity
which has to do with weight. Now, this brings me to the buoyancy formula. They always have the explanation of the formula, meaning acceleration due to gravity or weight due to gravity. Well, you could say acceleration or weight due to unicorn farts. That's an assumption.
It's a
That's
fake
an
word.
assumption.
It doesn't mean anything.
So weight due to weight. Okay, what is weight? Weight is the relative density per volume of an object within a given medium. And that's it. It's displacement. It's all based on displacement principles. Archimedes predates Newton by almost 2,000 years. So how could Archimedes have come up with his buoyancy formulas without using gravity? Because he used weight. All they've done is incorporate gravity by saying weight due to gravity or acceleration due to gravity, right? Any place where they're using that G can just as easily be replaced with an A for acceleration. It could just as easily be. And because it's not the force itself that they're saying it's due to that. It's just an observation. It's not the cause. And you can't have the cause and the effect be the same thing.
Yeah. And then they bring up the experiment with the feather and the brick or whatever in a vacuum that falls at the same rate.
Ain't that crazy? Ain't that crazy? I wonder why. Probably because both a feather and a brick are both much more dense than nothing.
Exactly. Buoyancy and density.
Now, let's go the other way. Let's go the other way. Let's increase the medium. Let's put it in water. Now, what rate did they fall at?
Exactly. No, it's so funny. But they bring it up as it's a proof for gravity. And we're just like, that's an obvious proof that gravity is bullshit. Because it's retarded.
It is. But it's there again, always with the cause and effect. And this is why when you start pinning them down, I don't care about the effect you're witnessing. Yeah. You're ascribing it to gravity. Okay. Prove gravity.
Yeah. How do you manipulate gravity? We can manipulate electricity. We can manipulate magnetism. So those are two things. You cannot manipulate gravity. No. You can't see it. You can't touch it. You can't smell it. You can't manipulate it. It's not fucking there. It's just like everything they do. Everything's a boogeyman, just like viruses, just like everything just like terrorists, like I'm not saying terrorists don't exist, but everything they scare us with is invisible. It's fucking crazy.
Well, it's not really anything to be scared of, but it is that magic little seasoning that they have to use on everything in order to make it work. Funny how it was come about in the year 1666, huh? But that's what they have to have. So they have this unproven theory, right? That now we're going to ascribe it to other objects that we witness without any proof of that being the cause of what we're witnessing is what we think it is. For instance, moons orbiting fucking Jupiter. How do you know those are moons orbiting an orb? How do you actually know any of this? You don't know anything for certain. And so they just make claim after claim after claim, and people accept it merely because of their perception deception. And Greg's here with us tonight. How you doing, Greg?
Hey, guys.
Okay.
Let me just jump on real quick.
Yeah, man.
Because the moon reflection thing. So I remember when I was just starting out with flat Earth stuff, and I found they glanced over an issue of this December 1966 version of National Geographic, and it talks about lasers, and this is before they planted any retro reflectors on the moon. Can I just read this? It's only like a paragraph.
Yeah, go for it. Go for it.
The laser's enormous advantage lies in its almost perfectly parallel or collimated radiation. When passed through a telescope in reverse, the beam diverges as little as a third of an inch in a mile of travel and thus dissipates its power very slowly. 4 years ago, before 1966, so 1962, a ruby laser, considerably smaller than those now available, shot a series of pulses at the moon 240,000 miles away. The beams illuminated a spot less than 2 miles in diameter and were reflected back to Earth with enough strength to be measured by ultrasensitive electronic equipment. The beam of a high quality searchlight, if it reached that far, would spread out to several times the moon's 2,160 mile diameter. Such fantastic directivity, whatever. But that's the only blurb it talks about. And I wanted to get, I bought this and I took it to work to show a friend, and it fell apart in my bag. But
yeah, the binding on those,
like,
you got to be careful. I've got one from 1926, I think.
Wow.
Really, really old.
Yeah. And they're consecutive. So it's like page 1. There's no page 1 on here. It picks up from the year or the month before. So
I got you.
These pages are in the 800s, and you're like, okay, so this is...
Yeah, because they're volumes.
Yeah.
They're volumes, yeah.
I just wanted to share that because... and then from this, I took it to work to show a guy, and he was like, that's bullcrap. And then I looked into it more, and then once you start looking into, like, MIT was bouncing lasers off the moon and receiving signals back in, like, I think 52, I think. But in the 50s, like, so that's not something new that only came about because NASA put a freaking mirror on the moon so it could bounce back signals.
Right. Well, you have to wonder, what's it really doing? Is it absorbing and then coming back? And also I have a real hard time with their shit. It's just like with that spectroscopy. And we picked up this faint thing because let's think about this. This fucking laser. You shoot this thing 238,000 miles. It's going to spread out to about the size of fucking New York City by the time it gets there. I mean, what do you say? 1/3 of an inch per mile? Let's do that. Let's go 0.33, 1.33 times, if you got a calculator handy, I don't have mine here.
I don't know.
1.33 times 238,000. Okay, and that'll give you the idea how big that fucking beam would get. And then you got to figure it's not going to be sending back like you send it from here. It's not going to be a narrow beam, strong beam from here. And then that reflection is going to have to come back. That dissipated fucking light is bouncing back. So the entire amount of travel of that light is going to be almost 500,000 miles.
Yeah.
Bullshit. I'm sorry, bullshit. You know,
sometimes the moon looks so close you can shoot it with a gun.
You're not. No, I'm sorry. That whole speed of light thing, I'm not down with that either. I can debunk the speed of light in just a couple of seconds. It's real easy. And all you have to do is just think about it. So let's suppose that I put you 3 light seconds away from me. Okay, in other words, the distance away that it would take, the distance that light would travel in 3 seconds, that's how far away I put you from me. And we're both holding on to a really long rod. Really, really long rod. Okay, so it takes light 3 seconds to get from me to you. But if I jerked on that rod, would you feel it tug immediately, or would it take 3 seconds for you to feel it?
I would think immediately.
Of course. Speed of light debunked.
Nice. Thanks. I just want to say that, and I'll jump back off.
All right. Well, you ain't got to go nowhere.
Interesting find.
I was going to say thank you to Dave. Yeah, man, thanks for answering my questions, and I'll jump off. But it was so funny you brought up National Geographic. It gave me such a brainstorm about something funny, but I'll say
you probably hid in the bathroom looking at topless natives and shit with that.
I was just gonna say that, man. I was gonna be like, what kind of social programming, like National Geographic? We, like, as a kid, my parents were hardcore. We had a subscription to that the whole time I was growing up. And so it was cool because there's so many cool stories about lions and mountain fucking sheep and fucking all this shit. And we all read through them. They're in the bathroom. They're everywhere. But then there was all these pictures of fucking chicks with fucking their tits out and all this stuff. But, it was always, native people and, but it was that part of like the Tavistock bullshit social programming to make them look like animals or something. And not to say like
Sure.
I don't believe that, but I believe like it's part of that.
Sure. Look,
Tavistock.
man, you know, you've heard everybody talking about, oh, lemmings. They're so retarded they just follow each other off of a cliff in a mass suicide, right? They had a Disney film for kids showing this happen. You know, those animals don't do that. It came out that they were pushing those fucking things off that cliff to make that movie. It's like they just lie to you about shit.
Yeah, just
the
to prove
lemmings don't go commit suicide and jump off the fucking cliffs into the sea and shit.
Yeah,
they were pushing them.
They had some birds that did that too, that just ran themselves into the rock or something when they're old or something like that. Just another social programming. Yeah, it was like some birds that once they got too old, they would just commit suicide.
Yeah,
and that was like
gateway to eugenics.
That was like back in the day, social programming us to believe that, you know, we should fucking commit suicide once you get too old.
Right. Euthanasia. It's
Yeah.
part of the eugenics program. Absolutely, man.
And
You
in Canada, man, I'm in Canada. They're pushing this, man. I'm seeing it firsthand. It's fucking insane, man. They're pushing it on like just anybody now. Like I don't even know the numbers, but it's insane. Like people, if you have like just dementia, or if you're poor, or you just have like depression, they're like, oh well, here's MAID. There's actually a program in Canada. It's called MAID.
I've heard about this. That they just go
they
ahead
have the same thing with Obamacare.
But in Canada, man, we're actually doing it. There's actually statistics. I don't know the numbers.
They're doing it here too. It's not just there.
It's something crazy, like 4,000 or 6,000. Like there's actually people doing it. Yeah, it's nuts.
Yeah, that's it was you know, I can see in some cases where if somebody's quality of life and they decide that, you know, there's no cure for what's going on with me. It's my decision. You know, I'm in a lot of pain and I don't want to go through this anymore. Hey man, I think that's cool. Go with some dignity, right? That's great. But what they're doing with that is they're just like, oh, you might be bummed out or something. Come on down here and get in a pod. You know, it's like, well, fuck, man. You know, that's your first solution right off. Yeah, life sucks. End it. Yeah.
Oh man, I can totally see that too. Is that this is just the normalization of it? But then they'll announce that. Like it's funny you said jump in the pod, the whole eugenics. But then the whole thing about getting into the computer, they'll be like, oh, you don't have to die. You don't have to live a shitty life. You could get into this computer and live a happy life, or we'll give you all this money.
Right.
Yeah, it's fucking crazy.
Sure, I'm sure that's legit.
Yeah.
Come on, man. Yeah, I mean, no.
We'll download your mind into the computer and you can live a happy life in the computer.
I'd have to have somebody prove to me beyond a fucking doubt. I would have to have somebody that's going ahead to die. They're terminal and they're going to go through with this fucking thing. I would tell them a secret that only they would know. Okay. And then let them go ahead and do that. Let's see you upload their consciousness to this computer. And then I would ask that motherfucking computer consciousness to tell me what I told them and see if that fucking thing could do it. Because I don't believe they can do it. You might be able to make a program to mimic someone. You know, we've been mimicking shit all over the place. I mean, they use CGI to mimic all kinds of shit. But as far as it being, you know, you can put a consciousness into one of these fucking things. No, I don't believe so.
They can't take your soul, man. Your soul doesn't belong to them, man.
No.
Fuck, that's bullshit.
Has to be a willing contract. Everything has to be a willing contract. They can't have it unless you willingly give it to them.
And it's not for sale. It's inalienable. They can't put a lien against it.
That just made me think, though, man. Sell your soul to the devil, man. Maybe that's just a trick to make a bunch of people sell their soul to the devil, but they're just telling them to put their soul into the mainframe.
Yeah, I would say that's probably a rudimentary trick by the whatever entity. Yeah. I mean, who would be dumb enough to think that? Who
a
would be
lot of
dumb enough
fucking
to think
people.
that?
A lot, so many people. Like we're a
Yeah, I
minority.
can't believe I even asked that. Yeah. I mean, for real. I mean, I'm astonished at myself that I even asked such a stupid shit thing.
All of us on these channels would be like, "Fuck you, go fuck yourself." But like, man, mainstream, man,
I don't
most
know.
people.
There's more and more people coming privy to it and stuff, you know, and like me, I never miss an opportunity. I was up here at our supermarket in town here today, and of course had to go get puppy treats, and right there by where the dog treats are at, there's the magazine rack. And there was a National Geographic, and on the cover was the King Tut death mask thing, right? And I'm looking at it and thinking about how fucking ridiculous that looks with that chicken on there now. It's got the snake and the chicken. And I'm like, what the fuck? You know, I'm looking at this and how weird it is. And the guy was walking by, and I just showed it to him. I says, don't that look ridiculous? And he looked at it real funny. He goes, yeah. And I says, man, it used to just be a snake. Now it's a snake and a bird. What's going on? He goes, that's weird. That's the King Tut? And I said, yeah, that's one of a bunch of stuff that's changed really weird. And I opened up his eyes to a few Mandela effects, you know, and it's like, here's some seeds. I'm out like Johnny Appleseed dropping this shit all over the place, man, on people.
Yeah.
You know? And that guy was like, wow, that's really weird. And I brought up a couple other, you know, real obvious ones. And I says, you got to look into it. And I told him to look to Brian Staley's channel on YouTube. You'll find a shitload of stuff about it. And he's like, all right, I'll do that. Thanks. He says, man, that's really crazy. Even had an opportunity to point out a brand that was in his fucking cart. I says, I see you got some stovetop stuff. And he goes, yeah, I've liked that stuff since I was a kid. And I says, but didn't you notice that it's Kraft? And he goes, what? He says, did Kraft buy him? I says, no, it's always been Kraft. He goes, no, it hasn't. I said, that's another one, bro. It's great. And I didn't have to lock him in the grocery store, Brian Staley.
But first, you got to say you were looking in the National Geographic to see if there's any tits in it.
No. I've kind of like moved on beyond, you know, it's like, you know, if you've seen as many tits as I've seen in my life, Bearsworth.
I know. I'm
just
just
joking.
joking. I'm joking.
Right? They're no big deal.
Well, no, and even the National Geographic it's even when you were a kid, you're like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I like some of them bush chicks, you know, them ones that you know, they look like a couple of fried eggs hanging on a nail.
No, but some you never whack, like you never be like, oh, that's hot. You're just like, holy fuck, what the fuck is that? That's
yeah,
crazy.
right. You take what you can get, though, you know, I guess. So is there any more intimate secrets regarding you in the National Geographic that you wish to reveal on the Sovereign Soul channel tonight, Bearsworth?
Me?
Yeah.
No, I just thought that was cool. But anyways, thanks for the ammo for gravity, man. I'm gonna go back and screen capture that shit you put down.
Well, don't just do that. Don't just do that. Don't just grab a script. Understand it, man. Look into it too.
No, I do understand it. The thing I just have a hard time articulating it.
Sure enough,
yeah.
I dig.
Yeah, but yeah, no. So I'm gonna screen capture it and then I can articulate it better.
Right.
And yeah, no, I totally understand it. It doesn't exist in reality. It's not a real thing. Like that's what we actually have to come to terms with. Is gravity is bullshit. It's a term they made out of thin air. And you can go back through the history lines, and that's what you're doing too. I think you're even going too far into it because you're going down the history and making it into something that is not. They've just created a fucking word that is nothing.
Well, you know, that's because look, we say this, right? Have you ever heard the term, you know, so the gravity of the situation? Does that mean that some things are attracting together, or does that mean that there's a great weight? This is a really heavy situation.
Pressure, yeah.
It means that it's a heavy situation, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so we're there, and even in that term, the gravity of the situation or the gravity of what this guy said didn't mean that things were attracted together, did it? It meant that it carried a lot of weight, which is where the word gravitas comes from. Gravity comes from gravitas, which means weight. What is weight? Weight is relative density per volume in a given medium. Nothing more, nothing less. And there it is. So if technically they want to say things fall due to gravity, in a technical sense, and they're meaning it to mean some kind of a weird force or some mysterious leprechaun magic. But all it really is that, yes, things fall because of weight. Right. Absolutely. And things rise because of weight as well.
Yeah. Well, but then you get into electrostatics and they can defy gravity. Why is that? Like, look at Witzer gets it. Like his explanations, man. I'm trying to show him Witzer gets it, and that's the one thing. Like they hear these names, they're like, "Oh, who fucking Witzer gets it?"
The electrostatics is proven to be 36 times the magnitude of what gravity is claimed to be.
Exactly. That's what I was telling him tonight. I was like, I thought I said like it's like some crazy like 40 times the power of
36 orders. It's 36 orders of magnitude.
Yeah, more powerful than gravity. Yeah. So is gravity making things go down, or is it electromagnetism? Something that's like provably by your own science more powerful.
I believe that the condition is set by the electrostatics. Buoyancy and density sorts the rest out.
Exactly. That's exactly what I said to him today. Exactly what I said is that I believe buoyancy and density is the root cause of everything, and electromagnetism just shows up and down, up and down.
It's just like let me see if I can find that real quick. There we go. So this was interesting. I love to show this. Hold on a second. Let me stop it and get it ready to share. So the buoyancy and density aspect of it, right, was, why the downward bias? Okay, well, like I say, this is why I say that I think it sets the condition, because what we see these balloons react to, and I'll bring you up in a second, Zerzus. What this demonstrates, you see it going in a linear or in a horizontal fashion, reacting to the buoyancy and density of the air inside of this vehicle. So let me bring this up real quick. I'm going to share the screen and bring this up. Yeah, let me bring it. All right, here we go.
You have a balloon that's floating, a balloon that's just hanging in the air. And we're going to see if there's any difference. And boy, what do you think? Would there be a difference?
I don't know. I think that maybe this one will be a little bit more grounded. Because I don't know. That's just that's my hypothesis.
Let's try it. So Sarah, go ahead and punch it. All right, emergency stop. Yeah. Did you see what we did? Right? When we accelerated, we got pushed backwards essentially, but the balloon went forward.
It did. It went forward.
What's going on?
I don't know. Is it just because of the weight of what's inside, the gas?
You're on the right track.
Okay.
This van is filled with gas. It's filled with air.
Yeah.
Sarah, go ahead and punch it again. Goes forward. Emergency stop. Quick. Goes back.
Wow.
Okay. The air inside of the van is actually at rest. When she accelerates, more air gets back here, and up front where they are, there's a little bit less air.
And is that why
It's
the
a little bit
balloon
less
is
dense.
drawn that way?
Yeah. Helium balloons float upwards into the upper atmosphere because it's less dense higher that you go.
Huh.
Okay, so it's trying to find a place where the density of the air is equal to its density.
Oh, that's so fucking cool.
Yeah, do it again, Sarah. One more time.
That's so fucking cool, man. That's crazy.
Oh, it's just so
As I'm drawn forward, the balloon's coming back at me.
back. So we're going to actually try going through a loop-de-loop up here. See what happens when we go in a circle with our balloons.
Okay.
So let's take us around this loop pretty quick. We'll make a left-hand turn fast.
And they're going off.
They're going
Wow.
opposite directions.
directions.
And the line connecting them almost even looks the same.
It does.
All right, punch it. Goes forward and give a stop. And it goes back. Good thing you're wearing the seatbelt.
Yeah, and you can hear my emergency pulling it.
So I thought you'd think that's kind of cool. So was there like gravity in the sides of the car or in the front and the back of the car that's causing that to sway?
I've never seen that. That's so fucking crazy. So the orange one was helium, and then the other one was just air.
Yeah,
that's fucking insane. So yeah, it's even define it fucking left and right. Man, that's crazy.
I would have to. I would have to say it's more of a buoyancy and fluid density experiment than a gravity experiment in itself. I don't know.
It was. That's exactly what it was. It's a gravity experiment. What would be a gravity experiment?
Because gravity is fucking fake.
Well, no, that's what I'm saying. What kind of an experiment would you do to actually for gravity?
Well,
don't even bring up Cavendish because that wasn't an experiment and it wasn't scientific. It was just.
But yeah, when the car accelerates, all of the heavy particles are going to go to the back of the car, and the lighter ones are going to. It's going to like separate the particles that you can't see.
Well, it's just making it more.
That's the perfect experiment to show buoyancy and density, because even like because you're a moving object, but the heavier shit is going to get left behind, and the lighter shit is going to stay in front. But a balloon that is helium is always going to want to go where the helium is going to want to go.
It's going to want to go to seeking equal relative density.
Yeah, that's such a cool fucking.
Because
I was thinking Cavendish, but there's that's I already know better than to bring Cavendish up to you.
Well, Cavendish didn't have any independent variable that was ever adjusted. I mean, was there different weights and materials used to verify what controls are in place on this whole thing? It's a great exercise in pseudoscience. But in reality, you don't even have an independent variable that you're trying to actually manipulate. We have everything else is there. We know everything else is there. We know that there's the principles of buoyancy and density, which of course predate Newton by almost 2,000 years. I think it's like 1,800 years. Archimedes came out with the principles of buoyancy. And of course, that was dependent upon weight. Okay. And of course, as we've shown, even with the anvil, if you have ever known anybody that's overweight that had to do any kind of physical therapy, they usually have them do that in a pool because it's buoyancy. In fact, what do they call the big pool that NASA has? A neutral buoyancy lab, right? Because you're reducing your weight by increasing the density of the medium.
Well, you're not necessarily reducing your weight. I mean, you're reducing the amount of force needed to lift your weight, but your weight is still your weight.
Your weight
is
going to be
changing the weight.
It's dependent upon the medium that you're immersed in. It's wholly dependent upon that. Sure, it is. That's why an anvil will float in mercury. In mercury, it's essentially no more than like a piece of wood to manipulate.
So yes, I'm also the Wandering Penguin. By the way, I started a new radio show under the Wandering Penguin where I play some of the best indie artists on the YouTube.
Oh, nice. Well, it's a radio show, or is it on YouTube?
It's on YouTube where I just go on and I announce the artist and make sure to give them their links and everything so that they get people to go over and give them some love,
Who else does that? Doc Danger?
Yeah.
Doc Danger does that too. He's got some pretty good artists I've seen out there.
Yeah, I was invited up on Doc Danger's the other day, but a week ago or so, but I missed it. I ended up having to do, work.
Yeah, shit's always coming up. Stuff we gotta keep our world together. It's kind of weird this time of year. Everything's all wonky wonky. I mean, I had to take my trash out today, which is not the normal day, and that's kind of throwing me off because of this Christmas bullshit that everybody does every year. And then now we got the big reset marker that we do every year. Within our reset of resets, and resets our Russian nesting doll of resets. And soon everybody's going to gather together and harmony and watch a ball fall down in Times Square and make a bunch of promises to themselves that they have absolutely no intention of keeping. And, that's going to be the big reset. And then everything's going to be supposedly changed and different because the midnight happened. And then we're going to go into a whole nother year of resets, weekly, daily, monthly, yearly resets. And have their little markers. We'll have their little markers. We'll have Valentine's Day, and then we'll have St. Patrick's Day, and then it's going to be April Fool's and Easter, and then it's going to be Mother's Day. And we have all these little fucking markers, and we just do it over and over and over and over and over again. Keep grinding along in this little fucking treadmill of bullshit.
Yeah, it's sad, man. That's why, man, I'm so fucked up with my, fuck.
I mean, I know that sounds but if you really, get out of that, that's what I do. I get out of that. And this year was crazy because usually you're bombed with, Christmas music and Christmas decorations and people doing all this Christmas bullshit. And this year I didn't see any of that hardly. I mean, there's a couple neighbors put up Christmas decorations. I think this is the luckiest year I've ever had. I've only been hit by like 2 Christmas songs all season.
Nice.
Yeah.
I don't usually do like a Christmas thing on my channel or anything. I kind of find it a little plastic when people go up there and, oh, we're doing the Christmas thing. Oh, why? Because you have to. So I don't really do it, but on my radio show, there were a couple artists that ended up putting out some Christmas stuff, and I ended up playing that. It wasn't really Christmas stuff, I wouldn't say, because the artists that I get are usually on the different realm of things.
Right.
Some of them believe in conspiracies or whatnot, and some don't.
Well, this is the thing. It's like so far, we've been like batting at least 90% on these so-called conspiracy theories. I mean, now as everything starts coming out, it's amazing. It's amazing the amount of shit that we've been right about, and the more right we are and the more of it that comes out and people are going, hey, did you know? It cracks me up because I see people come along all the time and they'll say, hey, did you know this, that, and the other? And I'm like, yeah, I've been knowing that for a long time. Been trying to tell you.
Well, there's some conspiracy theories that I deem are absolutely harmless, and one of those I would say is the whole Mandela effect thing. It's the most harmless so-called conspiracy theory out there. But then you have ones that do cause some harm, and they're like the whole Q type ideas and things like that. And those, I believe, are the type of people that are as you've said before, preying on the minds of the weak.
Oh yeah, man. They don't even take a minute to even dissect it. It's like, wait a second, man. Something tells me I heard trust the plan. And you start looking into it and you find out that was the same psyop that the Russians used to keep the whites down during the finalization of the Bolshevik Revolution, man. It's like, are you shitting me, man? Oh, just hang tight. There's good guys in government coming. Trust the plan. Meanwhile, they're getting everything in place, getting entrenched, ready to go.
They get worse, not better.
As far as like pseudoscience, I thought that was a good title. Now, I'm not a scientist, I'm a caregiver. But when you call something pseudoscience, you have to first describe what science is.
Right. Absolutely.
And that would be a good question of what do you think science is versus what do you think pseudoscience is?
Okay, so science is the use of a scientific process in order to discover truths, to uncover and unlock various mysteries of nature, if possible. Okay, and the way this is done is you see something, you wonder, okay, I wonder why this is happening. You postulate a hypothesis. In other words, you give your idea, a theory, why I think this is happening. Okay. And so then through careful experimentation using independent variables, dependent variables, and controlled variables. We isolate each of the independent variables, manipulate independent variables, watch the effect and note the effect, and see if our hypothesis is correct. If not, we still make the notes, we tell why it wasn't correct, and we go back to the observation and postulation of a hypothesis once again.
And when you come up with a confirmed answer, how do you determine that it is a confirmed answer?
By getting at least close to, and in most cases, absolutely 100% repetitive results from your from repeating the experiment. In other words, you do it once with this, you get this reading. You do it again, you get the same reading. Do it again, get another reading. Okay, so we've confirmed that we're going to get this consistently when these variables are all set like this. Now, what happens when I manipulate independent variable, whatever I'm checking for? Or what does manipulating independent variable do to the dependent variables? Then you continue, you do those same experimentations. You make sure that your controls are the same. And
so basically you're saying that the gold standard would be being able to repeat it.
Absolutely.
Repeatable. Everything should be able to be repeated.
Demonstrable and repeatable. What they've conned people into, and Tesla warned about that a long time ago, and it was with this pushing of this huge PR campaign of Einstein, is this idea that mathematics is reality. No, it is not. Mathematics is just like anything else. Like I'm sure you're familiar with the term GIGO, garbage in, garbage out, as it refers to computers. The information that comes out of the computer is only as good as the information that has been put into the computer. So if I make a mathematical formula that works out, okay, that's all well and good. But if components of that equation are assumptive or wrong or just plain made up, even though the mathematics work out, the answer is still just made up. Because
one of those that you like to mention with that would be the distance of the stars and stuff like that. That is, you could change the scale and it would still all work out the same, which technically it would, except there's a huge problem with that. In order to change the scale of reality, being the stars and the distance of the stars, distance being a measurement, which can be broken down into feet, then you would also have to scale down yourself, meaning as I'm 6'2" tall, I would then have to be much smaller in comparison by the size you scaled it down. So if you went down from,
that's not true at all. That's not true at all.
I
Otherwise,
this
miniatures
reality.
wouldn't work. Miniatures in movies wouldn't work. I could actually, if the sizes of everything in the sky, in other words, the distances of
reality.
speed,
Okay,
just a second.
Sorry. Yep.
So you would have no idea if it was scaled down or even scaled up, because the apparent size and the apparent distances you see of these things wouldn't change. That's how scale works. Okay. They would still appear to you to be the same, but in reality, in other words, if I doubled the distance of everything, including speeds and everything else like that in distances, you would be completely unaware of it, because it would still have the same appearance. It would still have the same appearance.
Well, each of the stars would spread out from each other the same.
No. I make them relative to scale of what you're seeing.
Right. That would mean you'd have to change the size of me.
No, I wouldn't.
That's the only way to make it relative to scale.
Why would I need to? I don't need to change the size. I don't need, hold on. Inside a planetarium, I can represent the entire night sky, and it looks just like it does outside, exactly like it does outside, but it's only a matter of feet away from you.
Well, the planetarium is from one point of reference in the middle of a room.
Well, no, you can sit in all different areas.
It's not like you can navigate with it. I mean, I've heard you make this argument. No, you can't, because it's in a room in one point of reference.
Right. And so then all you have to do is change the projector, right? That's all you have to do is change the projector so that now the coordinates are of another place, and you
Well,
can
it's
check
not
those
navigation
stars. You
in
can hold
its
on, wait a second. You
definition.
could check those stars with a fucking sextant inside the planetarium, compare it to a reading outside at the exact same time, and it will give you the same numbers. It will give you the exact same numbers, but in the
Well, it
case,
wouldn't give everybody in the planetarium the same numbers because they're all standing in different positions of the planetarium.
no, they would absolutely, because the thing is, what you're looking at is a representation of the night sky from one geographical point that is fed into that projector. Okay, so in other words, if I go down here to the JMU, to the James Madison University in Harrisonburg, and I go in their planetarium, they can set that thing to be what the sky looks like from the James Madison University right at that point in time, right? And you're going to see an exact representation from as what you see outside. Absolutely. Perfectly the same. And so even if you are there, right there from that, yes, in the center of the room, it's going to be the same thing. So if I were to set an azimuth or take a reading, yeah, great. Now we want to see what's it like in Hillsborough, North Carolina.
And you can do this with a sextant.
Sure. Why couldn't you? You're just, all you're doing is looking at the angles of the apparent angles of lights in the sky. Those apparent angles are being accurately represented, just scaled.
Well, I can't. So my guess is that I'd like to see you repeat that.
I mean, why wouldn't you be? I mean, do you have to know the distance to any of the stars that you use with a sextant right now?
Well, you'd have to know how to use a sextant, and I
Well,
don't know how
okay,
to
but
use
I
a
mean, would it
sextant. So
is the distance to these stars necessary in a
Yes,
sextant
it is.
calculation?
I don't understand how these people are so fucking retarded, Sov. You need a triangulation. It's called triangulation. You need at least two angles, two distances to
position,
fucking
yes.
triangulate how far it is.
Yes,
How are
a
you fucking so
position.
retarded? You with one line, you can't fucking figure out how far something is away. It's
A
like common
position.
sense.
All you would need is a position of like Polaris to Cygnus. You would not
Yeah,
need
and you
to
don't
know
know
their
that
weight.
you don't know that length. So
You don't.
you're
all
short.
you have to know
So
is
all
when
you
you're-
need are your angles between these points, right?
Right. The sailors just use visual references.
Hold on, the distances are not are irrelevant. All you're calculating is the relative angle between these different celestial bodies and you. That's
Right.
all. Okay.
Right. How
Well,
far apart they look to you.
if I represent those on a domed ceiling, scaled so that it's exactly the same as it is outside, and that their angular distance from one another are exactly the same as what you see outside, yes, your measurements will come to the same, exactly the same.
Well, but it's also going to change if your distance apart is different too. If your one length is different lengths, it's going to be a different distance. Like, I don't understand how.
So now you have a good hypothesis. We're
I
missing
just
the
don't
experimentation part.
understand how retarded people are. Like in trigonometry, you need two angles to figure out of distance. You need two angles. On Earth, you can't figure out the distance to a star. It's impossible. If you only have one length, the base. You can't figure out a fucking distance.
I didn't say that I knew a distance to a star, but okay.
So what I'm getting at is this: is that all we know is that these lights are fixed in the sky in a certain pattern. They do go around the Earth. They seem to go just slightly faster than the sun, so that every 28 days they lap our sun, and we come into a new star house, a star sign. And the sun is going just slightly faster than the moon, so that every 28 days we have a month or a moon cycle. This thing's a perfect clock. It's an absolute perfect clock. But as far as the stars are concerned, outside of what they call planets, these stars are fixed. Okay. And so we can use them for navigation. Now, the only thing that is necessary for that is knowing where the star is in relative position to a point on Earth. The distance doesn't matter. Not at all. You don't ever see any parallax between any of those stars from these distances. Okay. They just, all we see is that we know that if this is at this angle and this is at that angle, that puts us at this point on the Earth. Okay. Which of course is only able to be done with a flat base plane measurement.
Well, I wasn't arguing around or flat, but you mentioned that
just thought I'd throw that
aside from that works. Aside from the moving other lights, we'll call them planets, since that's what they're referred to normally. Sure. But the other moving lights that do move through the night sky, unlike the lights that don't move through the night sky,
right? Wandering stars.
There has to be a reason why that is, and one explanation that I know of is that they're much closer than the not wandering lights that are out there, and in a way that makes sense if you take a jet and you watch it at its highest altitude where it's a little bitty tiny speck. It's barely moving across the sky when another plane that's like, let's say, a prop plane is going much slower than that jet and moves across the sky much quicker off onto the, so it would,
it's closer to
kind of make sense they're closer to us than those further light objects.
Well, we don't ever see them parallax between each other like that.
Well, and just think about the numbers they give us. The numbers they give us are fucking insane.
I don't know if the numbers they give us are right. I know it's far away.
274,000 light years. Like, just take one of the numbers, the closest star, and actually mathematically, like, map it out and think about how far that is. Our closest star, let alone like the second closest star, the third, like, they're numbers you can't even fucking fathom. Like, it's fucking insane. Like, it's like the closest star we could never fathom even going there unless they have like warp fucking speed fucking quantum fucking wormholes. Like, yeah, it's insane. It's,
you see,
totally...
now that's the planetary movements, the wandering star movements projected over the flat Earth.
Wow, that's neat. So I got to ask you a question. Do you see where it makes loop-de-loos up there near the? What causes that motion? Everything, I think everything should stay in the same motion. I don't understand what would cause it to make that strange loop.
I have a theory. I think it's actually, I think based on the pattern that I'm seeing right there, and based on what I've seen of electromagnetic waves, you can do them with ferrofluid. You put some ferrofluid between two slides, and then when you put a magnet to it, with light, you put light around it, like LEDs, and it will show you the magnetic waves. They light up. It actually literally bends the light. And they have that same type of a look to them. That's my guess. That's my theory. That's the direction I'm going.
Well, but those are only so far. We're only at partial sciences, though. I mean, this is so far a show about pseudosciences, and we haven't had any experimentation shown that describes any of this to be anything other than just some guy's idea on the internet.
What are you talking about? I don't get what you're
talking about.
Your
idea. You just said it was your idea.
Yeah.
So, I mean, there has to be a provable experiment
wait a second.
Hold
the phone a second there, Zerzus. I never claimed to know what causes the motion of the wandering stars, or what you call planets. I never claimed to know that. Okay. I didn't make a claim about them. Okay. I showed you the pattern that they make as they traverse the flat Earth. Now I've got another one. I'll have to find it, that has them all broke down, each one of them, what they look like. Okay. Now, as far as what causes that, I don't fucking know. Neither do you. Nobody does. But it does really, really look the same as an electromagnetic pattern, like you see with electromagnetics through ferrofluid. Now, is that mean that's what's going on? No, I don't know. And I don't know how I would begin to even test such a thing. Okay.
The pseudoscientists that we're talking about, though, do have an explanation for it and do have ways of testing it in which
do they? Do they? Okay, so then let's go back to the
their
gravity.
idea.
Let's go back
It's
to
just
gravity
man's
then.
idea.
I mean, we'll start right at the basic, the crux of what holds their whole fucking bullshit together, and that's gravity. Okay. Where's that? Where's the science in that? And then we're going to ascribe it to other things that we don't know anything about. As we just demonstrated, we don't know anything about it.
Well, I know that the ball earthers have a mapity that you can follow.
They have a map?
A mapity, yeah. They have a
No,
mapity
they
that
don't. No, they don't.
you can follow
No,
that
they
mapity.
don't. No, they don't.
Of course they do. I
No,
would have
they
to
don't.
use it to
No,
go
they
to your
don't. No,
house.
you
If
don't want to know
gave me
why?
your address-
Show it to me then. Show it to me. Let me see it.
Well, it's simple. All you have to do is give me your address and enough money to make it to your house. And with my mapity given to me by the weird, stupid flat earther or round earthers,
Okay,
I will
where does
take it
this map?
exactly to your house.
You mean you just can't name the map or show it to me? Are you going to say that the
I would be
globe?
able to
Hold
use
on, wait.
just
Are you
about any
claiming?
map capable of giving me directions?
Right. So show me
Any
an
mapity.
accurate. Show me any accurate world map.
Any one that I could use to get directions to any location, such as a mystery
Nice
location,
dodge.
such
Nice
as your
dodge.
house.
So
It's not a
okay. So
dodge.
then, all
It's
right.
a
So
direct.
Rand
If I
McNally.
don't know how to get somewhere, hold on.
Wait
If
a
I
second.
don't
So
know how to
you would.
get
Wait a
somewhere, I use
second.
a
What
mapity.
world map?
If I use a mapity to
Okay.
get to
What
the
the hell's
place.
a mappity?
Exactly, a
I've never heard
mapity.
of a
It's that
word, a
thing,
mappity.
you know, it's kind of like droppity, but
Right.
it's a mappity. So
Okay.
Oh,
So
so it's
which?
like
if
a
I use a
stupidity?
mappity and I go
A
and I need to go
stupidity?
somewhere that I don't know where it is, all I have is some numbers on a page telling me the street and some letters on a page telling me the state and city. I can use any mappity that is a stupid globe earth mappity to get from that place, from my place to that place.
Okay.
There's one
Let
map
me
that I
ask you.
cannot use.
Hold
There's
on.
one map that I
dig
cannot
where you're
use
coming from.
whatsoever is the AE map. I cannot use it to get any location anywhere specifically on the earth.
Okay. Which world map do you use to navigate?
Pick one. You can use.
Okay, well, no,
an
I'm not the
atlas,
one.
or
I'm
you
not the
can
wait,
use
wait,
Google,
wait.
or you can
You're the one
use-
that claims.
or you
You're
can
the one
use
that claims.
Bing.
You're
I
the
can
one that
use
claims
any
you have.
mappity that
You
they
just said that you
claim
had an
is
accurate world map. You
Yes.
just said you had an accurate world map. Show it
I
to me.
just named a bunch of them.
Which one?
Google and Bing and an atlas, or
That's an
maybe
accurate.
even,
That's
or
an accurate.
maybe
that's-
even.
Wait a second. You're really you're being very, very, very intellectually dishonest.
How is
What
that it? I
world
can
map?
actually do it.
Wait a second. Do you have a paper fucking map of the world that is accurate?
Actually, I can get a hold of a paper map of the world that is accurate. It's
Which one
called
is it?
the-
Go
it's
ahead.
the-
We can
it's the
Google it
World
and pull it
Flight-
right up. Go ahead.
it's
Which
the
one is
World
it?
Flight, it's what's it called? The world. Oh, I brought up maps of it earlier. It's the stupid flight paths that international pilots use to get around the world. And when you glue them all together, I only got one part of it done. But when you glue them all together, the paper starts bulging, and the only way to stop
So
the
why
paper
did they
to
use
start bulging is
The
to form
paper
it around a
starts
ball. Yes,
bulging?
because
That's
the square.
impossible.
I'll tell you how.
Paper
Because the
doesn't
square.
bulge.
The
Who set
square
the
sections of page.
Cartesian
The
coordinates?
square page.
Who
That
set the
doesn't. That's.
Cartesian
I didn't
coordinates?
say anything about the stupid
Well,
coordinates or
that's,
whatever.
what was that
The
map
square
based off of?
page.
Was the map made from Cartesian coordinates? Yes or no?
Do
Later,
pilots
Bears.
use it every day to fly around? Yes or no?
Were they used? Did they are they used by were they made using Cartesian coordinates?
I don't know.
Well,
I
the
know that
answer is
those maps,
listen to
when
me.
put
The
together, are
answer is
accurate.
yes. The answer is yes.
Are you suggesting that Silas
Who's
can't
making
make
that
it to
fucking
and
noise,
from? I
man?
don't know who tinfoil hat
Greg,
dude.
that's you. That's you making that noise, bro. I don't know what that is.
Or the other tinfoil hat. By the way, I love your guys' tinfoil hats.
I'll explain it. Retrograde. When the moon comes up, it looks like it comes in a loop and goes away. Same thing with planets, where it comes up and goes a loop because it's in elliptical orbit. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
It's an orb? What? Orb?
No,
Orb
retrograde. Retrograde because it's an elliptical orbit, not a round orbit.
Orb what? I mean, what did you start with? What was the... We need to break down words. Words are made for a reason. And what do you think orbit means?
Dude, I'm not going to get into this argument. I'm not going to talk about it, but I understand.
Well, I can answer it for you if
you're
you
trying
want.
to argue.
It means
You're
orb.
trying to argue.
I want to hear
and
your
I
answer.
don't know why you would even use the word orb. It's a reference to
I said
an orb.
orbit. Orbit. The orbit around a sun isn't circular.
Orbit.
It's
Look at what your
elliptical.
finger's doing.
Nothing orbits the sun.
Fuck me. I like to imagine.
I don't know what happened there. Nothing orbits the sun. But
anyway,
no,
I'm gonna go have a quick cigarette.
What's that?
I'm gonna have a quick cigarette. I'll be
Right
back.
on.
I don't smoke in my house because it makes it stinky. In my studio, it's only 8 by 8 cells, so it would really stink in here if I smoked a cigarette.
I charge people to come in my house because they say, every time you smoke a cigarette, I smoke half of it. And I'm like, well, fuck you. You owe me for half a pack of cigarettes,
Good. Stop coming to my house.
There you go. Nobody asked you to bring your filthy ass in here anyways, right? You want to see something funny?
That was funny.
This is pretty cool. Everybody's always asking how they took that little dune buggy up on the moon with them, right? So let me show you this. This is always fun. All right, so we can actually I think I can. Oh, I saved it. Hold on a second. I saved it. I should bring it up that way, and then we can actually look at it. There it is. I thought I had it up. Damn thing. All right. Let me change this just for a second. Hang on. Bear with me, folks. It's amateur night here. I'm going to present, share screen, window, that thing. All right. So what the astronauts did, that was stowed in a quadrant. The astronaut removes the insulation blanket in operating tapes. Okay, he takes this thing open, and it says the astronaut remotely initiates and executes deployment. Sounds pretty good. Astronaut lowers LRV from storage bay. LRV, that's lunar rover vehicle for you non-educated flirfs. All right. So from storage bay with double braked reel. As long as we're using a double braked reel. All right. So the aft chassis unfolds, the rear wheels unfold, the aft chassis locks into position, the forward chassis unfolds, and the front wheels unfold. Right? This thing is great. You get a fold-up car. It's the closest thing to the George Jetson deal that I've seen yet. So then the forward chassis locks in position. The astronaut lowers the LRV to the surface with the center braked reel. Because it's heavy, right? On 1/6 gravity. The astronaut
lots of problems.
If it was that heavy that you had to do that with that thing, if it was that heavy, how the fuck did you get it up there? Astronaut disconnects the SSE. What is that? I don't know what that is, but the astronaut unfolds the seats, the footrests, and then there it is. It's ready to rock and roll. And that was from December the 4th of 1970. And they changed something in 1971. I don't know, maybe added that reel, that double braked reel, so that they could.
I think it was a lot easier for them to just pack their little joystick in their little remote control car and send it, across the desert or their stage scene.
Right. I don't.
I mean, come on. We don't have cars that have motors and all this, that, and another thing that can go up there and they can fold up and put in their pocket.
Did I maybe I saved that to my phone? It's because see, sometimes I'm on here, sometimes I'm on my phone, and I'm not sure where I save things at.
I mean, if it was that easy, I'd be selling flights on a paper airplane from here to Hawaii,
Right?
Getting wealthy. Filthy rich.
Well, here's another thing too. See, now this is what I want to ask him about is that there's a couple of things about this map that I'm even, wondering. So we always see azimuthal equilateral projections, the AE map. A lot of people like the Gleason's map. The air map of 1942 shows the world in an azimuthal equilateral projection. Why would the military use the azimuthal equilateral projection for their military operations? I don't know. You tell me. Why did soldiers coming home from Vietnam stop in Anchorage, Alaska, before continuing on to California or other destinations? Little questions you need to be asking about, right? So what I wonder is why doesn't anybody ever they say, well, it's distorted in the South. Well, it's distorted in the South. It's because they're hiding land. Okay. We didn't come up with the Cartesian coordinates. That was established by someone else. Okay. And therefore there are no accurate maps. I believe they're hiding land, and I believe they're hiding land in the Pacific somewhere. But anyway, there's a lot of places you can't go. Why doesn't anybody ever use an azimuthal equilateral projected map from the South Pole?
I've seen one.
I've seen one too.
As far as the Navy using the AE map, I don't see how you could find your city using the AE map. And that's because it's not only distorted. It's not only distorted going out towards the South Pole. It's distorted any direction out from the equator. That's why it's equidistant. It's from the equator out.
Okay, so then why don't we just go ahead and use this map here? This should fix everything right up, right? And then all we got to do is just use this, right?
Yeah, that's one that's backwards that I've seen. That's the one that I've seen.
Why don't I wonder why they don't use that for in the South? Now, yes, regional maps are used most often, okay? But overall, as a world projection, that is the map. That's
why I don't think you could find your neighborhood on either one of those maps.
That's why I was going to ask you that if what world map do you use? In other words, if power went out and you're trying to get somewhere, you wouldn't use an AE map. Now,
well, I guess in that case, I would probably have to rely on going down to the gas station or my local commerce office and picking up a paper map that gives me the exact same coordinates and then figuring them out, with paper and pencil and north latitude, north, east, west, south. But those maps can guaranteed get me to your neighborhood from my neighborhood if I stack them all together. So they're definitely an accurate travel.
That's nobody's going to use that unless you're going to invade fucking China and you want to see the best route from the United States or something to get there. or whatever the case may be. But let's get real about it. This whole fucking thing about maps is ridiculous argument to begin with.
But yet we use
As
them
I've
to get
said,
from
there are
places.
no accurate. Hang on, there are no accurate maps. We can all agree, other than the regional maps that we do rely on daily, as you have said.
Well, the world
Now,
maps is what you were asking me about, and the ones that the
Right.
globe earthers made would be the Bing and Google and whatnot. And those maps, you can most certainly, I can use that to get to my buddy's house in Ireland. And I don't live in Ireland. I don't know anything about Ireland, but I can use
Right.
that map and my own yacht if I wanted to.
Sure.
To get to my buddy's house in Ireland.
When you get into navigation mode on that, the little cartoon ball goes away and they bring up a flat plane. Sorry, that's how it goes. When you first pull up Google Earth or any of that other bullshit, you get your little cartoon ball, and as soon as you blow in, then you start getting real photographs. And those are nothing more than high altitude photographs.
Well, I was just saying that map works to get from place to place, which
Sure.
the map that you're referring to being the AE map, you wouldn't be able to tell me how to get to Portland, Oregon from Virginia.
Why would I use an entire world map to show you how to go through one place in a region? That would be stupid.
You can do that. You could use an entire world map to go from your state to my state and your city to my city without a problem with the stupid ball Earth maps.
Well, which one?
I just told you.
No,
Bing
Google is
and
not a ball
Google
Earth map. Google is not a ball Earth map. Google is a map based off Cartesian coordinates that we use all the time.
It's based off of ball Earth maps.
No, it's not. None of it is.
Maps,
None of it is. None of it is based off a ball. Zeus, that's horseshit. None of it's built off of a ball.
Well, what do you think it's built off of? I mean even
think about this.
equidistant.
Think about this.
Even
Think
equidistant.
about this.
What
All
would
you
be
have
the
to do
equator?
if you want to see if that's true or not, all you have to do is just take a globe and flatten it out and see how fucking stupid it looks.
Even equidistant. What would be an equator? I mean, we know we call it the cap or core or whatever
it's right in between the two tropics. It's
tropics,
the
tropics.
It's the midway between the sun's transition between north and south.
So why isn't it called an equatropic map?
I don't know. I didn't name it.
Or even equal.
Why are they calling it an atmosphere when it's impossible for a gas to assume a fucking shape unless the container is shaped that way?
Well, I don't know. They just do.
See? Yeah. Okay, there you go.
But they have scientific proofs, or well, at least scientific experiments that can be repeated. That can be repeated.
Okay.
Well, geologists do it all the time.
Wait a second. Scientific shit that can be repeated. What scientific shit are you talking about?
Geologists do it all the time. They build huge bridges, and those huge bridges go along something that doesn't exist. Supposedly.
No, do you know why a bridge is curved?
Well, part of it is structural integrity.
No, all of it is structural integrity. all of it is structural.
Well, it depends on how far between the gaps in the bridge.
You know,
because if you still have
they
a
do
short
it with the
distance
overall
of
thing.
gap,
They make the overall bridge that way because then you have the strongest structure. In some instances, they do in several different curves. In some instances, they don't curve it at all. There's no need to. None of that is ever taken into account.
Sure it is.
Nowhere is there any place where they bend.
Foundation
never is there any rails that are bent in this axis. Never. They bend them to go around corners.
Several large bridges are definitely pointed outward, and they're actually completely flat, flush, and level. They are plush, 100% plush. But yet, when you look at them from a distance, flush. Thank you. They are flush. But when you look at them from a distance, they definitely point outward.
What do you mean point outward? I don't understand it.
I can't explain it any better. I mean, I just said they are plush. They are straight up and down. You can dangle a plumb bob near them and see that they are straight up and down. But yet when you move out 6-8 miles or whatever, and you look at them through a zoomed lens, both of the spires are pointing outward.
No, they're not.
Well, that's scientific there, isn't it?
No. What's your IV?
That is your
What's your
perception,
TV?
not reality.
What are your controls in that observation?
The plumb bob at the base of the tower being absolutely plumb. And then at the distance, the angles of the two tower being out slightly at the top. I don't know where else to go. That's what I mean. I've explained the same thing over and over again.
Reality. Perception is not reality. Perception creates illusions.
Yeah, that sounds scientific.
It's just like
too.
it's just like
that sounds repeatable.
Take a box.
That sounds repeatable.
Take a box, just draw a box on piece of paper. You can draw 2 squares and then hook all the corners together, and in the very center will be another square. Put an X there. Your perception at times will see the X inside the box, and at other times your eyes will deceive you and you will perceive the X on top of the box. You ever play that little game in school? That's perception. So when you're looking through lenses and looking at a distance and you're saying that you're seeing something that looks wider, what kind of lenses are you using? Explain that one.
I think they're called theodolites.
But it's a perception because, like you said, when you go there and you measure, the plumb bob shows that they're completely vertical.
They use those same things to build buildings.
No shit, Shamu. I'm not.
So it can't be wrong.
No, your perception is seeing wrong.
Yeah. I can bring up something if you want to start talking about theodolites proving curvature of the earth. I've got a nice little video of Troubling Tribune completely had somebody on his show completely dismantling that shit.
I don't know.
I got the video of it. I mean, I can bring that up, but I didn't think we were gonna. I mean,
she just asked what the device was to use to measure it, and I answered a theodolite.
I did not ask the device.
Or you asked what the camera was,
no,
and
I
that was
said,
my answer was the theodolite, which is the device. It's a camera.
Yeah, it's not for long distances. It's for surveying.
That's for you're right. That's for surveying,
which is measures flat and then mathematically bends the earth.
And those can't be too damn accurate because there was a town in Texas that was hit by a tornado, and they later found out that that town was 5 miles off course according to the map.
But so far, you guys keep saying this word flat. Is that your claim?
No. I said what claim or what?
It's got to be. Well, why do you keep
level
saying this word flat?
topographical plane.
It's level, flat.
And that's your claim.
It's level. Yeah, absolutely.
That's your claim, and we've had scientific proof for that.
What's of course?
I mean, we're talking about pseudoscience is the title of the show here.
Sure, right. And the pseudoscience claim is the Earth is a ball.
Wait, but we're not even worrying about that. We're worrying about the real science. And where is the real science?
All right. Well, water at rest always is level. That's first one. Okay.
Yep.
Secondly, you cannot have a fluid pressure system without containment. That's 2. Those 2 alone destroy the globe.
Yeah.
Those 2 alone. Okay.
Those are
now we have to get into the heliocentric. Now we get into the heliocentric. Now we get into the heliocentric aspect of it, which says that we are on a globular planet revolving around a ball of gas that has become so immense that it collapsed in on itself and started some nuclear fusion. Okay. This too being an impossibility because gases do not form together into balls or masses for any reason, especially in a void or in a vacuum. So with those 3 factors alone, the heliocentric globular Earth is dead.
Impossible.
Absolutely impossible. Okay. Those just by invoking principles of basic physical science.
But that's not necessarily science. Now, a good
Physical
example
law?
of a good
Physical
example of
laws?
science
Is that
would
your
be
opinion?
the example of life on this thing that we live on. Would be an examination of that life of the
Sure.
thing that we live on.
Sure.
Now, unfortunately, when
That's
we
one
talk about
field.
these people, who believe that the Earth is a flat, level, topographical plane and all that other anything that says flat, when we talk about those people, we don't find anything in that field of science. It's weird how there's a huge lack of science.
What do you mean we don't find
So-
anyone in that field in science? What are you saying? What do you mean? What exactly does that mean?
Well, a ball earther, if I look up ball earth knowledge, and I want to find out, like, let's say I live in Portland, Oregon, and I want to go over to the coast, and I want to know what type of animals that I can fish or hunt or whatnot. Well, I can find out that there's Dungeness crab here pretty easily using all the ball earth knowledge.
Why would
Now-
that have anything to do with ball earth? What in the
It's
fuck
science,
would that?
because those are the same people. I guarantee you, those people believe that they're finding out what life is like on a ball. So
Why?
what they're
wait
doing
a
is they're
second, wait a
giving me
second, hold on,
accurate
wait. Hello,
information.
straw man.
However,
That's
there
a
is
lot
nothing.
of
It's not straw
bullshit.
man on the flat Earth. Everywhere, every person that speaks anything about flat Earth seems to say that they know everything about the flat Earth.
No,
Now,
they don't.
and they seem to
No,
say they know
don't.
about
No,
the. They're
do
claiming
not.
that there is a scientific fact they have. Now, the one thing that
You're
they
an
don't have
idiot. Come
is any
on.
other sciences whatsoever. No
A
sciences
minute
other
ago, he
than
told
not
you
round. That's
he
all
didn't know why they used
right.
a certain
That's all
word.
they
and
say
then
is
he
not
let me
asked
just
it.
let me address two major logical fallacies that you just presented. First off, the idea that Dungeness crabs or any other type of life form would be dependent on being on a globular Earth or having anything to do with that.
Those are the
First off.
pseudosciences.
Second of all, and I would love you to relate to me how a Dungeness crab has anything to do with a globular Earth. Secondly, you made another claim that all these flat earthers claim they know everything about the flat Earth. That's not true at all. In fact, I'm
Every one
one
of
that
them
will
do.
tell you that I don't know when I don't know. I've been
Well, I
asked
don't
all the
know
time,
is-
what
is a
is,
great
I've
way
been
to
asked, hold on,
use
I've been asked
science.
all the time, what is the sun? I don't fucking know what the sun is, but
You
I
have to have
do
some
know
sort
it's
of a
not. Hold
hypothesis.
on, I do know that it's not a burning ball of fucking hydrogen 93 million miles away. I know that.
But you
Okay.
described science earlier as having a hypothesis, and
Yes.
then having a way to test that hypothesis.
Right.
And then once testing that hypothesis, figuring
Okay.
out if your tests are accurate and if they are repeatable.
Right.
And there's nothing really given to me from anyone that believes, this flat, non-topical
Okay. Flat topographical
plane,
stationary
whatever. Yeah.
plane contained within a dynamic fluid.
Yeah, the
pressure system.
brainwashed.
Okay.
Yeah, the
So
brainwashed
tell me the
repeating
science.
garbage. But
Tell
where's
me
the
the
science?
science part. Tell me the science part of where they told you that this was a ball.
I
or
don't
the,
have that.
Or the
That's
science
what I'm
part.
trying to tell you is I am not claiming a ball. I
Well,
am
okay.
saying
Well,
that
where was the
you have a
science there?
claim that you are calling out over and over and over again.
Yes.
Flat. And you have not yet shown us one scientific experiment.
One word for you,
hundreds.
sea level. And
I
I
have
didn't make
shown
this damn
hundreds.
word up. That's what
You
was.
have?
I have
That's what the
shown
Was the
law
bowl
is
one of
called.
hundreds.
Sea level,
Was the
right?
bowl one of
Level
them?
means straight.
Holy shit. I've shown all kinds of shit depicting that there is no
This
fucking
guy's a dick.
convexity to this
Fucking
earth. I've shown that shit all the time.
Was the bowl one
Okay.
of them?
Was the what?
The bowl
The
with the red
bowl?
lid and the water in it?
No, that was discussing gas pressures and fluid pressures. Okay. Keep
was
up.
that
We're
supposed to
talking
be a
about,
reference
are you
of our
talking about
dome?
the fucking atmosphere now, or are you still talking about convexity? You keep going back and forth.
Convexity. I didn't believe. I just said that that your claim of the Earth has no scientific. It's a pseudo-scientific claim.
Okay,
because
No,
there's
you're
no
claiming.
Wait a second,
examples.
wait a
There's
second.
no
How?
examples.
There's
no
not.
examples given me that are repeatable by
Really?
me.
You can't repeatedly go out to the shore and see that you can bring objects that should be well hidden by hundreds of feet of curvature back into view using a simple zoom lens. You can't do that repeatedly, as we have shown people doing repeatedly. As we have shown people doing repeatedly, Zerzus, we have shown that repeatedly. We've also shown that it's also impossible for the horizon to remain at the level you see it at 120,000 feet if the Earth were curved. So we have shown all kinds of scientific evidence.
An observation can't be an experiment.
Show me any body of water that man has created that did not have a level shoreline.
Now,
But
it's
Saab
a
has
nice,
told me
a
an
nice
observation is not an experiment.
All right. Now, that being said, what the purpose of me bringing up this topic this evening is not to offer science so much as to point out where science was not used and then turned around to be fact. Okay.
Well, then that would be pseudoscience. The whole idea.
How is
of
that pseudoscience?
Because
When I point out
theirs is
yours
wrong
is, I
without
swear to
giving
God, I'm
provable
going to put you
evidence.
behind the card. I will, because I'm not going to have you keep doing that.
You asked the question.
I know. And here's the thing is that when I point out that something treated as fact was not derived at using a scientific method, but rather pseudoscience, okay, that's what we're pointing out. Now, as far as repeatable experiments, yes, you can do all kinds of repeatable experiments that will prove that we're motionless. I mean, you're asking to prove negatives, whereas the claims are of movement, huge, vast distances, burning balls of gas in a vacuum, rocket ships speeding through fucking vacuums where it would never work. All of this shit that's just run by with using pseudoscience. It's not really necessary. We have shown experimentation to show that rockets will not work in a vacuum. Repeatedly done by different people. Okay, the results always being the same, repeatable and demonstrable. Laser tests across large bodies of water, demonstrable, repeatable, same effects. Okay, that's how science works. Also, during these things, it's noted atmospheric opacity, temperature, time of year, time of day, everything like that when we're doing these distance tests, so that we can know how much refraction should be within the view. Of course, it's never fully able to be calculable because there's so many variables involved there that it can actually change as you're looking. Okay. So the point is that the claims that are being made are of a physically impossible condition. And we can prove that those are physically impossible conditions.
Through what experiments?
Well, let's see. Have you ever tried to fill a tire with a hole in it? And you didn't know it had a hole? And keep going, damn, this thing keeps going flat on me, right? So there's one thing, and then you can actually control that too. You can control that too. You can tell the rate of time that it takes for the tire to deflate because there is a breach in containment. And then we realize that in order to achieve the proper amount of air pressure inside the tire, we have to do something about the breach in the containment, because we all know that a gas pressure cannot exist without containment, or equalization will occur.
Stop rocking.
Okay. So we know that. No, I'm going to rock, and I'm going to roll, and I'm going to do whatever the fuck I want to. Nobody tells me what to do. You dig?
It's okay.
Okay. So there's one of many like experiments, because in very like situations, I'm sure that people have had things such as air mattresses, or perhaps a swimming pool that the water can leaks out of, and they have to repair the breach in the containment in order to preserve the contained volume of fluid. Same thing with a tire, an air mattress, an air raft, a scuba tank, the ballast on a fucking submarine, the hull of a ship. There's, you know, how many more examples do we have to go to show through all our trial and error throughout history that gas pressure, fluid pressure requires.
That's what we've been talking about. Shoot, I've been waiting for you to talk about the experiment that shows that the Earth is flat.
Okay. Water.
Reservoirs.
We see too far. There it is. And
We
it's
see too
been
far.
repeated and demonstrated over and over and over.
I don't think we see far enough.
Why?
If it was flat, then I should most certainly be able to zoom in from my house here, or at least the coast.
Oh, now you're
if
just
I went out
being
to the coast.
Okay, so you don't know anything. You don't
stupid.
know anything about Atmos opacity. You don't understand that.
Well, I do know that if
you understand, hold on a minute.
Yes,
you
yes.
understand Atmos opacity.
Yes, and you know how the blue
Then why are
in the
you even
sky
making
in the
that
middle of the
stupid-
day?
Then why
Now,
are you
here's
even making
something
that
I can
stupid
show
claim?
you as
Why are you even making that stupid claim
Okay.
if you understand
Okay.
Atmos opacity?
Okay, are you ready for me to talk about Atmos opacity?
Well, he wanted
during the day.
an experiment, and I say that the reservoir is the best experiment because, as I pointed out last night, Lake Mead is 120 miles long. Now, I'd like to know, he's the one that brought up his little surveying gadget. They surveyed and they bought up all the land that belonged to people and towns. They had to move out of the way. So how would they find out what the level would be of the lake rising whenever the reservoir was complete? It's not going to curve. You can't take a Frisbee, fill it with water, and then bend it into a curve and the water stay on the plate. It's going to run off. It's not that hard
You're
to
right, you know.
do that experiment.
But the effect of level water and that we can see too far for the convexity of a globular Earth of approximately 24,000 miles in circumference, that would require 8 inches per mile squared, which totally gets obliterated by bringing objects back into view that should be hundreds of feet below hidden curvature. So that's not there. We're in a level condition. Your own vestibular system tells you that you're in a level system. That's how your vestibular system works, off of level.
Well, that's not necessarily a repeatable experiment that I could repeat. Let's say
You can't use a
I had
level.
cerebral
You
palsy.
can't.
You said my own vestibular system.
Okay.
Well,
Well, I'm
let's
just
say I had cerebral
pointing
palsy.
that
I
out.
couldn't
I'm just
definitely
pointing
say it
that
was
out.
level, you know.
I'm just pointing that out. I realize at this point you're just trolling.
Well,
Okay,
I'm
because
always
I know you're
trolling.
not that ignorant.
Well, I'm always trolling for the truth.
Well, there you
and
go.
what I'm
Then why are
trolling
you?
for
Then
is
why
the
do you
truth.
try to
No, he's
twist
trolling for
things?
the globies.
I'm not.
Yeah, you are. Yeah, you
I
are.
would
Yeah,
like
you
to
are.
know what
You tried to misrepresent that I brought up the vestibular system as something you could use as an experiment, and nowhere did I say that. I usually just merely brought it up as anecdotally.
But we were talking
to
about the opacity of the atmosphere
Yeah,
when
yes.
I
Tell me how
when I
you
got
know
cut off.
about. Tell
You
me how
asked
you
me,
know
and then
about.
every time I
All right.
answer, you cut me off.
All right. So just tell me.
I don't
how
even
you know-
answer. I just start to say.
All right. So just
the
tell me how
opacity
you.
of the atmosphere, and you're
Okay.
doing it again.
All right. This is what I want to know. Right. Just tell
You're
me
doing it again.
how you claim to know about Atmos opacity, but then still expect to see vast distances.
I was going to answer that if
Okay,
you give me
go for
just
it.
a minute.
I'm listening. Go.
So, during the day when the sun comes up at least 45 degrees angle. Now, why I'm mentioning 45 degrees angle is because we know that all of the sky should be blue, should be completely blue from one side to the other, no darkness left.
Okay.
Now, we could take out a telescope, a decent telescope, and we can point out to the other horizon The horizon. Now, I'm not talking straight up or down. I'm
Right,
talking
right.
about the horizon.
Is that
What does the
physical?
word
we use-
horizon mean?
Starfinder,
Just let
you're
him go.
going off on a straw man there.
Let him go. Let him go.
If we, of course, since you don't even know where I'm going, where am I going here, Dreamy?
I'm just asking you what your definition of horizon is, because mine's level or straight.
So you're just asking a random
I'm just
question.
asking. I was asking for your definition. That's all.
Well, let him finish his explanation, then we'll get into that.
All right.
So if we wait till 45 degrees up in the horizon, all the sky will then be blue. You can agree that all the sky will then be blue.
Okay.
Okay, and if we take a telescope and we point it out the opposite direction of the sunrise towards the blue sky, and we use a starfinder scope to find out when, let's say, Jupiter is going to rise over the horizon during the day, during the daytime, we can zoom in and through the blue atmosphere see the little spot, Jupiter, coming up in the middle of the day.
In the sky.
In the sky.
In the sky. Okay. Now, you were talking about being able to see something on the ground. Now,
the opacity of the sky is what you were talking about a minute ago.
Yes, I was. You said you understood it. And now you're claiming because you can hold on, wait a second. Now you're claiming at what angle in the sky are you viewing Jupiter?
From the horizon, the point where the ocean meets the air. From that horizon, you can see Jupiter come all the way up and all the way up to the center, directly above your head. You can see it all day long.
Okay.
And this is a repeatable experiment. That is an experiment that you can take a telescope.
Right.
And you
So
can do this.
have you done this? You've done this?
Yes.
You've
and
done
I've
this?
also
You have it
seen other
recorded?
people do it.
Okay. Now.
Red's Rhetoric
now.
is one, and
all right. So now,
Astronomy Live is another one that's done it.
No, don't even bring up Astronomy Live. Fuck that dishonest piece
these
of
are
shit.
repeatable. These are
He's
things
a
that you can do.
He's a dishonest
You and
piece of shit.
everybody. I don't care if he's dishonest, but
Okay?
you
He's
and
a
everybody
dishonest
out
piece of
here
shit.
can
Now.
do that dishonest experiment and
Cool.
see that
What
it works.
the fuck does that got to do with you thinking you can see fucking New York or something from across the ground?
Because that object is much further away.
Hey, stupid.
Than New
Do
York.
you not have
Not New
mountains?
York. I didn't
Do
say
you
New York.
not
Hey,
have mountains and forests?
Now,
and
here's your
trees?
straw
Holy
man.
Jesus
I
Christ.
didn't say New York. I said I live in Oregon, and if I was on Oregon coast, I should be able to see China from Oregon coast. I did not say
Why
New York
would you be
across
able to see
land.
China?
I said China across
Why would
the
you be
flat
able to
water
see
because
China?
it's flat and level.
Because
No,
he's
it's
an
not
idiot.
flat.
And it's directly across from me.
It's level, but it's got waves.
Much like Sarah
All right.
Palin
So do you know what
saying that she could
foreshortening
see,
is?
much
Do you
like
know
Sarah
what?
Palin saying that she
Do
could
you
see Russia
fucking
from
know
her
what
backyard.
foreshortening is?
Yes.
Okay. So you just answered your own question, didn't you?
Not necessarily.
Yes, you did.
Then I should also be able to see China.
You see Jupiter as soon as it gets high enough for you to actually see. It's not right on the horizon when you see it.
Well, neither is that boat that I'm looking out into the ocean before
Yeah.
I zoom
Wait a
in.
minute.
And
It
now I
went
can see
away.
it.
Hold on. When it went away over the curve.
Did it foreshorten?
Wait a second. Yes. The waves will foreshorten it. Yes.
And then
Absolutely.
what about that point where
Absolutely.
it
They
can no
will.
longer? What about that point where it can no longer
Absolutely.
foreshorten, no matter how
What
much
about
you
it?
zoom
What
in
about
on
the
it?
fact? What
No
about
matter.
the fact, though, that the entire object should be well hidden behind curve?
That's right.
I don't know if that's the fact, especially
Well,
if you're
you can
going
do
by
the
8 inches
we
per
do.
mile
We
square,
do.
which is
We
wrong.
do. Hold on. Wait a minute. We do. We know that that's a fact.
I don't know if that's a fact, especially if you're going by 8 inches per mile square, which
Why
is
wouldn't you
wrong.
go
That's
by 8 inches?
zetetic math. That's
What?
math
Wait
that
a
is not
second. That's
used by
not
any
zetetic math.
earther.
That's not
Roger
zetetic
isn't
math.
zetetic.
That came from y'all. That's
No.
fucking geometry, bro.
No, that would make a parabola that wouldn't even never come back to a
Dude,
circle.
bro. It's geometry. It works. It works up to
It would
1,000
never get
miles.
back to a
It
circle.
works up to 1,000 miles, cuz any curvature calculator that you even bring up, those are great because they take into the account the eye height of the observer. But when you've got something that's out there that should be well below 100 feet of curve or more hidden,
that math is not right.
How do you figure it's not right? What is the math? Tell me.
The math isn't 8 inches per mile square. It's a circumference by the
what is it?
Oh shoot, I forget. It's the circumference by the diameter.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah,
dude. It's even your fucking guys agree that the shit is the right goddamn formula. Sorry.
No, 8 inches per mile square is not right, and I don't.
You're right. You're right. It's actually 7.9. It's actually 7.9, but we can go with that. It's actually 7.9. 7.9 inches. It works. I don't care if you like it or not.
There's no
It
scientific
works.
experiment that you have given me that shows flat, and there's one. No, definitely.
What do you
not
mean?
Give me
that
one
shows no
scientific
movement.
experiment that it's round. Give me
I
an
don't have
actual
a
working
scientific
model globe.
experiment
You're
that
the
is
one that's
round. I'm
claiming
just
that
trying to
it's a
figure out where the
globe.
pseudoscience is, and it appears like
What in it?
pseudoscience
The
would be science
pseudoscience,
without
the
science.
pseudoscience in the
And
globe.
this
Is that what you want to
science
know?
without science.
Hold on, wait. Is that what you want to know? The pseudoscience in the globe? Is that what you're looking for? Because I can point it right out.
I'm looking for the accurate science within the flat, so that I know that
All
they
right.
can determine what accurate science is and what accurate science
told
isn't.
you.
And
Water
one
Well,
of
we
your
already told
sciences
you what accurate science is.
telling
When
me
you
isn't
can
an
re-
experiment that I
It's
can repeat.
natural.
All
It's
right, I
natural
just did,
science
didn't I?
Doesn't lie.
I just did, didn't I? What did I just tell you you could do repeatedly?
I don't know. I forgot.
All right. So once again, God damn.
So
man.
I know one thing that you did mention was the weight, the whole weight thing.
Well, wait a second. I'm still good. You wanted an experiment. Now you're going on
wants
to
to
another
bounce
thing.
Well,
around.
that
so
is an experiment. But
Well, I
go on.
know. I'm about to give you one about the fucking curvature. Okay.
That would be a good one, and also the steadiness, because there was a flat earther that I know of that proved that without even looking at the stars, on multiple occasions using even Gaussium as a container, that there was most certainly a movement to the thing that we stand on.
No, that's never been determined at all.
Well, yeah, it has.
No, it hasn't.
Sure, it has.
No, it hasn't. Where?
Bob Nodell.
No.
Nodell.
No.
came
Oh,
up
you want to
with
see
an
the rest of it? You want to
experiment
see
which-
the rest of it? You want to see the rest of what fucking Bob Nodell was cut out? You want to see what was cut out? You want to hear about what was cut out?
Sure.
Because I've got that.
Sure. I mean,
Sure.
if you want.
All right. So
but
now go over to
that
my
doesn't
channel.
really
Hold
give
on. Wait,
a-
go over to my main
Okay,
channel.
I'll go
Listen to me.
check that out. You can link it to me
Listen
later.
me. All right. Yeah. Because over on my main channel, under the videos, I just uploaded it today. It's the rest of the story, bro. So before you go saying that bullshit, like the rest of these globetards always want to say, I'll refer you to that. You see? Because if you're going to fucking Netflix to get information or science.
Well, I didn't go to Netflix. I didn't even learn about Bob Nodell through Netflix. Who I learned about Bob Nodell
Where did you hear
was-
about that? Then where did you get the idea that he proved Earth's rotation with a GSR?
Well, because he mentioned it several times for like a decade afterwards before he passed.
Decade?
Yes.
It hasn't even been a decade since that fucking documentary came out.
It's been at
Come
least
on.
a decade.
It has
or
not
so
been a
since it
decade.
passed.
It
He
has not
worked
been a
his
decade.
channel easily a decade.
Dude, Behind the Curve did not come out a decade ago.
Right, but Bob Nodell's flat Earth channel did come out much longer than a decade
I
ago.
didn't
About
say
a
it
decade
did.
ago.
What
And
you're
he was
talking
out
about,
there,
though,
and he
what you're talking
mentioned-
about didn't come out until just a couple of years ago.
And
Right,
why
but he
would
was
you just
called
go
out
around
on it
being
in
that you're a man
debate.
and supposed to be intelligent? Why would you go around just believing what everybody else tells you?
What, that the Bob Nodell did an experiment and that it came out with what Bob Nodell said?
Did you do the experiment?
I didn't, but did you know
Okay,
that
so you
Bob
don't
Nodell is a
know.
flat
So
earther? I
you
would
don't know
believe
for
what
a
he
fact.
claims.
So you don't know for a fact what he actually did. You're just
Sure I
assuming.
do. He explained
No,
it.
you don't. He could have explained and left out shit, just like when you go
Why would
on
he do
to,
that?
just like when you go into some of these DIY things and they're trying to show you they're getting free electricity out of this device or that device, and you don't see the little secrets hidden. And other people try to do their experiments the same exact way and do not get the same results. That is not science when you cannot get the same results with everyone. So that's why I asked if you did the project to find out if it was accurate or not. Otherwise, you are just taking another man's word for whatever, and he can be scamming you, and you're not
Well, I
even
do believe Bob
aware of
Nodell
that.
was trying to scam. I do believe that Bob Nodell was trying to scam and absolutely believed that his scam was he believed he'd make a lot of money with the flat earth idea, and that he developed an idea that would be flawless because he didn't realize what he was doing was actually proving emotion. He thought it was going to come out negative.
So you
And
better,
he came out and made a bunch of a big deal on his channel. So
I
you're
would
cutting me
stop.
off again, sir.
I
He
would
made-
stop. I would stop talking about it until you've watched the video.
Oh,
I
I've
really
watched the
would.
video. I've
I really
watched the
would.
video. I even watched when he went over while he was drunk and stumbling over to
No,
his
no, no,
buddies
no.
and
I'm
saying
talking
that it's
about the
all going to be
video.
bad if he
I'm
releases the
talking about the
information he
video that I
has.
put up. I'm
Ba-
talking about
bad
the
for
video I
flat
put up.
Earth. Oh, well, I
I'm
thought
talking
we were
about the
talking
video.
about Bob Nodell.
I am.
Okay,
I
so
am. I am talking about Bob Nodell. So until you have the entire story, I would stop talking about it.
okay, so you can link me the video later and I'll watch
I don't
it.
need to link it. It's right on my main page under videos. It just went up today. I just uploaded it today.
Okay.
Okay. So I would just say do yourself a favor because
So
you're
before I watch it,
throwing you're throwing a lot of
suggesting
talking
that
points.
I will
Listen,
see in
hold
the
on, wait a
video?
second. You're throwing a lot of globe troll talking points that don't have not seen this. And they're just going by what they glommed on from Netflix and not taking into account what had gone on really with Netflix and what that whole thing was really about. And when you see what was done upon further examination and further experimentation that was left out, you'll find that it depicted exactly the opposite, that the earth doesn't rotate, that it is the sky itself that moves. You'll see.
And not everyone has always.
What did they use to
thought
determine
this
the
world-
movement of the Earth?
They used a ring laser gyroscope.
And what does the ring laser gyroscope look at? I don't think it looks at anything. It determines how the laser is moving.
Right. It
What
doesn't
does it
look at anything. It's an
So how would
aberration
it be the movement of the sky that it
it's the
determined if
drift.
it doesn't see the sky?
It's the drift.
But it doesn't see it.
Okay. You'll go check out the thing. You're sitting here invoking somebody's experiment that they supposedly proved Earth rotation, and you don't even know how it was done. I mean, that's kind of
I know
ballsy, really.
how he explained how it was done.
Well, there you go.
I know how Bob Nodell explained how it was done.
Mhm.
And I know how he also explained that if he released the information that he had, that it would be bad for flat Earth, quote
Right.
unquote. That's his
Right.
quote.
So a quote taken
And
out of
then-
context.
no, it wasn't
Hold on,
taken,
wait
it
a
was
second. A quote taken out of context. I've seen the movie too.
and that
so
he was going to release it, and that he had to release it because
Yeah.
he had went this far.
Right. Okay. And so, like I said,
right, that's not
get the rest
one
of the
that
story.
usually gets
Again,
killed.
But the ring
again,
laser-
another. Oh, wait a second. You're taking a clip that was taken out of context and out of time frame.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, we'll give you that, but you're saying that the ring lasers, you're saying that the whole experiment proved that the sky rotated?
According to the ring laser gyroscope. Wait a
How
second.
does the ring laser do that if it's not looking at the
I don't
sky?
know. You were all bent and hellfire to accept its results if it said the Earth was moving.
Because it's sitting on the ground.
Well, wait a second.
And I can actually take a gyroscope and sit it on my finger and have it spin and
Right,
move my
right.
finger
Okay,
back and
so
forth.
you're
and see
you're
the
you're
angle of
going way
drift.
far off of what I was just saying, though.
Can you take a plumb bob and do the same?
You
damn
just
thing?
now
It'll get-
invoked, said, well, Bob Nodell, the flat earther, proved that the Earth moves.
He did.
Through his own experiment. So if you were willing to accept that, okay, then as soon as I say you've only seen the edited bullshit by Netflix, right?
And I explained to you that I didn't only see the edited
Oh, you
bullshit
didn't? So
by
you've
Netflix.
seen that? You've
I
seen
used
the
to
video?
watch Bob Nodell's channel, yes.
Right. So
I
you've
used to watch
watched the
him when he
video. So
debated
you've
flat
watched the
earthers.
video. You've watched the video entitled "Thanks, Bob."
I'm not sure about that one.
No, I don't think you have, or you wouldn't be talking the shit you are.
But I watched Bob Nodell's channel, is
Right,
what I'm trying to
understand.
tell you.
Right.
And I know how much he was heartbroken when he found out that that experiment didn't exactly work.
Watch
and
the
how many
movies, they're good.
times he had to,
It's
how
only
many times in
fuck,
debates.
how long is it? I think it's only fucking 9 minutes long.
And he also several times in debates had to hear people making fun of him by playing that clip. And every time,
Yeah, 9 minutes and 17 seconds.
it was an
is all the
acknowledgement.
longer it is. 9 minutes and 17 seconds is all the longer the video is.
But I'm still wondering how this gyroscope tells you the sky moves.
Yeah, I'm a little fuzzy on that myself.
But he
I'm a little
wasn't fuzzy on
that
how the
myself.
gyroscope
However,
went.
I think it's really interesting that you were willing to accept the results without knowing how it worked when it showed the Earth moving. But then when there's possible evidence that it isn't the Earth moving and you're directed to it, now you want me to dissect the experiment.
We would have had to accept the results if it showed that it wasn't moving. What
Right,
he
right.
had predicted
So
was
if
that because it was connected to
wait.
the ground.
So all of a sudden, when I show you that and I direct you to information that
Right,
says,
to look up. But right now we're in the middle of a
wait a
live
second.
stream,
When
buddy.
I do that, then you want me to dissect the legitimacy of the experiment.
You've directed me to several videos.
You're the
you
one
made.
that brought, hold on, wait a second. You remember, you're the one that brought it up.
You're
the one that brought it up. You're wanting me to defend Bob Nodell. Okay.
Do you think Bob
you
Nodell
want me
was not a
also,
flat earther?
furthermore,
Do you think Bob
want
Nodell
me
was not a
to
flat earther?
defend, you want me to somehow defend an experiment that not only didn't I conduct it, but you don't understand it either. So you're the one that brought it up.
Do you think that Bob Nodell was not a flat earther?
I believe that Bob Nodell thought the earth was flat. Yes, I do.
I think Bob
What has that
Nodell
got
was
to do
just
with
a
it?
man.
So if, wait a second, let me get this straight. So the earth's convexity hinges
Now we're back
on
on
Bob
convexity. We were on
Nodell?
movement just a minute ago.
Are you shitting me?
No,
the
we
Earth's,
were
the
on
Earth's
movement
condition,
just a minute ago.
the Earth's condition
And the
revolves
movement of the
around Bob
sky
Nodell?
versus the the movement
How?
of the
These
ground.
are
That's not,
ideas.
I've been saying it 100 times because
Yeah.
he on his channel
Yeah.
made claims before Netflix even
Okay.
got a hold of him.
Right.
And his claims on his channel was because this gyroscope was connected to the Earth.
Mhm.
That when he fired up this gyroscope, it would show zero drift because it was connected to the Earth and the Earth is not moving. And when he fired up the gyroscope, it gave a 15-degree drift.
Yeah, it did.
When he,
It
when
did.
He,
Do you know
and
why?
when he repeated it in
Right?
different containers, including
Right?
gaussium, it
Right?
still gave a 15-degree drift. But
It sure
his
did.
initial claim, regardless of why it did it, his initial claim was that if his experiment, which was a failure,
Okay.
he said
Well,
it
you
would
didn't get the whole
explain
experiment, though,
his
Zeus.
experiment, which was a failure, said that he would show that the Earth was stationary by using this gyroscope, which they used to tell ships' movements on waves, in order to determine that the Earth was not moving.
Do you know what the
and that it
Sagnac
would
effect
not
is?
make a reaction, and
Do
instead
you
it
know
did
about the
move.
Sagnac? Do you know the Sagnac effect?
Not exactly. I
Okay,
mean,
so do you know what happened when they took the ring laser gyroscope? What drift was shown when it was taken up to Pikes Peak?
whatever it was connected to, I'm sure.
Wait a second. No, okay. Well, all right. Go with that if you want to. So do you know what it was when it was at on Pikes Peak?
I'm not sure. I heard there was a little bit different measurement on Pikes
Little
Peak,
bit.
but I
No, it
haven't
was
seen.
slower. It was a slower amount of drift.
I don't know if I've seen that, but I can
Yeah,
can
that's
look
why I
for
told you to
that.
watch the fucking
Okay.
9-minute video before
Yeah.
you go rolling on it.
but he still believed.
I don't care what he believed. I'm telling you what happened.
And even
I don't give a
with
flying motherfucker. Listen, I don't really care.
change
Why
on
would I
top of a
care?
mountain.
What? Hold on. Why would I care what Bob Nodell believed?
Because it proves, even with the slight change of drift on
What do
the
you mean
top of the
slight
mountain,
change? Don't you understand that if the
drift,
drift is less, that means the sky is moving? If it was the Earth that was moving,
it could be the elevation.
remain at 15 degrees. Do you realize
could be
that?
the elevation, and I can explain that. They had
Sure,
a
go ahead.
atomic clock. They had an atomic clock.
Yeah. We're not talking about atomic
and
clocks
then they
right
flew
now.
an atomic clock in a plane around the surface of the Earth, and because the atomic clock was higher in altitude, the atomic clock was different than the atomic clock on Earth when it landed on the ground.
Sounds like broken fucking clocks.
The reason why that is because once it got higher, it had a different, I don't know. I can't really explain that one. I can with the atomic clock. The radiation is the radioactive isotope is closer to the sun, which means
Oh my fucking God.
It
Oh my
changes
God.
its reaction.
And their
but I'm
proof of
not,
this is what? And their proof of this is what?
That they flew 2 atomic clocks around the planet,
So what?
and they were different.
How did they
and all
determine that
atomic
was?
clocks
Wait a
on
second.
the
How
surface
the
of the
fuck?
planet
Wait
are
a
all
second. Just
synchronized.
stop. Just stop. How in the fuck did they determine what the cause of this fucking thing was?
Because they understand what makes the atomic clock work.
Do they
and
really though?
Yeah,
Wait a
they
second.
have to, because
Do
took
they?
it- yeah.
Wait a second. You just claimed that it's because it's
I
closer
can
to
tell
the
you what
sun.
makes an atomic
You
clock
actually
work.
think. Wait a second. You actually think that there would be from something 93 million miles away.
Now
That something an airplane is affected differently because it's that much little fucking nothing closer, like a micron by comparison. I mean, are you shitting
that
me?
was a hypothesis that was proven by an
How was it
experiment.
proven?
By
How?
an experiment.
What
by
experiment?
doing that experiment.
What
Flying the
experiment?
plane
What
around the
experiment
planet.
determined that it was
Flying the
because it was
plane
closer
around
to
the
the sun?
planet. Now,
What?
as far as what made it close, because that's the only thing you can ascertain, as far
Whoa,
as
wait,
other
why
than,
is
unless
that
it's
the only
further,
thing that can be ascertained?
unless it could be ascertained that the isotope is actually dormant to Earth, and the further it gets away from Earth, the more that isotope changes. But either way, it definitely, that experiment shows an isotope.
Okay, that sounds like a bunch of nonsense, but we'll go with it. All right.
But what he claimed was
can
that
you
on the
explain
Earth,
why
we went off
then?
on a side
Why
subject.
on?
What he
Hold on a
claimed
second.
was
if
that the Earth, because it was positioned on the
I
Earth,
thought you
that
said
it
you
would
had
have
proof.
zero drift.
Wait a second. I thought you said you had proof.
I do. I can go to
That's
Bob
not
Nodell's
proof.
channel and pull
That's
up where
not
he's
proof.
talking about
Wait,
how.
hold on. Wait a second. That's proof that of why the drift would be less on Pikes Peak.
No, the drift itself.
Well, that's what you were going to give me
the
proof
drift
of.
itself proves a drift.
Yes. So why would it be less?
A drift, not a zero drift. Zero drift would be stationary. A drift would be a drift.
All right. So
and it would be of the object it's positioned on. So in this case, Pikes Peak.
Okay. So
not
basic
of the sky that it's not connected to.
So you obviously don't understand. If indeed it was the Earth that was moving at 15 degrees per hour, okay, if that were the case, then at the top of Pikes Peak and at high elevations, it should remain at 15 degrees per hour. Yet it was shown to be less at higher altitude, which indicates that it is the stars that are actually moving and not the Earth.
Who indicated that it should be the same on the top of Pikes Peak as anywhere else on
It would have to be.
It
would have to be. It would have to be.
I wouldn't think so.
Because it not only shows that, it shows that those fucking things are much closer.
I would think that it would get different readings depending on where you are.
The higher the altitude, the less the fucking drift was, bro. I'm sorry. I'm just telling you what the fucking experiment showed. It didn't indicate Earth,
but it still
moving.
showed a drift.
There is no.
It
proof.
still showed a drift, which indicates
that it was proven that it was not the Earth, because the Earth would be continuous at 15 degrees.
Well, not necessarily.
Yes, necessarily.
Well, even the globetards say that you supposedly, I don't know if I agree with this one. It sounds like stupid freaking pseudoscience to me, but it's what the globetards believe, that you weigh less on the equator than you do up more towards the North Pole. And
Yeah,
that it's ever
buy that
so
either.
tiny by minute, but which would mean that the location, at least as far as that gyroscope's movement, the location being moved on a lateral parallel from the original experiment being done, I think it was somewhere in California, that would probably explain the difference in rotational speed, which
You don't think
supposedly
there was a
is
reading
a
taken?
ball Earth idea.
No, well, why would it be a ball in the first place? That's just doesn't even make any sense.
I just said it was a
if
ball Earth idea. It's their idea that they have.
It's their idea, and
as
it's
far
stupid.
as,
I mean,
as
it
far as
is
what,
completely scientifically fucking impossible, is
but
what
what
it is.
comes out from that experiment, even with a lower speed drift, at a different lateral position,
right,
then it would make a lot of sense,
well,
especially if
watch the
that different
video.
lateral
Watch the video
position was
and
more north.
listen. Watch the video.
It would make a
and
lot of sense that it would
I know. You know
travel at a
what?
different speed,
You're
and it would
beating on a dead
actually
horse. You know
prove
why?
the ball.
There is no proof of a ball anywhere.
It would be because of there wouldn't
No,
prove
it's
flat.
not. No, it's
Flat
not.
would be the same movement everywhere, steady.
No, it
zero.
is.
But
Okay,
it's not zero.
would it? Is the movement the same at the center of a fucking merry-go-round as it is at the edge? Which one's going faster?
The center of the merry-go-round is moving, I believe,
less than the outside.
faster than the outside, but the
No, it's not
outside
going faster
has
than the
more
outside.
force.
No, the
than
outside,
It might be the other way around.
the
but
outside has to travel a greater distance in the same amount of time, which means only that it is going faster.
okay, so you've proven a spinning flat Earth then.
Right. All right. No, there's no spinning flat Earth.
Well, you just use a merry-go-round.
Moving. What
You
proof
just
of
use
movement is there?
that gyroscope
That's
proves
not
a
proof
drift.
of movement.
A drift.
Watch
a drift
the
is
video,
movement. A
Zerzuz. I don't
drift
know
is
why you keep
movement.
wanting to talk about it when you haven't got the whole fucking story.
What do you think a drift is?
So, take it up with Bob Nodell. Okay? Take it up with Bob Nodell. Get a Ouija board if you have to.
I just don't understand
why I'm having to defend fucking Bob Nodell in some experiment that you don't even understand is
no, I understand it. You're not
well, you just got done
understanding it
telling
that
me
he
you didn't
says it's to the
understand it.
ground.
You
He
just got done
described
telling
it
me you
as-
didn't fucking understand it.
I didn't understand the weird experiment that you
Well,
brought
then
up
what
a
the fuck
minute
are you
ago
talking
with
about? You either
some other
understand it or you
random
don't
name.
understand.
I understand Bob Nodell.
Oh,
I understand what he claimed. He claimed he was attaching it to the Earth and that
good
it would
for
show
Bob
zero
Nodell.
drift. It
I
would
thought
show
we were going to
zero
talk about if
drift.
it was. I always thought we were going to. Well, good.
You claim
what
that
has
there's
that
no
got to do with
drift.
anything?
What is your experiment to show that there's no drift?
I don't have an experiment to
So
show
it's
there's no
pseudoscience.
drift. I'm
It's I
not
don't
looking
have,
for an
and I'm not
experiment
going to.
show. Why would I have an
That's
experiment?
pseudoscience.
Zerzuz, if you interrupt me one more fucking time, I'm going to kick you out and ban you forever. You got me?
Yeah.
All right. Now, why would I have an experiment for drift? You're the one that brought the fucking experiment up. It's not my experiment. I don't give a flying rat's ass about it, especially when you haven't watched the whole fucking thing. Okay? That first and foremost. For me to have to defend an experiment that wasn't mine, wasn't thought up by me at all, or for me to try to replicate it for some reason, is why are we even doing that? Okay? What we are here discussing tonight is the pseudoscience involved with making people believe they live on a spinning globe. All right? Now, I pointed out already one experiment that you can do repeatedly as far as convexity is concerned. Okay? And that's as simple as going to the seashore with some optics, record the conditions, take note of the opacity and the humidity, do the same readings as much as possible, try to bring these distant objects, if you want to go across the shoreline, whatever the case, repeatable, document that, and you will find that you see things much further than you should be able to see them, especially if using a proper curvature calculator, which takes into account the observer height. because you can enter that in as well. There are several online. Now, another experiment you can do to prove to yourself, as though someone would need to be proven this. I'm sure that we all had a balloon from the circus or the fair or something, or a birthday when we were children. We all know that. And some of us were quite scared when there was a breach in the latex and the balloon suddenly and violently equalized with the outside pressure and made a loud pop. And it scared us. And this was our first initiation into the idea that a gas pressure system requires containment. Okay. So the claim of the globe Earth, you can go and try to fill balloons with holes in them, or fill up tires with holes in them and compare it with tires that don't have holes in them. You can do whatever. There's a multitude of experimentation you can do to prove that that is without a doubt a fact, that a gas pressure system requires containment. Okay. You can verify that in millions and millions of different ways. I only listed a couple. All right. You can fill up a air raft with air, take it out in the middle of a swimming pool, then poke a hole in it and see what happens. You'll see quickly. And you'll also learn about buoyancy and density in that same lesson. You will find out that without containment, the gas pressure won't exist. And the fluid, the water that you're suddenly immersed into and become buoyant in, is also required to be contained in order to achieve that volume. And just like our Atmos has a pressure gradient from the surface to the depths. So there's multitudes of experiments you can do. You can test buoyancy and density by manipulating the medium. Real easy. You can put something that floats in water, add salt to the water, and notice that it rises higher. And as you increase the salt, the higher the object will rise. Its buoyant state will become even more, because you've increased the density of the medium in relation to the volume of density of the object, thereby changing its gravitas or weight. So there's a bunch of stuff you can do right there just on those two basic fundamentals that make the globe an impossibility.
Now, all of that was observations, and you yourself have said that observations are not science. What is science? Science is experiment.
Wait a second, didn't I just say I could manipulate the medium?
But you've said that, and
right. And is that not part of the scientific experimentation, that we manipulate the variables to see the results?
You haven't necessarily given me a scientific experiment to prove that the anvil weight has necessarily changed when in the mercury.
Well, sure it did. Why would it? Why,
Or
else
that
would it?
the anvil.
Why can you manipulate it around so easily with one hand, and in a lot of instances just one or two fingers?
It's
manipulate
apparently
it
has
around
changed.
because it doesn't weigh as much. That's
It's
all.
apparently has changed because of the buoyancy and density of the medium around it.
Which
but
changed
the
its
weight,
own weight. The
no,
weight is
it-
dependent on the medium that it's in.
Not necessarily.
Yes.
Not necessarily.
Necessarily.
So
Absolutely necessarily. It's the relative density for volume to the medium with it that it resides in. For in this instance, it's air. Okay, at approximately 14.7. Hell, I'm a little higher here where I'm at. Maybe it's a little bit less. Who knows? I haven't checked it.
But the anvil, it's never really changed weight.
You can
It
lift
changed
on
weight.
it. You can move it around, manipulate the shit out of it while it's in that mercury.
So I have
roll it around, spin it.
I have a little experiment I did that shows, at least the best way I can, that regardless of what medium I place these weights in, we only use two mediums. And in this case, one was air and the other one was water. That these weights most certainly don't change.
How did you weigh them? Oh, in the water.
Here we go.
I see what you're doing. You didn't have a scale in the water with the object sitting on
I
it.
also explained that, sir. That's an apparent weight, yes.
Okay.
An apparent weight, you know what I mean? That's can we leave our planet Earth? No.
No.
Okay, so weight as far as here on Earth always stays the same.
Does it? How come? Why do they put? Why do they use a neutral buoyancy lab? Why do they have physical therapy for obese people in water?
Because they can make something appear to be lighter, but that object.
What do you mean appear to be lighter? The weight is totally dependent upon the amount that
the
they're
object
in
still weighs what its mass weighs.
It's only not only in that medium. Okay. What is it? What does a cork weigh in water? See what I'm saying? You're using some extremes there. You're actually measuring the overall weight.
Using?
See,
I haven't even started my video yet.
This I know. This is just like when these people, they always, show me a pressure gradient inside of a gas cylinder. Well, there is one, but you would have to have your pressure readings inside the tank. You have a gauge on the outside that gives you an overall pressure, but that's an overall pressure. So our Atmos, even though we're at 14.7 here at ground level or sea level, what's the overall pressure of our complete Atmos? It's going to be different.
I don't know. You babbled on long
none
enough.
of it.
I'm not exactly sure what you're talking about.
But none of it could even exist without containment. The act of press to be pressed.
Oh
upon.
yeah, that pressure thing. You were talking about the dome and the bowl, the containment and the pressure, and yeah, but that's a different subject. But at the moment, we were talking about, did the anvil itself actually change in weight when in a different medium? Now, I don't have mercury. I only have water.
Well, what is weight? First off, what is weight? Define weight.
Oh, weight is mass, and mass by density by 9.8 meters per second squared, regardless what you want to call that.
So it's basically the rate at which it falls?
Not necessarily. It's the amount
how's
of
that
force.
determined?
Weight would be the best way to describe weight that I could describe it, not being a scientist, is that weight is the amount of force placed upon an object.
What's force from what?
The object. So this 1,000 so this 1,000 gram or 1,000 amount of force object, when I put that 1,000 amount of force object onto this scale, it will register 1,000 amount of force, because
how can the object be the source of its own force?
It's not.
Okay, so then what is causing?
It's a series of calculations that are put together from the. It's the. What's the other one other than mass? It's the volume, the mass, the density. And 9.8 meters per second squared.
But not everything falls at 9.8 meters per second squared.
Right.
Okay,
That's
once again, that's an average.
That's when sitting still. When
but
sitting
what in what
on
medium?
the scale? Wait, sir.
But wait a second. But in what medium?
I'm gonna, if you'd let me play the video here, we'll get.
I know,
to
but
that.
what I'm getting at is this: you have an acceleration of 9.8 meters per second. Is that right?
Correct.
Squared.
And I would have to use both of those. I would have to use that same acceleration in water.
You would?
And that same
So
acceleration.
things fall at 9.8 meters per second squared in water.
That acceleration is included with the buoyancy.
What is
and
the
density
acceleration
of
in water?
Okay, you're confusing falling object with a dead still object. Now, with a falling object, yes, I would have to include drag and the buoyancy of the medium that it's in. But what we're talking about here is a dead stationary object.
Okay.
Now, how this scale works, which was all I was trying to explain a second ago, is how this scale works, is that it takes this item, and when you put it on it, it calculates out the density, or you could calculate all of that and then put it on the scale and find out that that's what the scale is doing is just what you're doing
run
in
the
reverse.
experiment. Let me see it. Let me see this. I already figured out what you're going to do here, but go ahead.
Well, yeah, I'm going to show you that the weight of this 1,000 gram and none of them change, no matter if I weigh them in air or if I weigh them in water.
Right.
And I do explain the other one.
Okay, go ahead. Let's see the experiment. There's no such condition as a vacuum, M-ball. And a vacuum requires containment. Vacuums don't exist in nature. Is there supposed to be sound to this? Yellow. Is there supposed to be sound to this? There's no sound.
I don't have sound either.
I don't hear nothing.
I don't get what it's doing.
I don't either. I hope it gets exciting soon.
Every so often he moves those things.
Did you know that there's no sound, or did he make it with no sound?
I don't know. He's not responding either.
I don't know what's going on, man. I'm just looking at this fucking scale.
That was a funny question. Can you weigh a balloon in water? Hell no.
Yeah, well, yeah.
The way the scales would sink and the balloon would float.
Well, that's when you tie the balloon to the scale. Yeah, that's it. That way it'll stick to it. You tape
It would be common sense if people thought of it like a brick, you know. You can have a brick made of clay. You could have a brick the same size as the clay brick.
Oh my fucking God. Is he really going to do? I knew this was what he was going to do. Hold on. I knew this was what he was going to do. Okay. I knew this was what he's going to do. He's going to use the cup as a tare weight. He's going to use the water as a tare weight. Okay. But what he's not realizing is that he's still, the whole mass of the entire fucking experiment is in the medium of air. Okay.
Right.
Put the fucking scale in the water. Then put the object on it.
Still not going to work.
I knew that's what he was going to do. But it's still weighing the entire fucking thing in the outside air medium. Okay. He's not getting what the fuck we're talking about. There's Tobin Swing. Little Tiger with us. So yeah, watch. I know that's exactly what he's going to do. I've seen this movie too. You got to
I
put
don't
the
really
scale
use
inside the. You got to have the scale inside the medium, bro. That's what I try to. And I just gave him a perfect example of that same thing when people say, well, show me a pressure gradient in a cylinder. There is a pressure gradient in a fucking cylinder. Sorry. You'd have to have the pressure readings inside the tank. The gauge on the outside just gives you an overall pressure. Okay.
Calm down. I explain all that in a little bit.
There's no sound
There's
on here
no
at all, Zerzus.
Oh, I didn't share sound. Dang it.
No.
That sucks. That
But
totally
in order
sucks.
for that to be valid in relation to what we're talking about, Zerzus, you would have to have the scale in the water, in the medium. You're still measuring all that within the outside medium.
Right.
So of course you're not going to get a difference.
Right. I was planning on going into all of that with you. That's why I kind of wanted you to come up. It wasn't nothing to do, like you say, with views. You know, the funny thing about that you were mentioning that I wanted you to come up on my channel for views or something like that. Have you ever heard me say click like and subscribe on my channel? No.
I don't know.
Why? Because I'm not really concerned with that. I was just wanted to, you know, have you come up somewhere that you, other than your little home planet here, where you have control of the mute and everything there. That's what's the deal. You've never been on anybody. You have never been on anybody else's channel in opposition. You have always had them come here.
That's not true. I've seen.
Yeah. Well, let me tell you why, Zerzus. And I'm going to tell you exactly why I do shy away from doing that, because I found most globe proponents, especially on YouTube, to be some of the most intellectually dishonest fucking people I've ever seen in my life. Really. They'll use whatever means that they can to obfuscate away when you got them pinned onto something like, hey, this, and then they want to bring up something else, or they'll bring up shit that is just fucking completely 100% fucking untrue. I mean, you see, and it's provably so. Then the only thing they can ever do, as soon as you do that the first time, then they're raging and fucking calling names and acting like asswipes and all kinds of other shit. And as I've said before, I mean, there really isn't a whole lot to debate as far as that's concerned. The impossibility of the globe is apparent on the very initial things involved with it.
No, you mean like what I get here? I mean, so far you've just said it's stupid and
no. Hold on a second. All right. Once again,
same exact thing that I get.
All right. Once again. All right. A ball of gas cannot form anywhere in a vacuum or outside of a vacuum.
Isn't that lovely? You keep repeating it.
All right. Well, is that or is that not a truth?
I don't know.
And you don't know? Can you point to any example in nature or artificially where this can be demonstrated?
Yes.
Where?
A storm. Inside of a storm is a ball of gas that is not contained and is a storm. And
well,
I
it's
can prove that there is a
contained,
pressure change. I can prove that there is a clear pressure change, but I don't want to bring up that video.
Oh,
It's
no,
of a
that's all
drone
right. I'm
flying.
glad you brought that up,
It's
sir.
it's of a drone flying. It's of a drone flying.
Why is it in the form of a storm?
Oh, you mean globular? I don't know.
Why is this storm that you're talking about, right? Why is it in the form of a storm? What is causing this reactionary process?
Hey, you know what? The ball earthers have great explanations for that, but yet flat earthers don't have any explanation for that.
I do. I have a great explanation for it. It's a wonderful example of temperature differentials causing pressure differentials that are equalizing with one another and expressing themselves in the form of weather. Okay, so those are not constant at all. Does a storm last? Does a storm keep going and going and going and going and going forever and ever and ever and ever? Or do they die out? And then when they die out, why do they die out?
And what experiments did you use to prove your science?
regarding
you just made a claim of how
regarding
storms work and what scientific
regarding what
did
you
use?
used. Hold on, wait a second. You tried to use the equalization of uncontained pressures as proof of pressure without containment, when the whole reason that containment would be needed would be to prevent equalization.
I tried to use the black spot above a picture that you used as proof that there's nothing up there.
That there's nothing up where?
Up there.
You mean in the sky?
Well, there's stars and there's
okay. So how do we have air pressure?
Air pressure? Well, the ball earthers have a great explanation for it.
Do they? Is it really great? Let's hear it.
It's better than any flat earth explanation.
Is it? Is it?
I mean, at least
it doesn't defy any physical.
It has at least it has repeatable science behind it.
Oh, great. Let's hear it.
I thought we were going to be talking about weight, but
well, wait a second. That's got something to do with it.
It's there. Hold on, it's right there in books. What those
books are called? What's right there
is the books that you it's the books that you start with, like maybe 8th grade.
Sure,
you
sure.
know, if you missed
let's
it,
just
if
suppose
you missed a year,
let's just suppose I don't have access
with earth science.
Let's just suppose I don't have access.
Then if you don't have access to it, then you do what they did back in the day, and you come up with experiments to test your hypothesis. And once you've tested your hypothesis,
or I could ask
that it's
somebody who
accurate,
knows
then you
it.
have other people test it. And
Wait
if
a
those other
second.
people test it,
Or I could ask you, because you seem to know. So
I
what is
seem
your
to
ball
know.
earth explanation?
The
as
ball
to
earth explanation to what? What makes the gas pressure?
What causes us to
storm?
have an atmos that does not equalize? Why?
An
Where does the pressure come from?
The pressure comes from mass.
It comes from mass.
Yes.
And how is that achieved?
Can
you demonstrate mass?
Big.
Can you demonstrate a mass attracting gases?
Well, I don't have a mass as large as the body of Earth. And
so
if
it's
I
too
had
big.
a mass as large as the body of Earth, I wouldn't have an Earth, because I would have to use the Earth to create that mass that is as large as the body of Earth.
So you can't show or demonstrate a gas with a downward acceleration of 9.8 meters per second
Or
squared?
it could just simply be a miracle of God.
It could. But nowhere artificially or in nature can you have a gas pressure system or any fluid pressure system without containment. So how is that possible?
Again, it could just be the miracles of God.
Well, that's kind of a...
Oh, you mean I can't have God? Is that what you're saying?
You can have God, but how would that be achieved? How could it? You mean that nowhere else
I have
in
to
nature,
question God's creation?
Wait a second. Nowhere else in nature or artificially can such a condition exist except with this.
Nowhere else in any condition can you create me except with a God.
Right. But you know what? Even though I can't create you, I can confidently say that a fluid pressure system, or even just a gas pressure system without a container, is a physical impossibility.
Well, so am I.
Okay. So I guess then that mass answer you gave is that gravity causes the gas to adhere to the earth.
Right? You seem to be hung up on that.
Well, I mean, that's the explanation, isn't it? How else? And even if that were possible, how else could you possibly have that condition at all? A gas pressure without a gas pressure system without containment.
I just told you a storm.
But that's equalizing. Well, you just proved that containment.
Well, how did it become unequal?
Because
it became unequal without containment.
What happens to air or gases when they're heated?
But storms don't only happen at night when they're heated. Storms sometimes happen from them being super cold.
Does temperature affect the pressure of gas?
Ball earthers explain that temperatures.
Does
Ball earthers
temperature
explain. Yes, sir. Ball earthers. If you are a ball earther, then yes, I would have to agree with you that ball earthers claim that the temperatures change the pressure and to make the gases form together in order to create highs and lows, and the Coriolis effect takes into that and all that. But that's all ball earth explanations. That
No,
to
it's
say the
not.
same thing that a ball earther
No.
is saying, but yet say
Equalization.
that their
Yes, yes.
science is
Wait a second. Wait a
pseudoscience
second.
is
Zerzus.
not
Zerzus.
really science in itself. That's for sure.
Zerzus. Equalization of pressure is not either ball earth or flat earth. Okay, you understand? It's equalization of pressures is a fact. It takes place without containment. This is why you have the storm, is because two differing pressure systems met one another and are equalizing.
Right, and they were created inside of the same environment.
Right, that's absolutely right.
Meaning
Because
that they
we
were
have
two different
different
pressures
temperatures
in
at
the same
different
environment.
times, because we have different temperatures at different times in every location around the earth.
And nowhere was there ever containment involved.
Yes, there would have to be containment, or you could not have air pressure.
Not in creating those storms.
Do you understand the
Those storms
definition of
were.
pressure? Do you know what pressure means?
So was there little balls of container wrapped around this pressure that created the storm?
No.
No. It
No.
was a ball of pressure without
It's
containment.
not a ball.
And it
Gas is-
moves. It
it's a-
moves. If
hey,
you
hold on.
watch the
Before you get into this, balls don't assume shapes unless they assume the shape of the container that they're in.
ball, I
Okay.
didn't mean to say ball.
All right.
I
So-
only said ball because you keep saying a ball of gas. That's the only reason
when
I
does it
use the
start to
word
get
ball.
warmer?
The
When does it-
pressure
hold on.
moves.
What time of the 24-hour period does it become warmer?
Just before sunset.
Right. Well, I mean, when the sun is out, right? And then it starts to cool in the evening, right? And then in the morning, the sun comes back up and the air starts to warm again. You see, this happens all over the place.
You're making
Okay.
too much
This happens
sense.
everywhere, all day, every day of the week, every day of the year. This is happening continuously. Okay. In a continuous process of equalization, actually, respiration is taking place. That is why this is a dynamic fluid pressure system. Now, the whole fact that there is pressure or even liquid water is because it has to be contained in some way. Gravity has never been proven or shown to contain a gas against equalization. Never. You see this every time you open a beer or a soda pop. You can take it even more to the extreme and take a box of air from the surrounding area, seal it in a box, put it in a vacuum chamber, and there you have a vacuum chamber, all the air and yourself and everything in the box and the air inside the box, everything held down by gravity, right? So we reduce the pressure inside the vacuum chamber, hit a button and open up that little box, right? If gravity holds the air, that air should remain in that box. But due to the laws of gas behavior, it doesn't. It rapidly and violently leaves the box to fill the empty space.
But no flat earther understands gas containment, and I can tell you that just by us talking about this.
understand gas
Hold on, you're cutting me
containment.
off again, sir.
What?
I can tell you that by just explaining that as we were talking about this storm, what I was trying to describe and go towards is that the ball earth science that you're relying on as far as heat and pressure
That's
changes
not
and
ball
times
earth
of
science,
year,
that's just
times of
physics.
year change
that's
and all
not
that,
ball-
and that the cycle of
Shit, that's nothing
I'm
to
trying
do
to
with
talk,
the ball.
sir.
Yeah,
I'm
but
trying to talk.
you're spreading falsities. You're saying that that's all ball earth science. No, it
It
isn't.
is.
It's fucking
And it
science.
is. Okay.
What part of
It's
that would be
science.
dependent on a
Okay.
ball? What
Okay,
part
it's
of that is
science,
dependent on a
regardless
ball,
ball or
Zerzus?
flat. Here we go.
What part of
Here-
that is
can
dependent
I
on a
talk?
ball?
Can I talk?
Yeah, what part of that is dependent on the Earth being a ball?
The people who are telling you all that stuff about pressures and temperatures and all that are ball earthers, and
I don't give a fuck if they're
cut me off
Catholic. It
again.
doesn't matter. There's
Okay,
still
so-
gas laws, dumbass. There's still gas laws. It doesn't matter if the
Let me
Earth
know when I
is
can
flat,
speak
round, or
again.
anything else in that matter. Gas laws are fucking gas laws. Whether or not the person that came up with the law, or whether like he had to write it down to make it true, it's still a fucking physical law. It doesn't matter if the person that invokes it is a goddamn Catholic, a fucking Satanist, or anything else. If it's true, it's true. It doesn't matter. And none of what you're saying is dependent on the Earth being a fucking globe.
No
Water's
flat
going to react
earther
the same
has
way no
ever been
matter
able
what.
to.
You can't put it on a ball and spin it. And the first man that can do that and prove that it works like that,
Another
then,
straw man. I
don't
didn't say
change my
anything about
mind.
water sticking to a ball, ma'am.
Well, I'm telling you, you keep saying flat earthers,
Right.
globetards. So it's like you're
Well,
sitting
there has to be
somewhere
some
on the
sort of
fence and don't
definition.
know
If they're
what.
calling them globetards, then there
Well,
has to be
I
a
don't care.
definition
That's
of
a
the opposite.
label. That's a label.
Well, there has
thing-
to
We
be
are
a
people.
definition that's
We are men
opposite.
and women.
And do you
We are not.
believe
We are
Wait a
not.
second.
that the science
Another
is
thing
wrong?
you keep
Oh
doing
my
too.
gosh!
Another thing
He's
you keep
about as
doing,
retarded
Susie.
as Nick.
Listen, another thing you keep doing too is saying no flat earthers. Hey,
They
I'm
can't.
not, but just shut up. I'm
Let
not
me finish
flat.
my statement
I'm
and I'll
not
tell you where
flat.
they
Hold
can't.
on a second before you go there. When you
And
say
you can't.
flat earthers don't understand pressure and don't
You don't.
understand gas behavior, I hope you're not including me in that
Yes.
because I'm not other flat earthers. Okay. And what do you mean I don't understand gas behavior?
Well, if you'd let me finish a
You go
statement,
ahead.
a
But stop making
sentence,
those generalizations.
you, sir, do not know anything about gas pressure systems. And the
Really?
reason why I say that is
Yeah.
because you utter the words, first off, created by people who are explaining weather systems on Earth, around Earth. Now,
Mhm.
the weather systems that they're talking about, they have a way to tell me every day what the weather is going to be like at my house.
Yep.
And I understand your, changing of the seasons. You, sir, cannot tell me next week on Tuesday of next week what the weather is going to be like at my house.
Neither
They
can a
use
meteorologist
rainwater
either
systems.
because they change it by the fucking day. Okay.
Apparently,
When
on the
you look,
day
no,
that
no,
they
no, no,
tell
no,
me
no,
when
no,
it's
no,
going
no,
to be
no,
what
no,
it
no, no,
is,
no,
it's
no, no,
what
no,
it
no,
is,
no, no, no,
pretty
no,
much.
no. They go by predicted weather patterns. Now, that's it. And
Well,
this
yeah,
is
they get
why
like
when you
6
look at
different
weather
models.
for a week out, and it changes several times. I've had it happen to me a bunch of times. You look at it, oh, good, it's going to be hot, nice this weekend. We're going to the fucking amusement park. This is going to be great. And then as the week progresses, you see that forecast changes. And now, oh my God, it's going to be rain and be cloudy on Saturday instead.
And it
So don't
ends
give me
up
that
being
fucking
rain and
bullshit.
cloudy on
Meteorology is one of the
Saturday.
most inexact sciences that there are.
And what
Okay.
they're doing is
Being
they're
on a
watching
ball is
gas
not
pressures,
dependent.
and
Listen to
they're
me.
able to
Being on a
guess.
ball does not matter anything. It has nothing to do with high and low pressure systems interacting with one another.
They are able to guess enough that if they tell me it's going to be sunny today, it's usually
What's that
sunny
got to do
today.
with it being a ball?
No flat earther is capable of doing this, and they all
They do
talk
it all the
about gas
time.
pressure systems. No,
They're
show
doing it
me.
all the time.
I'm trying to tell you
Weather
that I
was
have
You mean,
never
normal
you
seen
mean
them
because they
determine when the
you
weather
mean
is
because they
going to be.
superimpose shit onto a fucking cartoon ball? You think what in the fuck are you talking
You
about?
think my rain outside of my house has been superimposed onto a cartoon ball?
No. How long
But
ago
you know
did
what?
you
The
know about it?
weatherman told me
How long?
exactly.
Yeah. How long ago?
As far as
6
this
months?
brainstorm,
How about
it's been
a
at
month
least
ago? How
it's been
about
at
3
least a
weeks
week.
ago? Did they tell you 3
If
weeks
it's
ago it
any
was going to rain
time,
today?
if it's any time in advance, it's an
Is it?
advancement upon flat Earth because
Okay,
flat Earth
so
can't even
based
give you
on
a guesstimate.
inevitabilities, no, it isn't. It has nothing to do with the Earth being round or flat. It's just
No flat
predictions of.
earther. Nobody like you can tell me when
I'm
the
not a
weather is going to
meteorologist,
be.
asshole, and
Those
neither are you.
people are
You
using a
can't tell
round
either.
Earth.
Are you a meteorologist?
Meteorologists, though, are using a round Earth model
Are they
to
really?
determine the weather.
How do you?
Absolutely. Ask
Where do
one.
you get that from?
Ask one.
Ask one. Hey, weatherman, do you use a fucking globe to detect the weather? No.
You're the one who's making the claim. You're the one who's making the claim that it's a pseudoscience.
Dude,
and I'm making a claim that it's not because I can actually
I'm gonna challenge you on your claim. I'll challenge you on your fucking claim right now. You tell me what the world being a globe, whether the weatherman thinks it is or isn't, would have to do with the prediction of weather systems.
Because they're tracking those weather around a supposed globe that they believe in.
How do you know they're tracking it? How do you know they're tracking it around a globe?
They're able to determine when that storm approximately gets
here from
across the ocean.
What would be dependent on the Earth being a globe to be able to determine that? What part does the globe part have to do with what you just said?
All of the data they're given is from a globe perspective.
Superimposed onto a globe, yes.
All of the data. Well,
all of the data is nothing more than compiled. It's nothing more than compiled. It's Doppler radar compiled, run through a fucking computer, and superimposed onto a map.
And no flat Earth channel has any predictions whatsoever about the weather because they don't understand gas pressure systems.
Maybe you don't understand. Wait. Did you ever think that it might be because none of us are meteorologists, and that's not because we don't understand gas pressure systems? It's because none of us are meteorologists.
Well, if you
did you ever think about
gas
that?
Pressure systems, and
what about
you
a gas
pressure
system
that much? You would.
Why would a gas pressure
system?
Wait a second. Why would a gas pressure system or weather patterns have to be? Where do they take the globe into account on that? Just because they superimpose radar data onto a globe, how does that make it? What part of that being a globe? What part of that being a globe affects the actual weather?
Oh, it doesn't. I'm talking about the reporting of the weather that is lacking. Yeah. There is no flat earther that can do so. Well, not even over their house. Not next week.
Wait a second. Have you polled? Wait a second. Have you polled
tomorrow or anything without actually using the news to tell me what your weather is? You have no clue what your weather is going to be next month.
Have you done a meteorologist poll to find out how many of them believe that they're on a globe or how many believe it's a flat Earth? Have you done this?
Oh yeah, I'm sure somebody has somewhere.
I'm sure somebody has somewhere. So you're making a claim. Wait a second. You're making an unsubstantiated claim.
No, I know the data that they're given is given to them and it's put onto a little cartoon image of you say as a ball, and that's what they're using is this little cartoon image of what you say is a ball to determine when the weather is going to be the way it is.
When did they ever show it? When did they ever show when you're looking at your weather?
They study it. They look at it. They look at that data.
When you look at your weather to see what it is on your phone or whatever, right? Does it show you an entire globe or does it show you your region?
When I watch a movie,
I just ask a question just to answer it. When you look at the weather on your phone, does a globe come up or does your region come up?
The data they used was from a globe.
I didn't ask you that. When you look at the weather on your phone or what other device, when it shows your weather in your area, are you looking at a globe when it's telling you this, or are you looking at a map of your region?
I use my computer, I use Bing, and I can slide my computer out, and it will most certainly show that weather on a ball. So I would have to say both. So now, as I was saying, that little argument there is ridiculous. And the reason why is because when you watch a movie, do you see the whole production of the movie or do you just see the movie? That's why when you watch the news, you don't see the whole production
of making the news. For you to tell me what the weather. I'm still waiting for you to tell me what weather prediction has to do with a globe.
No, Noah. Noah, they get most of their weather from Noah.
What is Noah? What is Noah? What is Noah? What is Noah?
National or Oceanic and Weather Administration.
Okay. All right.
I mean, these are ridiculous questions. They
All
have,
right,
they
so
have,
this is where they're getting it.
map.
So where's this?
They
Where's
have a map on their
compiled?
website.
Where's this
compiled of a
information
ball.
compiled from?
It's from satelloons, if you wish.
No, it's not.
No, they're not. They're from Doppler fucking radar that's
A lot of it's
compiled,
also
fed
from
into a computer.
satelloons.
Listen to me. Listen to me. I've talked to the weatherman at my local station, bro. Not about whether the earth was a globe or round or anything else like that. Okay. I was asking him how they get their weather shit. Happened to talk to him smoking a cigarette right outside of this was years back. This
Well, I
was
know they
quite a
use
number of
Doppler
years
radar,
ago. All right.
but they also use
And he
satellite.
told me that they have Doppler radar. Now, most of these guys, when you see them on your local weather or whatever, they're all getting the same information from one place. Okay. They get Doppler radar imagery that is then superimposed over a map, and in some cases, a high altitude photograph of your region or area. Okay. You're not seeing satellite imagery. You are seeing not true like a video from a satellite or anything. You're seeing Doppler radar information that's fed into a computer. Predictions are made based on the various readings that this gets, and it's superimposed over a map. This is how they can show an animation as to what it's supposed to do in the coming future. Okay, like this storm's going to do this. It doesn't always do as predicted, because you'll see that pattern changes as the time updates. Okay, it's nothing to do with anything flying around up in space or anything else like that. That would be way far away from the weather. It's easier to detect the weather and dissect the different pressure systems and shit from here on Earth, which is what they do.
They also have manned weather stations around that.
Oh, the satelloons. I thought the satelloons would have to be here on Earth.
They send in readings of the humidity, the temperatures, and everything like that. There's one in Iceland in a way off little place, all by its little
still
self.
Doesn't tell me why no flat earther has any of that data on a flat Earth.
What do you mean? Why would they have? What do you want flat earthers to report the weather?
Well, if they're going to be taking over science.
Well, wait a second.
Wait
a second. Now we're right back to my initial question. Now we're right back to my initial question. What does meteorology have to do with the Earth being a globe?
It's all part of the ball Earth science. It's all part
what?
of the stupid
Tell me how. Wait, you keep saying that.
How?
How is it part of ball Earth
Because when
science?
you learn about that science, you find out that all that science is surrounded around
that. Wait a second.
What
part of what part of meteorology requires a ball? Where is that involved anywhere in these predictions?
Makes you ever think that they're saying flat?
Meteorology doesn't give a fuck one way or the other about the shape of the Earth. Meteorology is just merely looking at high and low pressure fronts, looking at storms, predicting where they're going to go, predicting the intensity of. They're not always right, of course. And then they show you Doppler radar imagery pasted over a fucking map. It's not anything to do with a goddamn globe.
Green screen.
But no ball earther is capable of telling me the weather above their house on any given day, except for looking out the window and saying, "No, you can't."
What, we can't look up and see what the fucking sky is?
You don't want to know what the weather is like in 3 days when you go visit Granny?
Is it always right?
It's pretty much always
right.
right.
No, it isn't.
A lot of the times it's right more than it's wrong.
Okay, I'll give you that. Yeah, and even a stopped clock tells the right time twice a day too. Listen, meteorology is one of the most inexact sciences that there are.
Oh, I didn't say
most
it was
of
exact.
it is a stab in the fucking dark. Okay,
I didn't say it wasn't exact. I was saying that the ball heads,
what part of it
meteorology
what
is
part of it uses globe science? What part of it uses any globe shit?
All of it.
Where? Just name. Well, tell me one part. How?
I tried to explain to you. Look at Noah's map. Look at Noah's map.
What do you mean? Look at Noah's map.
Their weather map. They have a weather map where you can find out the weather all over the terrain of the planet, and you can spin it around the terrain of the planet, and you can see as you spin it
Superimposed
around
imagery.
that's all exactly, but that is what they're going off of. That is what they're
Wait a
basing.
second. Wait a
That's
second. Wait a
what
second.
they're
So
basing it on, not what I'm basing it on. That is what
wait,
they
I'm
are
trying to
basing
figure
the
out what
weather
part
on.
of it being a globe has anything to do with the weather.
That's what they're basing it on. That's all
Well,
the
what
data
part of it
they're
are they? You
given
can't base
from
all of it on
the
that. You mean
information
everything
from
is
NOAA,
based
which
on?
is
You mean
clearly-
everything about meteorology is based on the Earth being a globe? So it has nothing to do with high and low pressure fronts. It has nothing to do with hot or cold air. It has nothing to do with wind speeds and directions or anything like that.
All based
Right?
on
Tell
data.
me how that has any fucking thing to do with a globe.
It's all based on data, and when the
What
data
data?
is put together, you keep asking that is not science.
I understand
That's
the data. The
pseudoscience. That's
data. What
denying
part
science
of the
without any
data?
scientific
What
evidence
part
your
of the
own.
data is dependent upon a globe? What part of that data
All of it.
uses globe? No, it
Go
doesn't.
to NOAA.
Okay, what part of a high pressure front and a low pressure front coming together has to do with it being a globe?
Well, if you go and look on the map on NOAA, you can find out exactly how they go together and where they go to after
Oh, I
that.
can look on, so I can see the same thing on a flat Earth map. And
No, you can't. You can
I
never
say,
see
yes,
the
I
weather
can.
go actively
Yes, I can,
happening
because it
on
has
any flat Earth
absolutely
map.
nothing to do with a fucking globe or not. That's stupid.
It's all that junk is ball Earth junk. All of that junk.
What part of it has to do with a ball?
That's where all
Tell
of
me
the
what a high
ideas
pressure.
came
What
from.
does high pressure system have to do with a ball?
I mean, that's a ridiculous question.
What does a high pressure
That's
system
another
have to do with a
failed
ball?
question.
What does two pressure fronts coming together have to do with a ball?
You keep asking the same question.
You haven't
asked and
answered it.
answered, sir.
You haven't
Asked and
answered it.
answered.
You have not
All
answered
of
it.
the information they are
You have
using.
not
You keep
answered it.
making
No,
me have
you
to
just
repeat
keep
it.
No. You brought it up, bro. What part of a high pressure front meeting a low pressure front has to do with the Earth being a ball?
Now that
what part of that reaction
is not what I claimed. What
that's
I claimed
what weather
is that they
Isn't that, wait a
predict
second.
the weather.
Aren't those two
There's
very
the
important?
straw man because I
Aren't
did
those
not
two
claim that.
very important fucking
I did
categories
not
within
claim that.
weather? Are those not two very
What I
important
claimed is
categories?
that they are able to predict the weather.
So
and
what?
You went off on some random tangent about how, and of course the answer is
No,
that
I
they
didn't
get the
say
data
how.
from NOAA.
No. I didn't
were
say. I
asking
didn't
how
ask
that
how.
says it's a ball.
I asked
I
what
didn't
the
say
fuck
it's a
it has
ball.
to do
I
with a
said that
ball.
the data they use is data from a ball.
Superimposed on a ball. Yes, I know.
So then their science
It's superimposed
based
on a ball.
Superimposed
superimposed
balls.
on a ball.
That's fine. Superimposed balls. Either way,
Right,
that's
right.
what their
So
science is
you don't.
based on.
So what the fuck? What
That's
does that
what they're
matter?
giving you the information from.
Yeah, but they took it flat and then they wrapped it on a ball.
No, actually, you said it
Really?
the other way around. When they
Really?
put it
Then
on
why
my
do they have to
channel- when
superimpose
they
it
put
on a
my
ball?
channel
Then
from
why
the
do they have to
neighborhood, they made it
superimpose?
flat.
Then why do they have to superimpose it on a ball?
You're the one that said they superimposed it on a
They
ball.
do. Do you think that's really the
I'm
Earth
just
with
agreeing
weather on
with
it? Do you really think that?
I believe that it's the data. The data that
Of
is
course.
collected.
Okay, so it's nothing to do.
shows that.
So how does that prove? How does that mean that it's a ball?
Because the data that shows the data that's
No,
collected
we
shows
already
that.
discussed that they've superimposed the data onto a cartoon ball. Okay.
Only because you say superimposed.
No, because that's what they're doing. Do you really think there's something way out there like that, taking real-time pictures of the Earth?
Satelloons, and it doesn't even have to
Way
be
out
out
there,
there.
far enough.
It
Wait a
doesn't even.
second.
It doesn't
Far
even have to
enough
be
to-
way out
wait a
there. If we're
second.
talking about Doppler, the
Far
Doppler is
enough.
also
Wait a second. You
able
think
to
that,
detect
so?
and
Wait a
where-
second. So wait a second. You either think that there's something far enough away from the Earth that it's taking pictures of the Earth and its weather, the entire Earth, the globe, and its weather in real time. Is that what's going on? Or are they taking the data and wrapping it onto an image of the globe? Think about it carefully.
They're taking the data and reading the data as the data is given.
And what part of
Data
that
is
means
given
it
as
has-
data
and what part of
is.
that data would be dependent on the Earth being a globe?
The data.
Well, that's not an answer. What part of that data would be dependent on the Earth being a globe?
Once you calculate once you get all of the Doppler radars, if we'll just ignore that they do any weather from satelloons. Okay. Once you take all of the Doppler radars and you put it together, that data comes out with something that you hate.
What do you mean?
No, it doesn't. I can't help it. That's just what that.
Wait a second. You
It's
just said a
data.
bunch of dumb shit that didn't mean anything.
Well, of course it didn't to you.
Well, it doesn't to anybody.
It comes out that it's not
It
flat.
might mean something to you, but
no,
hey.
It comes out that it's not flat, and that's where we're going back into
How
the
does it,
pseudoscience.
and how does it do that?
How does it
do that? Wait a second. How does it do that?
Pseudosciences.
Wait a second. How does it do that?
The other sciences are supposedly pseudosciences, and that's where I'm trying to say
how
they actually have ways to measure and do all this on if you wanted to, or if you really wanted to dig into it, which I'm not really wanting to dig into it.
Dude, this is your fucking claim here, buddy.
That I can
You're
learn
sitting
how
there
to do
telling
this
me,
stuff and
you're sitting
predict
there
the
telling
weather
me that
above your
they're
house.
taking images of the Earth in real time. From
I'm
space.
telling you that they can predict the weather above your house because they know gas
I'm
pressure
not
systems.
disputing
Well,
that.
you're talking over me again.
I didn't dispute that though.
They know gas pressure systems, and you are claiming that you know gas pressure systems, and I am claiming that you don't because you cannot predict the weather above my house, in which other people who do know how to predict gas pressure systems can.
Do you realize what a stupid straw man fucking
That's
argument
not a
that
straw
is?
man.
Wait a
That's
second. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is.
Can
Wait
you?
a second.
Can you? Then you don't know
You're
pressure.
claiming that because I don't know meteorology, that I don't know anything about gas and
You
pressure
don't know
systems and how
anything
they work.
about gas pressure systems and how
Really?
they work.
I don't.
If you don't know anything about, just basic how a freaking storm develops.
Is a scuba tank a gas pressure system?
You don't know anything about
Is a fucking scuba tank a gas pressure system, asshole?
No.
Okay. It's not?
No.
It's not? It's not a system that's containing
all.
gas? It's not a system that is containing gas? What is it
because
then?
I've used all the air in it.
Oh, okay.
I was just being a little silly there.
Yeah. All right.
Because
So, as you can see,
back into the same.
Now let me ask you just a few fundamental questions with this, with a scuba tank or a cylinder. It is a gas pressure system. And what will happen if you open the valve? The air will come out, right?
No, because I've already used the air.
All right. Well, this one has air in it. Okay. So when we open the valve, we know that the air will come out, right? It's pretty much fundamental. Everybody knows this. It's we can try it over and over and over again. We'll get the same results. We open the valve, the air will come out of the pressurized cylinder, right? So you're not a scuba diver, so you don't know nothing about fucking pressure systems. Does that make sense? Would that make sense?
Well, I mean, almost the same.
Now, wait a second. Does that make any sense?
Almost the same as the monkey is able to eat the banana, and he knows that the banana comes from the tree, and he can open up the. I know it's a ridiculous comparison. That's exactly what yours was.
No, it's not. It's the same fucking comparison you did. You
Telling
claim
the
that I don't know gas
You don't
behavior.
know gas
You
pressure
claim that I don't
systems
know
because
gas
you
behavior
cannot-
and that I don't. Wait a second. You claim that I didn't know gas behavior and I didn't know how pressure systems work.
I claim
Right?
you don't know how the weather
And
works.
immediately, and after I explained why we have weather due to pressure systems, would give an indication that I do indeed understand them. Now, as far as predicting the weather, that's
No flat
my
earth
job.
in it.
I'm not a meteorologist. However, I get data that on my phone that seems to be somewhat accurate, and I can get an indication as to what it does. Now, none of that is dependent on the Earth being a ball.
It's all that pseudoscience. It's all
Regardless of
pseudoscience.
what the people that gave it to me believe, regardless of
that
okay?
scientist
It
got a
doesn't make
paper
it.
from
It doesn't
from a-
make it a Catholic thing if the fucking person that gave me the information believed in Catholicism. Okay, so I'm not a meteorologist. I understand how pressure systems work, but I don't have a job where I predict weather. I have
so the
sometimes
science is
said,
good for you
I
and
have
it's
sometimes
beneficial.
said, it's looking like this. I think we might get some of this here later. And I'm sometimes right with it because of knowing fundamentally the behavior of pressure systems and how gas behavior works. Okay. So for you to say that flat earthers don't know how gas pressure systems work because they don't predict the weather is stupid.
They can't even guess the weather, man. They can't even
Okay.
guess the weather. The
Either
same as
way,
We
it's
can
still
barely
there's
even guess
it's
celestial objects
still
moving in
a
the sky.
stupid argument.
They can't
Very
even guess
stupid.
the celestial objects moving in the sky and what position and what day of the week they'll raise and what day of the week they'll drop. They have no way of predicting any of that. Why? Because they're so busy saying no ball.
How long have they been
I
predicting
think
that?
you're busy putting words in other people's mouths.
How long have they been predicting those things, Zeus?
They, the ballers, the
Well,
ballers,
anybody.
the ball heads
About
have
5,000
the
years or
stupid
more.
ball heads have been predicting them for a very long time.
Yeah, 5,000 years. Did you
And
know
you're
that
saying
the
they're all
Soros
wrong.
cycle? Did you know that the Soros charts, which are used today by NASA to predict where and when, not really predict, but to tell us where and when these eclipses are going to happen, was invented by ancient Babylonians who were flat earthers 5,000 years ago. Isn't that something? So movements in the sky of objects that we see from Earth are no indication of the condition of the place that we're looking at them from, any more than my neighbor's swimming pool level has anything to do with the color of my mailbox.
Wow. You know, you've said that at least 1,000,000 times.
Well, 1,000,001.
I mean, we were talking about
When's it going to
how
get through
they're
to?
incapable of. Well, this is all about
You're making
pseudoscience.
generalizations that are
This is
not
all
true.
about pseudoscience, and
You're
they are
making
true.
generalizations that are not true, which is the very, very essence of what pseudoscience does.
If I want to know how many bird species are on this world, and I want to know exactly how they're dispersed around the world. I want to know exactly how they're dispersed. I can look this up. Because a stupid ball earther has ran around and done the science.
You mean an
to
ornithologist?
determine it.
You mean
Yes.
a fucking ornithologist did it?
Yes.
Right.
One of those
And
pseudosciences.
have you queried all the ornithologists that have
Someone
cataloged
chasing
these things to
birds.
determine whether or not they think the Earth is a ball or not? Have you? What
Of course they
percentage?
do. They're all a part of that pseudoscience. That pseudoscience.
Wait a
They go
second.
to the school. They
Pseudoscience?
go
Wait
to
a second. Wait a
school,
second. Wait a
and they
second.
get a degree, a
Pseudoscience?
little piece of paper
I don't
that
think
tells them
people
that they're
chasing
smart,
birds have
and then they
Zeus,
get it from
Zeus,
all of these.
Zeus,
They're
you're
all
just
brainwashed.
being
They're all
retarded now.
brainwashed by this group of ball heads that have taught them that the Earth is a ball. And if
You
we're
wanna
talking
tell me
about the
what part?
placement
Hold on, wait a
of
second.
birds around the world, I
All
bet
right.
you the ornithologist would
Zeus.
map those on a ball.
All right, you're being really retarded right now. Okay, you really are. Now you're going to say that ornithology is dependent on a globe belief. That's what you just said.
I am saying that it comes from baller science, yes.
It comes from the Earth being a ball Earth science.
No, it comes from these people that believe that everything
Where
is
does
normal.
ball Earth
Hold on.
science
Ball Earth
fall
science
in?
comes from the people that believe everything is normal and everything is how they've told us.
Okay, you've told us
So-
how everybody else believes. Now I have a question. What
Yeah,
do you
right.
believe?
What do I believe? I believe in neutral Earth, and I believe that the Earth is not
What's
flat.
neutral Earth? I never
The
heard
neutral
that.
Earth is that the Earth is not flat. And there's no evidence that anybody has
So
ever
you
given
think
me
it's
that
a
it is
ball.
flat. No.
So you
There
think-
is no evidence that anybody
Okay,
has
so
ever
what
given
is
me that I can
neutral Earth?
scientifically repeat.
You mean
to
there's
prove
no
that
evidence
it
that
is
it's
flat.
level?
shape
There's
do
no
you
evidence that
think-
it's level?
There is no scientific
gosh,
evidence. There is no scientific gadgets that I can use in order to prove
A
anything
neutral
has
Earth,
been
what shape is
scientifically
neutral?
examined, because
What
when we
shape
talk about
is neutral?
experiments, you've said it
What
yourself,
shape
an
is
observation is not an experiment.
What
So
shape
what we
is
need is
neutral?
we need the objects. We
Okay,
need
What
the
shape is
objects that you
Go
guys
down to
are
Home
using
Depot, Zeus,
to
and buy
determine
yourself.
What?
Here's two things you can get yourself.
a level.
Get yourself a good level.
It'll show me curved water.
It'll show you curved water inside the bubble because of the fucking displacement of the air, asshole. It determines where the bubble is at, determines level.
I want
God
to know
damn,
what
you're
shape
dumb.
neutral is.
Another thing you might want to
neutral
consider
is.
trying. Another thing you might want to consider trying is using a water level. It's real simple. It
okay.
only requires a clear tube of a great length, and you can level two objects across a great distance merely by filling that tube with water. It's really cool. Another thing you can do is get yourself a good set of optics. Okay. And you can go ahead and see that you can definitely bring in objects that should be well over any kind of a curve or any kind of convexity. The target object would be hidden. Okay. You can repeat these experiments over and over. You can change many of the variables and you will still come to the same conclusion. All right. Your claim that ornithology is required by a belief in a globe is the most unrelated fucking gob of shit that I've heard yet. That's worse than the meteorology shit that you just tried to run.
All of the sciences
off,
you say are fake.
Wait a second. First off, you've not polled all the ornithologists in the world to determine whether or not they believe the Earth is a fucking globe or whether it's flat. You don't.
I
And
can
nothing
pull all
about
of the flat earthers
ornithology.
if they were
and
willing to
nothing-
come up.
listen to me.
If they weren't so coward, they wouldn't come up. I would be greatly willing to ask all of the flat earthers to show me their ornithology maps, to show me their maps of what type of animals.
Why would
They
the
don't have any
location-
science because they don't have
Wait a
any
second.
science.
What
They have
would the
lack of
loca-
science, the absolute
Zerzuz,
lack of science.
Zerzuz, did you fucking have a stroke? What in the fuck would the distribution of birds around the Earth have to do with convexity or not?
Well, all of
What
it
the
was
fuck
about
would that
weight
have
to
to do?
begin
What
with,
is
which
it
is
even-
still
how
sitting
is it
down in the
even-
bottom.
How is it even fucking
Well, sir, we
related?
got on weather because
Man,
you went
well,
there. It's
Yeah, but
all
wait a
been
second.
about weight, which has
how
been
is it
sitting there in the
out?
bottom for like an hour
It
now.
was a man's idea, and it was considered a theory, globe theory.
Maybe 2 hours. I'm not sure exactly. I think it's been closer to 2 hours that video has been sitting on there that we started on with weight.
Yeah, and I
somehow
already
has
told you. What did I
randomly
already
went
tell
off
you?
into
Did you
storm.
put the scale in the fucking water or not, Zerzuz?
You didn't also let me
Did you
explain
put
that
the
after
fucking
showing
scale
the
in the
experiment, but you
water
won't wanna
or
show the
not,
experiment.
Zerzuz? Did you
Okay.
put the fucking scale in the water or not?
You asked it 3 times. Can I answer it?
Yes, it's a yes or no question.
No.
No, then you're not weighing it correctly.
Do you want to
Sorry.
know why?
What did I just say a couple of minutes ago? What
Do
did
you
I
wanna
just
know
say? I
why?
said the weight is dependent to the relative
wanna know-
density per
You
volume
closed it
of the
again.
medium that it's in.
You closed it again because I'm going to prove to you that the weight doesn't change.
The weight outside, the overall weight that's being measured in this
the weight
medium,
of the object.
the weight that's being measured in
they're
this
both
medium,
being measured
the
in
weight
this
that you're
medium.
measuring in this medium,
The water is being measured
the
in this
water is
medium.
being weighed as well, and you used it as a tare weight. Put the scale in the water.
The water is being okay now.
Put the scale in the water.
I will
Zerzuz.
explain to you what happens when I put the scale in the water if you'd stop yelling at me.
Well, go ahead, get to that
I
part.
mean, you've really got triggered here.
Well, and here's why, because you get to the fucking point. You're sitting here like some kind of a moron trying to equate the science of ornithology to fucking globes, where
It
there's
has
no
to be.
correlation
All
or
of this- all of
relationship
that are
whatsoever. There's
people
not
that
one fucking
believe-
relationship between those two things.
All of that is people that believe that what they've been told about their world is accurate.
What would it have to do with the birds?
That's right. It's what
They
you were
are
taught.
people
You were
that-
taught that you lived on a ball, and that for somehow you can't just look at water
asked
and
the
say,
same
you know
question
what?
over
No
again.
matter what I do to water, no matter how I try to manipulate it, it always acts the same.
All right,
no
listen.
matter what. And you can't do that on a ball. You can do that on a level topographical plane, though.
So again, I still.
So
haven't
what
been
if
able
all
to
what if
explain why I
ornithologists?
didn't-
Let me ask you a question here, Zerzuz. What if all the ornithologists, or a great majority of them, were all Catholic? Would that make the field of study of ornithology a Catholic study?
No.
Okay, then what the fuck is the goddamn globe got to do with it?
It says that there is no. Now you see, you got hung up on the ornithology, which actually proves that there is no ornithology on any flat Earth channel. No flat Earth channel. No flat Earth website. There's
flat
no
Earth
ornithology. There's
channels.
no animal life whatsoever mentioned. It's all simply no ball.
Why would it have to do?
There's
anything?
no 100% proof flat. It's more no ball. So I have come up with the idea that I don't
And you're
want
starting to get on my
to
fucking
toy with the
nerves.
ideas
Your,
of Ball.
you know, your stupidity, I believe, at this point is just goddamn on purpose.
All of it, no,
It really
all of the
is.
sciences.
So I'm
all of
going to
the
go ahead and
sciences
tell
are
you
of
good
people.
night now.
All right,
I'll
man.
see you
Have a
later.
good night.
Good night. Well, you know, because you're being stupid.
I'm not. I'm trying to.
You
all of
are.
the
You
people
are.
that-
You are. You actually think that because you think that all meteorologists are globe earthers, or
No, I believe they
wait.
are
I get. I'm not.
normies.
Or you think that all ornithologists are globe earthers.
Normies.
Normie, that's nothing normal about thinking scientifically impossible conditions can exist. There's nothing normal about that. That's the definition of fucking
Then
insane.
abnormals. I don't know what to call them. Every time I call them something, it seems to offend you.
Well, do you think it's normal to believe that impossible things are real? Do you think
I believe that the
do you think
sciences that I was
sane?
referring to.
Do you think
were,
it's sane to think that despite all your senses and observations that you think you'd be on a ball that's whirling and spinning and fucking flying through space and all this other nonsense with absolutely zero fucking proof of it? Do you think that that would be a sane condition for anybody?
Well, I believe what I was trying to say is that all of the sciences all come from people who believe what they were told was accurate.
I'm sorry, that's a logical
And some of
fallacy.
some of them may have
No, I'm not going to let you get by with that logical
ideas
fallacy.
that they can prove. Some of them may have
Dude,
ideas that they can prove it
with
wrong.
that logical fallacy.
Such
I'm
as the
sorry.
guy you brought in the beginning of
I'm
the
not going to
show.
let you get by with that logical fallacy. You cannot make that claim if you do not know. So stop it. Nothing about ornithology or any of these other things that have nothing to do with the convexity of the earth.
Oh no. What I was showing is that it's lacking any of those studies on the flat earth. I mean, sorry. Not on the
I'm sorry.
Not on the normal people
that
on these people that keep preaching the flat earth
Can you
on
show
their
me
channels.
Can you show me a Glober? Can you show me a Glober channel that covers ornithology and why it pertains to the globe?
Possibly. I know one that's a photographer.
I'm not aware of any.
Sure,
I don't see how that would even be any good content, really.
I know one that's a photographer that really only ever has mentioned the globe flat earth thing like maybe twice in his entire channel career, and he spends a lot of time looking at birds and whatnot. So yeah, I guess there's one. I can't remember his channel, but
all right, Walters, what the fuck are you doing here? You keep coming up on the thing, either are you there at all? I'm going to dismiss this one and then I'm going to put this one up. God damn. What are you doing, bro? You're up here 3 or 4 fucking times now.
I don't know, man. I think it's time for a safety meeting or something.
Might be. But no, I mean, some of the straw man shit that you've come up with here tonight is just so ridiculous. I don't even know how to even fucking address it. The idea that because you assume that people that are ornithologists are fucking globers, that ornithology proves the globe or something. I don't know what the fuck is going on with that, but I don't understand how someone.
That isn't what I was trying to prove. What I was trying to prove is that the flat earth channels don't have any science, and that I was calling out.
How do you? What do you mean they don't have any science?
I was calling out sciences that we need to know. Why do we need to know them? Because I need to know how to survive. And if I don't know what animals are in my area, I'm not going to be able to know how to survive. And these type of things,
be dependent on a globe? Is that going to be dependent on a globe? What animals where you are?
Here's your science project.
I guarantee that those people believe that what they've been taught in school was accurate.
Well, so what?
You're an experiment.
So what?
Now,
what does that have to do with anything?
Point out was
what does that have? Wait, what does that have to do with it? Why would that have anything to do with it?
He wants experiments.
What I was trying to point out is that not the ornithologist, not necessarily. I did make that statement, possibly by mistake, because you directed me towards it. But I was not trying
Oh my
to.
gosh,
I
he
was
cares
not
more
trying to
about what
say
other men
that they
think. He has
believe
no balls.
in.
He done played with them and they fell off.
So I that's funny. So I believe that what I'm trying to say here is not necessarily that ornithologists are ball earthers. What I am
I'm
trying to
saying it's
say
all your
here
fault, Dave.
is there is a
All
lack
your fault.
of any scientific anything other than no ball in the flat earth community.
Okay,
Now, if
that's
these are the
another.
people
Hold
that are
on.
going
All
to
right, so
take
you've
over,
said that about 15 fucking times, and it's not true. Okay, it's not true. It's bullshit. You've come up here with a bunch of straw man bullshit, wondering why there's no flat earth ornithology channels and shit, and why flat earthers aren't being meteorologists and shit. And that's your explanation that people don't understand how gas pressure systems and gas laws work. You're a fucking retard.
He
Okay.
overly cares what other people think. He constantly says, "Oh, but that's not what I'm saying."
Oh my God. I mean, for real, this is where we're at with this thing right here.
I don't give a
This is
shit
where
what
we're
other
at.
people
Well,
think.
those people believe. What if those people were all fucking Catholics too? Would that mean that bird watching is now a Catholic activity?
Yeah, right.
So how you doing,
Thank
Walters?
God I don't have to be one of them. All right.
No kidding. Plus,
Like I said, I don't care what people think. I care and believe. I care how they treat me. You know.
Well,
I don't like when somebody sits there and talks crap. When he wants experiments, go fill up a bowl, stick it in the freezer. Does water freeze? Absolutely. There's your fact of science.
I looked up a bunch while you were talking. I looked up a bunch of experiments while you were talking.
Did you?
Yeah.
Like
but they
which
were
one?
well, they did a bunch in just in different universities, and it's about observing things, because I mean, they talk about the ideal in the equation, of gases and the laws of gas and things. But they say about the ideal. Well, that's a fucking lie, isn't it? Because it fluctuates, and so it's not constant. It's not a constant thing, and so it all depends. Yeah.
Yeah, you've got all kinds of factors involved within the dynamic fluid pressure system that we're in. I mean, like he brought up eloquently too, storms. Okay, great. I'm glad you brought up storms. Why do we have storms?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, high pressure systems, low pressure systems interact with one another. What happens? Equalization, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is why the storm doesn't last. The storm only occurs during that process of equalization.
Right. It's the same thing with like the theory of relativity, and about Einstein and the things that we didn't consider. Just because you can't see things doesn't mean they're not happening or they're not there.
Right.
So, and I think that fundamentally what's been left out is a lot of things that we are just learning how to measure, and different spiritual things that were never considered as well that are important.
Yeah.
But that's just like my opinion, man.
You're right, because that's what I said about Pythagoras. He did not consider water when he thought, well, the sphere was the God particle, right? The God shape, and so the earth must be round.
Right.
Must be a ball. But he didn't consider the water or anything else when he came up with that cockamamie idea.
Besides, we're here in the 3D and we're like flashing in and out of the 3D, like, so quickly that we can't, it looks constant, but it's not. So, when you're considering that, it's like, think about what's that called? The tetrahedron, or the, that crazy shape that's like,
Yeah, I saw one on where was it? On Facebook. It's a tesseract.
Trippy. Yeah.
Have you seen that thing?
Too. Yes, I have seen that.
That thing's fucking cool, man.
Yeah, it is. It's a trip. I'm
I
like,
was sitting there, just the one on the ad. I was sitting there staring at it a whole bunch, looking at it. I was
I
like,
know.
I know if I had that thing, I'd be like, oh, looking into it, freaking out and shit.
I'm going to travel to another dimension. Yeah.
But I'll tell you, Zerzu, so you're backstage. I still see you back there. Cool. I want you to really go look into the experiment that you didn't know anything about and see what the rest of the story is. I love it because Simon, Dan, and the rest of these assholes out there love to say, oh, Bob Nodell, blah, 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 blah. Well, let's take a look at what really happened. You know, let's get the rest of the story, as Paul Harvey likes to say, or liked to say, you know,
I
and
wrote
that's where you find it.
something in the comments, but I don't know which one of me wrote something in your comments. So
I know. I was like, you keep coming up here like 3 or 4 times, man. I was like, oh my God, there you are. And there you are again. I put you up stage and then you pop up back there again. And I'm
I
like,
keep looking at other things and I want to like share them, but I'm not sure how to do that. So I'm
oh,
just
there's
like,
you can put it, you see there's an area that's a private chat. Yeah,
mm-hmm.
that's back there. That's where you put. Okay, Walter. I see it now. I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention to the private
That's
chat.
cool. It's cool.
Gas pressure laws formula. Now, see, the thing is that when that's interesting. The PV equals nRT, where P is the pressure, the gas, V is the volume. Yes. And the thing is that the thing is, gas will keep moving. Gas particles keep moving around, right?
And that's why it's not constant. No, it doesn't work in a fucking formula. It's a fucking lie. It's all about observing the different pressures and different temperatures changes.
Well, it's like this, okay? Explain this pressure gradient. Okay. Well, it's a real easy and something that people can be familiar with. All right. If you've ever been in a large body of water, right? When you dive down, the deeper you go, what happens? You experience more pressure. In fact, sometimes if you go down deep enough,
Huge amounts of pressure.
5, 10, maybe 5, 10 feet or so, you might have to pop your ears, right? You'll feel that pressure build up.
You might get sickness. You might get
Well, I'm just talking about holding your breath, you know. You
right.
careful.
But the same as like going to a high mountain, right?
But so what you've got a higher pressure toward the depths, because you're displacing a greater amount of the fluid, right?
Yeah.
Whereas if you go up near the surface, what happens then? You have less pressure.
It all just depends on so many things. And like the formula says, you know, it's an ideal. It's not. And how can an ideal be a constant? Like to me, that's not a truth. You know,
like speed of light. Speed of light was an agreed upon average.
The word average.
That's exactly what I was thinking. It fluctuates.
Yeah.
So something that fluctuates is called what? Because it varies. It's not a constant. It's a variable.
Yay, we won.
Hey, we win. And here's Nick to tell you what you've won. It's a brand new car. What's going on,
Come
JJ?
on down.
Yay.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Pretty good, man.
Hey, Congress. Great discussion and great stream we're having tonight.
Yeah, I'm having a good time here. How many we got? We got 66. Oh God, there's that number. I'm gonna be shutting it down here pretty soon, though.
Straight
Not
to
too much
hell.
longer. I was kind of hoping Sean Hawkins would come up here and run his mouth a little bit too, but he won't ever come up here. But that's the whole thing is, you know, Zerzus, this is the thing, making those dumb generalizations like that, like no flat earthers can predict the weather. How do you know that? How do you know that? Because you don't see a YouTube channel about it? Have you looked?
Because
I haven't. I never thought to. Or a flat earth ornithology channel? I don't know if there is one, but hey, it's a good idea. And if you out there into birds and flat earth, knock it out of the park, babe.
Yeah, I see them constantly wrong about the weather from where I'm at.
The birds,
I mean,
5 minutes.
the birds I see keep defying gravity and flying all
I
over
got
the damn
break.
place.
Well, they can't define gravity.
for
And a
you.
lot of them, and here's the biggest problem, a lot of them keep invoking this mass attracting mass horseshit, right? Unaware that they pretty much shit canned that for Einstein's bending of space-time, which is even more stupid. It really is. Space-time? What is it? Oh, you can't see it or anything. Well,
wait
how
a
do you know it?
minute.
Fucking bent, man. What the fuck are you talking? Well, we saw these stars and we made a prediction, and some of the stars did what we thought it should do, and you know,
Take
so
a bomb,
therefore it proves.
see what happens.
Can we see those? Can we see those star plates, those fucking photographs or anything? Oh no, they don't exist anymore. Oh, okay, isn't that?
Well, how about how NASA came out years ago and said how the moon is in Earth's atmosphere? And that raises so many questions, like, is the moon closer? Is the moon smaller? And if there's gravity, why ain't the moon, if it's a rock falling down, if it's in our atmosphere? So it's can't be a rock then.
Well, listen, we used to have that technology, those photos of going to the moon. We used to have that technology, but we don't anymore, so we can't go there.
It's a painful process to build it back.
Oh my God.
So basically, I was just trying to explain that we need science. We
Yes.
need those sciences.
Actual
and
science.
if it's so, if let's say that, you know, all of these people in this flat Earth community end up proving a flat Earth, we will be lacking all of the other sciences.
No, how?
Well,
what sciences? What sciences?
Because you will be proving all the other sciences.
Wait a second. Let me just ask you this: what actual science can you name that's actually a science that would depend on the flat Earth or on a globe Earth? Now, secondly, you have to understand this too. The positive claim is that of a globe because it goes against all reason. It goes against all observations. So we don't have to prove a flat Earth. It's demonstrably obvious. The proof needs to be of the ridiculous claim of the globe. Extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. And we don't have that. We have nothing but, as we then titled the show, pseudoscience and fake space, should I say?
Right.
I mean, that's it. That's it.
You know, you can't necessarily tell somebody they're wrong without having exact opposite proofs of sciences of your own.
Well, we do. I invoked gas laws. Okay. I invoke gas laws. And a gas laws dictate that you cannot have a gas pressure system without physical containment. Can't be done.
So we're going to rely the rest of the eternity on gas pressure containment.
We've been relying on it our whole existence. Why wouldn't we?
You don't think that maybe other sciences
we're not
might
changing
not need to
anything. Hold on, wait a second, Zerzus. We're not changing anything.
Well, you would have to.
Why would we change what?
Well, primarily in the models that are given to the astronomers or astrologists, astronomers, in order to predict the weather. We'd have to change those models.
Wait a second, astronomers don't predict the weather.
Meteorologist.
Doppler radar, pressure systems, etc.
But we would have to change those models because the models.
Why would we have to change those models? Just stop superimposing it onto a ball.
That would have to. We'd have to change them.
No, we wouldn't. They have to change them in order to superimpose them on the ball. That's when they get changed. They aren't taken off of a ball. They're put on a ball. So don't change them at all. There you go. Problem solved. It's not that difficult, man. It's not like we're changing anything. Everything still works the same as it always has. The explanations may change. The explanations for some things may change. But no real science is going to suffer from this at all. Because real science wasn't used to make everybody think this.
But what is real science?
Real science would be if you make a claim or a hypothesis, you then conduct experimentations that can prove your hypothesis to be true. Now, one of the basic and most fundamental of these is the fact of a gas pressure system that is claimed to exist without containment, and furthermore exacerbated to be more of a problem by the same proponents of such an idea as to call that beyond the atmosphere a vacuum, even giving it a ridiculous measurement of negative 10 to the 17 torr in deep space. Now, we already know that there is no possible way that you can have a gas pressure system with next to a vacuum without containment, or a pressure system at all without something doing an act of pressing. Gravity has never been proven to pull on gases. In fact, it's never been proven to pull on anything. It's been assumed. So right out the gate with those just fundamental things, the globe is already having a rough time. Because then we tell everybody that this scientific impossibility is now whirling around a giant ball of hydrogen that somehow formed in a vacuum, no less, and became so immense from its own gravity that it caused its own pressure and started to undergo nuclear fusion without a shred of fucking proof at all. Just assumptions, treated as fact, beaten into the heads of school children, and then they take it as a fact.
And even nuclear fusion must be in a container to even experiment with in the first place.
So my question is that where is the science in those claims of these things that we supposedly live in?
Several little trinkets that you immediately denounce. One of
Like
them being
what?
the Cavendish. Several trinkets.
Cavendish was neither an experiment nor was it scientific. It was an observation.
It was a whole lot better than any experiment I've ever seen on a flat Earth channel.
How?
Because there are none.
There are none. We've not demonstrated buoyancy and density repeatedly.
Oh yeah, I made a misstatement on that the last time I was
here.
here. That the balloon is claimed to be buoyant, right? And that's why it flies.
What is?
That the balloon or the material inside of the balloon is considered to be buoyant, and that's why it flies.
Yes.
Okay, and that's what I was trying to point out the last time I was on here, that same balloon and the same amount of gas, not changed.
Right.
Not changed. No change whatsoever. As a matter of fact, the balloon would get a little larger, which in the theory of buoyancy would say that it should become more buoyant. But
yeah, but see, the only way to have a volume of, wait a second, the only way to have a volume of gas to begin with is with a container.
Right. It's got a container. It's called a balloon.
Yeah.
It's called a balloon. It's got a container. And that gas inside of that container, the balloon, is what's making it rise up in the atmosphere because it's trying to find an equilibrium. And I made a mistake.
In combination with the added weight of the balloon. But yes, go ahead.
Well, I was going to apologize, but you keep cutting me off.
No, I'm just saying, I want the, you got to include that and including the weight of the balloon. Okay. Because once you remove the pressure, okay, of course the balloon's going to expand. Why? Because that's gas behavior that I don't understand. And it wants to fill that empty space regardless of its constraint. Right. So once we remove, and yes, the balloon will fall now. It will. Because that balloon is much, much more dense than the no medium that is in there. But if we remove the weight of the balloon and take that away, the gas continues that journey to fill that empty space, proving that it's not being held down by gravity. It doesn't go into a little layer on the bottom of the fucking vacuum chamber. Neither does oxygen. If you just blow it up with regular air, put it in a vacuum chamber, right? And then remove a lot of the pressure, and then you could actually add dye to it or something, maybe. I don't know. But then you pop the balloon, right? All that air, is it going to sink down to the bottom of the fucking vacuum chamber? Or is it going to expand and fill the fucking whole chamber? It's going to expand and fill the entire chamber. It's going to go to the empty spaces. Why does it stop? Because there's walls. Something that the gas particles are bouncing back off of. They continue to go until they hit something. So knowing that gravity does not have an effect or a downward acceleration of gas particles, once they've hit the earth and start going back up, what's there to stop them?
I have a question.
Weird way to accept an apology. You didn't even let me get to the apology, but anyway.
I'm sorry. I went on a thing there. I was on a thought and I just went with it. Go ahead.
So I've been playing this game lately. It's called Scum. Have you ever played it, man?
What is it?
It's called Scum. It's a zombie survival game. It's kind of cool. I guess you're a prisoner for a video game.
Oh, I don't play those.
I guess you're a prisoner for arson, and they drop you from the plane onto this island where other prisoners are real players, like online, and they're trying to survive as well. So they're going to rob you or whatnot if they get a chance. And then there's like zombies running around trying to kill you as well.
I used to play one called Plants versus Zombies.
that
was fun. Yeah, it's kind of a puzzle because you got to figure out which different plants to use depending on what is coming and shit. And it gets
how to
complex
position them
after
where
a
they
while.
don't get eaten.
Yeah. I had fun with that game. But I don't play many video games. If I do, I'll sit here and play like some cards or solitaire or backgammon. I like to play backgammon online. I also like to play euchre online. I love euchre. It's a great game. But anyway, go ahead. I was just
oh no, I'm
going on. When I get on a roll about this shit, man, it's like, of course, as you can tell, I know nothing about gas behavior. I get on a roll about it, and I just, because I'm visualizing this shit in my head, man. A lot of times I'm assuming that the people I'm talking to is seeing the same thing in their head as I am. So
well, wouldn't that be reliant on those pseudosciences?
What's that? What would be reliant on pseudoscience?
The things that you repeat about gas pressure systems, which are absolutely provable.
I mean, those things about gas pressure systems, yes, they are provable. They're demonstrable. They're evident. They are
right, but that would be reliant
behavior.
On these sciences that are
actual science. It's actual science. Okay, making an unsubstantiating claim, throwing it into the middle of a theory, and then treating it as a fact, and then to go further and to ascribe such a condition to other things that you know nothing about. That would be pseudoscience. Okay, that would be pseudoscience, like the Cavendish. Okay, you can call something science, but unless it matches the scientific method, it's not.
What about the Cavendish experiment is not science?
Well, there were no controls taken into account. There is no manipulation of what's expected to be the IV, for instance, the masses. What was the results if we put a much smaller mass on one side and a bigger one? Did the one stay stationary and the other one swing toward it and at a faster rate? How many times were these variables adjusted? They weren't. Okay, that's first off. Conditions were not ever taken into account. Let's take into real consideration what this guy did. All he did was he put these fucking balls, hung them in his shed, and then watched them from his house with binoculars. And because they appeared to come closer to one another, he then determined that that can only mean that mass attracts mass. Once again, another case of that can only mean. And this we see is very common.
Eliminating variables, that's exactly what the shed purpose was to eliminate the wind and other, you know what I mean, and things affecting it.
Temperature taken into account, any electrostatics recorded, any manipulation of the two different weights to record different results, any manipulation of the IV.
Well, you can add to that experiment if you wish to prove it
Well, it's not
wrong.
even an
That's
experiment.
a
Why
good
would
way.
I?
That's a good way to prove. That's how you prove an
Well, then why
experiment
hasn't
wrong. You
anybody
don't hold
done it?
on
Why didn't
to.
anybody do it? It's been in almost 200 years
I've
now.
done the Cavendish.
Yeah,
But
did
the
you
way
do
to
all those?
prove
Did
the
you
experiment
change?
wrong is to show that it doesn't work.
Did you
And
what? See, that's the thing too, is did you manipulate the independent variable?
only two, and that is the mass of the large object. So we set it up with the mass of the small object being 2 pounds
Mhm.
on both ends, and then we started with a 20-pound mass on the initial run of the Cavendish,
Mhm.
and then we left it stay for a week, and then came
A
back.
week.
It was a week of it was back on the next Monday of class. We go through our normal class, and we were leaving it in a sealed container, an air sealed container, so that there was no torsion, no torque
Mhm.
in the experiment. And we were able to count out over the week. What we were doing is we were able to count out the amount of just static movement of
Mhm.
the line itself, and then we would subtract that static movement, and we would place it on the outward direction, so as it's moving away from the weight, or no. Yeah, as it's
Now
moving.
what I'm getting at though with this thing, how did you determine that the movement was due to the other weights?
Because it didn't move beyond that point until we placed the other weights. And then when we removed those other weights, the static went back to exactly the same static as it had before. Now, the static was how much the line was moving back and forth either way. If you draw a circle and you cut out, excuse me, a little piece
Let me
about
ask you
an
something.
inch.
Did the small mass move toward the large mass at a faster rate?
When you used a different
No,
size
we
weight.
leave one weight the same, right?
Right. Well,
Okay.
when I used
So
a
then you
different
take one,
size.
say for instance, it's like 5 pounds, right? And then you take another one, it's like 4 ounces. Okay. That small one should reach, it should come over. It shouldn't, the big one shouldn't move and the little one should reach it and at a faster rate.
No, you're misunderstanding. We did 2 experiments, one with 20-pound weights on both sides, and then a week later, when the tension was gone from the line, and we had all the static figured out how much the line moves just naturally without the weights. And then we added 10-pound weights in, but it was never opposing weights, and I'm not sure exactly how opposing weights would fit into that experiment. I think actually with the opposing weights, you would have an off-center barycenter, which would
Well,
cause
wait a
neither
second.
one.
If your rod,
Consideration to the vibration
if
of
your
Earth.
balance is completely balanced and doesn't have
It's-
any deviation away from the axis at all, no tilt to it, none whatsoever. Because let's face it, even a 3/1000th of an inch of an incline with enough weight will cause movement because it's not balanced correctly. Okay.
Also,
So if
there's
that thing's even off
vibration.
kilter just a little bit. So why are we not using some kind of a fulcrum that can actually handle the weight? Like for instance, 5 pounds on one side. So if I put 2 equal balls of equal weights, they should draw both together and come together at an equal spot at the halfway mark, but they don't. And if I took a 10, like the big weight, and then I just took a little small one, just a little small one, then
Right, you
what
would have a
should
different. I
happen,
believe you would have a
is
different
that this
barycenter.
Vibration
ball,
from
the big
traffic and
one
other
should
things.
pull that
also
fucking
would-
little ball right to it and quickly.
It
Quite
may
quickly.
actually, it may actually increase the speed. I
That
don't
would
know.
be
It
good,
would,
but see,
what
that's
would
why I'm
happen
wondering
is
why nobody
it would.
has done this.
I don't know. That's a good
Because
question.
because the experiment, when you turn it into a real experiment, shows that it's not mass attracting mass. That's why.
Well, it very well could show that. That's what I'm saying. It very well
Yeah.
could show the barycenter change, and you may even be able to predict the barycenter of the two masses.
Yeah.
But one good way to, say that something isn't real is to have evidence that it's not real. Like if you're at a banquet and everybody's like, "Oh man,
Well, then
that
show us a
chocolate
real.
pie."
Then show us a real globe. We've asked. You want to say it's a
I
globe
can show
or
you a
whatever.
collage.
Where is the actual working model? Because if you can scale, if the globe is a thing, you can scale it down. Just like we can we can change the properties of water. I can claim to make water into a solid. All I have to do is go fill up a bowl, stick it in the freezer, and I've got a solid, right? It's water. When you unthaw it, it's water. And that's a science project, because I can do that time and time again repeatedly and still come up with the same damn effect.
Right.
So
Well,
when I say if somebody's going to claim to be on a globe, then they need to prove it by creating a globe, not a paper globe.
right, but shouldn't that be
Paper
equal
on it,
to
but
both?
a physical globe.
Shouldn't
We
that
can
be
create
equal to both
terrariums and
sides?
paludariums, so create a globe.
Shouldn't that be equal to both sides or just one?
What the fuck what do you fuck it means to be equal on both sides?
That both people would have the same burden to prove what they claim.
No, the
burden
of proof lies
my
on the
claim.
positive claim.
There's so many proofs
proof
right now.
lies
I
on
mean,
the positive claim.
there's
You're right. A
Mead.
positive
Lake Mead
claim
is a
would be
reservoir.
that the Earth.
Lake Mead is shut up
positive
and listen.
claim.
You've talked enough. Thank you. Now there's Lake Mead. That's a reservoir, man-made lake. Lake Palestine in Texas, man-made lake. I believe that what's the one in Arizona? Lake Powell's reservoir. Reservoirs been created across the country. Now you tell me that the shoreline isn't level, no matter how big of a body of water you get.
I will give you a positive claim.
Okay.
Everybody's been brainwashed. Everybody's been lied to.
Yes.
That is a positive claim.
Absolutely.
And you know what? It needs a burden of proof. Hey, everybody, you've been lied to and you've been told that the world is flat. It needs a burden of proof.
No, that's a straw man right there, because the positive claim.
If it needs it on the other side, then it most certainly needs it.
Sorry. The positive and ridiculous claim is that of a globe. Just because you brainwashed a bunch of fucking people into believing that it's a globe doesn't make it a fucking globe. Okay. It goes against all possibility. It's scientifically impossible. As I've already demonstrated right from the get-go, it's scientifically impossible. Okay. So the positive claim is that of a globe because it goes against all observations that we make on a daily basis. And most importantly, it goes against all basic physical scientific principles. So that is the claim, and that's why it needs to be proven. This is why you have to teach people about the globe. This is why it has to be taught. This is why it has to come from some authoritative source into somebody's fucking brain. This is why you have to tell kids when they're really little so that they'll believe the basic fundamental scientific impossibility so that you can stack more of that shit on there, because no kid's going to say, hey, wait a second. How can you have a fucking ball of gas in space? How can you have a ball of gas anywhere? How can you have a fluid pressure system without containment? Why is there no convexity? And how can we use water to level things if the fucking earth is curved? It doesn't, none of it stand up to any scrutiny right from the basics. Fuck what the stars look like.
What is a claim?
A claim is, well, the earth is a globe.
I won't play that game with you.
The earth is a globe. Wait a second. The earth is a globe is a positive claim.
Okay, but
me saying that it's not
is an assertion.
Is that's no,
that's a claim.
Okay, so if I'll bring it right back to this. If I said that I could turn into a chicken at will, Okay.
Well, here's a good example.
Wait a second. Do I have to prove? Do you have to prove that I can't, or do I have to prove that I can?
Can I go one step further on that?
Well, just answer the question. Where does the burden of proof lie in the claim? If I made a claim that I could turn into a fucking chicken, and you say that I can't.
Your flat earth was already standing on this once, and you were unable to prove to me you were a chicken, which means you were unable to prove that flat earth. That was what your burden of proof was
all I
stood
have
on.
to do, Zerzus, is disprove your globe. That's all I have to do.
Well, not necessarily. Yes,
necessarily.
Yes, you have to actually definitively disprove it, not just sit there and say no.
If you was like rummaging around and you found some papers that were in your parents' possession and they're gone now.
I was going to go with another analogy.
Wait a second. It's real simple. It's real simple. Okay. And it's going to show how that ridiculous what you just said is. So you're rummaging around through their personal effects after they have passed, and you find adoption papers. And holy shit, it's you. It's you. And so you're like, holy cow, I'm adopted. And so you tell your friend, you say, hey, did you know I found these papers? I'm adopted. They said, that's not possible. Then who are your real parents? And you say, well, I don't know. And then he says, well, then that can only mean that those are your parents. Do you see? Because your impossible globe, right? You say that means only that it's a globe. You're wanting me to prove a negative. I don't have to prove I don't have to prove anything. All I have to do is prove that it's not a globe. In other words, all I have to know is that you're adopted. I don't care who your fucking parents are. Okay? All I have to do is know that you were adopted. And that proves
so now
that
we're
your parents
accepting
are
it.
not
I thought you were
yours.
saying
Right?
they weren't adopted.
Okay. So that being the case, if I can prove that it can't be a globe, right?
You just
I don't have to prove what it is.
You just reverse that, or the
right? Or even with the sun, or even with the sun, or even with the sun. There's a positive claim on what the sun is. I don't know what the sun is, but I know it's not what y'all claim. And here's why. And I can show proof as to why.
So the kid who was adopted said he was adopted and showed his paperwork to somebody who said that's not true, or told somebody.
Because you don't know who your real parents are. That can only mean that your adopted parents are your real parents.
And you would just have to accept that?
I don't know. You would. That's your logic.
But yet the paperwork would be the proof, wouldn't it?
That's your logic, though. Yeah, but nevertheless, if you don't know who the real parents are, then that can only mean that those are your real parents.
So here's a good example of burden of proof that would most certainly put the proof on the person that is making the negative claim. Okay? Everybody at this church has been brainwashed, and they've all been brainwashed to think that that is the best chocolate pie they have ever eaten in their life. And all of them are mowing down on that chocolate pie like it's the best thing in the world. Now you have come up with the idea that the earth is flat. I mean, you have come up with the idea that that chocolate pie is not a chocolate pie. And instead, that chocolate pie is dung. And that they've been eating dung happily. And the whole church is going to be like, no, man, that's the best chocolate pie ever.
Mm-hmm.
If you really truly in your heart want to stop these people, if you truly in your heart want to stop these people from eating that dung pie, the best way to do so is to take on, even though you're making a negative claim, to take on the burden of proof by giving those people real chocolate so they can determine by your burden of proof that your flat earth was right. I mean, that you were right that was a dung pie.
You mean kind of like we do when we point out that a gas pressure system without containment is impossible.
Yeah, but
and when we point out that water at rest always is level and seeks the lowest point, or when we point out that it's impossible
haven't
for
given
a
us a
large
chocolate bar.
that pressure cannot be its own
If
source.
you can't see the
You know
proof with
those
your
things?
own eyes, you're willfully ignorant.
I didn't
Literally,
say
you're
if I
coming at
could
this
or
the wrong
not.
way.
I'm saying that you can't show me it.
Can I say something? Zozus, okay, do you believe in any lie? Do you believe everything that we've ever been told? You don't believe in any conspiracy? There's not one conspiracy that you believe in. You don't believe in the Gulf of Tonkin that was actually like the government said, oh, we lied. You don't believe like JFK, Titanic, like actual history. You don't think that history is lied to us about by the winners of history? Like nothing to do with flat Earth. Just like
Do you think that I don't think any conspiracy exists? I don't know where you would have gotten that idea.
That's a generalization. That's as bad. Hold on, that's as bad as his assertion.
Yeah, don't
that
tell him
we
water
don't
reacts
understand
the same.
fucking pressure systems because none of us are meteorologists. You know,
I mean, I can tell you that for certain, my grandfather worked at NASA, and I can tell you that I believe
an astronaut.
I believe that
So how many
everything he shut up,
weapons
please,
of
for a
war and
second.
mass
I believe
destruction
that
did
shut
he
up for a
create?
second, please. I believe that everything he did, he believed he was doing. But if
Cool.
you ask me, they flew a helicopter on Mars, I would probably have to tell you bullshit.
Yeah, I would too.
Now,
did they ever go to the moon? No, of course not.
so
how do they get through the
I think
firmament
you're
with
asking the
like
wrong question.
I agree.
Hey Dave, can I talk about one thing? I had an epiphany. It's something cool when you guys were talking about gases, but only when you have 2 seconds.
Go ahead, get it out now.
Okay, so I just thought about you guys were talking about gases and about helium or something, and then I was like, "Fuck, that's such a cool idea." And I was thinking about the blimps like back in the day that were probably how we used to travel by air.
Yeah.
And so I was like, does helium float in a vacuum? And there's like all these experiments where helium sinks to the bottom in a vacuum.
Mhm.
And I was like, holy fuck, that's crazy.
Helium doesn't sink to the bottom in a vacuum.
I saw a bunch of experiments where they
What
do.
how did the helium sink to the bottom of the vacuum? How did it not expand to fill the vacuum chamber?
Well, so they did, but they had it in a water balloon, so it was strong enough. So they did a few
So
different
the
experiments.
balloon fell.
The balloon fell.
The balloon fell. It wasn't the gas that fell. It was the balloon that fell.
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. But I was just thinking if you could make a structure that could handle like a little bit of a vacuum and fill it totally full of helium, but you could make the helium into a vacuum also, it would be even more powerful than just helium by
You can't
itself.
make a gas into a vacuum. That by very definition, a vacuum is the absence of material.
Well, no. But if you made it 100% helium, and then you made it into a small vacuum, like inside of that balloon that could handle the structure, it would theoretically, the particles would be more spread out than actual helium in the system. Yeah, it would be more powerful than because it would be under a vacuum. It would be total.
How would you ever achieve something like that?
Well, like a small vacuum. It doesn't have to be a full -17 torr vacuum.
Vacuums have to be contained.
Well, no, exactly. It would be a contained bubble, like a blimp, but a structure that is built, to withstand a small vacuum, so, and you get it filled with 100% helium. And then
But I get what he's saying, a container inside of a container, and then figure out how much space the helium is taking up inside of the container that's inside of a vacuum. And then removing the vacuum pressure and seeing if the amount of space that the helium in the container is taking up is different. Is that where you're going with that?
So it would have more lift than actual just helium in the atmosphere. It would have like more lift because it's helium spread apart because it's under a vacuum. I don't know. I think it sounds interesting, but anyway, sorry to interrupt.
I don't know how you would get a gas to become a vacuum.
Well, the gas is already there because everything's a gas. So even if air, so you have air in a container, right? And you put a vacuum pump on it, and you put it down to -5 psi. There's still gas in there. The gas is just more spread apart.
Okay.
At
Well,
negative
draw it out
5.
on paper. Draw it out on paper, you know, and maybe we'll get into that. I think we're getting into some really crazy shit, really. I don't know how I don't think you understand what a vacuum actually is.
No, I do, man. I'm a refrigeration technician, heating, air conditioning. I understand what a vacuum is. And I understand what gas is and at different pressures. So if
Right.
you put any gas under a certain negative pressure or positive pressure, it's going to make it less
Can't
dense
put
or
a gas under
more.
a negative. You can't put a gas under a negative pressure.
Yes, you can.
No,
It
you
just makes the.
can't.
Why not?
Because
if
by
it's
very definition of a
no, but
vacuum,
if it's in a container,
it doesn't matter. You have to have a container for a vacuum to begin with. And the very
Exactly.
definition, Bearsworth.
That's what I'm saying. It's in a blimp. In a container.
Is there gas in it?
Yes.
Then it's not a vacuum.
Well, no, I'm not. You're not making it a complete vacuum. But so say a container
low
at
pressure.
Yeah. So say a container at just atmospheric pressure, 14 psi or whatever it is, and then you hook up a vacuum pump and make it negative 5 psi. Then inside of that container is negative 5
What gas
psi.
is in there? Then what gas is in there?
Just air. Just air.
It can't be, or it wouldn't be negative 5.
Well, but
you
so
sucked out all the air. There's no air in there.
At negative 5, there's still some air in it.
But, dude. Okay. Wow.
No, it's not a complete vacuum. A complete vacuum is like with negative 17 torr. If you just had it
that's not even a complete vacuum. I mean, there's no such thing. Look,
exactly.
Vacuums
No, I understand
do not exist in nature. Vacuums require a fucking container. Okay.
But you can make a small vacuum, so it was always reading negative 5 psi on a pressure gauge.
Then there's nothing in there.
It's just like a pressure, but it's in reverse.
Yes,
you can
have the absence of shit.
Yes,
that's
exactly.
What's going on.
So if you have helium with
you don't know that a vacuum is actually the absence of materials.
That's what I'm saying. Okay. If you have 100% helium in a container, and then you suck out a little bit of helium, it's going to be at a vacuum, but of just total helium. You don't understand that?
I mean, all you're doing is putting a low pressure system of a gas in a higher pressure system. It's not a vacuum.
But it's going to make it float.
Because if it's a vacuum, there's no gas.
It's going to make it more buoyant in our pressure system than helium would be. Anyway,
give that a shot. Experiment with that. Let me know how that works out.
Okay. I'll fuck off. Sorry.
No, I mean, for real, give it a shot. Give it a shot. I'm just telling you, it's not going to do anything. It absolutely would not do anything whatsoever. Negative PSI. It's either 0 or it's nothing. A pressure gauge on a tank will read 0, but it's not really 0 inside. Okay. It just means you don't have any more pressure. In fact, it's the same pressure inside the tank as it is outside the tank. It doesn't go anymore. Yeah, and the gas molecules will fill the void. You're absolutely right, Daniel. And that would be a decrease in the amount of that and would therefore reduce the buoyancy.
And if you have negative pressure on the inside and you open the valve, it will suck in to equalize.
Right. You know, that's the whole thing. It wants to equalize with the surrounding pressure. Everything.
So you can have positive and negative pressure.
Everything wants to equalize.
A balloon, when you take and blow it up and hold it, it's got pressure. As soon as you let go, it goes to negative pressure and empties it.
Well, it doesn't go to negative.
No,
it never goes to negative pressure unless it's in a vacuum.
Well, if you have a tank, okay, we use a propane tank.
Right.
If you remove all the air out of the propane tank, when you open the valve, it will suck in the air to equalize.
Right. It's never going to be 0. It's going to be the same as outside.
Same with canning. That's why the little lid pops down and you hear that little click when it's canned, because it sucks it back down as the air is pushed out by the heat.
Because when you run out of propane, is your tank empty? No. It has air in it.
Small amount. Well, there's still a small amount of propane as well.
It's like if you take a 5-gallon bucket full of water, right? And you dump out all the water, is the bucket empty? No, it's not. It's full of air right now. So this is a condition we have within fluid dynamics, man. There's no such thing. There's always equalization. There's never a vacuum. There's no such
And if
condition
you
in
suck
nature.
out all the air out of a propane tank, it'll implode.
Well, yeah, and you don't even have to get close to zero. I think it was only down to, I think they took it down to somewhere close to 8 psi when they collapsed the whole rail tanker. Just by
I think I remember seeing that video.
And it just all of a sudden just plop, and that's kind of what happened to the if that was real, that submarine with all the billionaires on it that got wiped out, going down to see the Titanic.
Why would you get on a craft that first off looks like it's made like by Rubbermaid, and then when you see the guy, piloting it using an Xbox controller, you're gonna go down in that thing?
No. Why wouldn't you just go use a remote? Why wouldn't you just use a remote sub?
I hate to say it, but that was a nice, expensive funeral.
Well, I'll tell you what. And then you get to be down there with where's that Leonardo DiCaprio, because that fat bitch wouldn't get off that door and give him some room. She wanted to keep that diamond. That was what was up with that. So she got everything she was after, got herself a little of the big D, and then let him fall off the door and drown. Fuck her. Yep, some air is water vapor, aka humidity, which of course collects at the lower extremes of our altitude, like right here at ground level. And right now we've been having a lot of humidity here. It's just been raining. Today it was absolutely gorgeous. I went out, played with the dogs a couple of times, and was, it was nice and warm, and the sun was out, so I was able to get a little bit of sun gazing in while I was out there with it, and that's always happy. Gets the energy up. I think that's one of the reasons I'm still flying here almost 5.5 hours later. We should probably reel this in for the evening so that we've got some more for tomorrow night. That's the thing. And back to my chicken claim. If I were to claim something like that, against which everybody pretty much knows common sense that would be impossible, right? And so I've made a positive claim that I can turn into a chicken, right? And even if I threw some evidence at you, like, look, I have some chicken feathers, even tape them onto my neck and say, see, I have feathers. So therefore it proves I can turn into a chicken. It's still not enough. Still not enough anecdotal evidence. Even if I were to start walking around like a chicken and clucking like a chicken, it's still not enough evidence, because the claim was that I can turn into a chicken. See, and that burden of proof relies on me, not on you to prove that I can't. And so just like that, with a globe earth claim, knowing with common sense that is a scientific impossibility, we don't have to prove that the earth is a level stationary plane. That's obvious, right?
Well, then what are we here for?
I don't know.
I mean, what just this channel, what does this channel exist for? It's to
this channel exists to unchain people's minds from the false paradigms that they have been enslaved by. And the primary cornerstone of all of those deceits is where they live. Because once you come from where you live, and you find that out, then you start to uncover a whole magnitude of other things.
Then you most certainly have a claim that was worthy of starting a channel based on. So
right. What do you mean? Wait, what was the claim? What was the claim that the channel was built on?
You just said it.
What? Sovereignty of your soul, the sovereignty of your soul, and the unchaining of your mind from false paradigms.
Of all these false parodies, and the one false parody that you paradigm, sorry. The one false paradigm that you seem to focus on a lot would be, well, one that you can say, wait a minute, give me scientific proof would be
Well, you
that of the
can't.
flat Earth, and your whole channel is here basing a claim of
It's
basically
not a
flat
claim,
Earth
it's
that
a
the government's been
refutation.
lying to
It's
you.
not a claim, it's a
It's a claim.
refutation. No, it
You
isn't.
claim a globe.
Sure it is. And
so
then what would we
prove
be
it.
here for?
What are we being here
Nonsense,
for?
make believe?
So that I can
Are
wake
we
people
trying to
up.
prove
So I can wake
truth?
people up to lies.
Right, you do
Because
so, but you
sovereign
do
So
so
have
one
by
of the
people
biggest
like you
lies,
show up
one of the
and
biggest
then-
lies, Zerzuz, and then I'll let you guys talk. One of the biggest lies is that of where we live. Okay. That is the biggest. Okay. Because once you pull that Jenga tile, the rest of the fucking Jenga tower of deceit falls. It begins to crumble. You see? And so once I show people the impossibility of this ridiculous thing that they've been hypnotized into believing since they were a little kid, then the rest is all elementary.
But
And all I
wait,
have to do, to prove that is show how scientifically impossible that the globe is. And furthermore, dress it up some more and show things that are scientifically verifiable through repeatable and demonstrable experiments, such as water at rest is always level, or that we see things well beyond the supposed convexity of a globe Earth. And this can be tested in various conditions at various altitudes, all kinds of cool stuff. We can also show that the horizon does not drop down below you as you increase with altitude. And we've also shown that with reality versus a computer model of what it should look like on a ball, and as opposed to what it looks like on a flat plane. So we see that the flat plane representation does match our observations. So there's a multitude of things there. Science is not dictated by anything other than a search for truth. And through that truth is we do experimentation. In these experimentations, we do follow the guidelines of the scientific method.
now
Some
when it
people
comes
don't.
down to
Not everybody, but a lot of us do. And when we come to the same conclusions and we review our findings as peers, so you could consider it peer reviewed, right? And we can actually put things out. In fact, right now, there's a True Earth Wikipedia page out there that is being added to daily with all kinds of nifty proofs and articles and definitions and all kinds of cool shit involved in there. So yeah, I claim that the globe is horse shit. That is my positive claim, that the globe is scientifically fucking impossible.
Anyway, when it comes down to proving a liar,
Right.
just sitting in the room and pointing at the liar and saying he's a liar sometimes isn't suffice. Sometimes the person who's
Not doing
making
that.
the negative claim absolutely has the burden of proving that that person is a liar. So if
And
we're
you have
talking
no
about
evidence.
Well,
that
wait.
it's
I
none.
have to prove to someone a scientific impossibility is an impossibility.
No, you have
Then
to
what the fuck
prove
are you
your
talking about?
scientific possibility, which so far there's nothing there except for no ball. Oh
Wait a
yeah, I've
second.
heard the
Wait a second. Hold
gases
on.
and all
What are
that
you
other
talking about?
stuff
Wait,
that you
what
haven't really given any
what part of it are
experiment.
you assuming carries no science? What part of it do you assume carries no science?
Oh, you don't watch flat earth channels then, huh?
I do watch flat earth channels. What part of
Oh,
it
and
are you saying does not?
they've given me repeatable science.
Why do I
Who are
need
you
to
watching?
why do I need to watch other people talk about flat earth whenever I believed it long before the internet ever came along? Why would
Well,
I
like
need to
I
listen
said,
to
I
other
believe
men?
that
Just like listening to somebody talk about a globe, it was a lie from the start. It was a theory. And a theory is not a fact.
okay.
So, you have to be a little bit more careful on your wording because not everybody's believed this bullshit all their life. I'm one of them.
Well, here's what I'm
Oh, well, you're
So
just
whenever
saying.
when you sit there and you want proof, you go out there when it rains. You go up on top of a mountain. Where does the water run?
Well, I'd like them to tell me when it's
It
going to
always
rain.
runs downhill.
Yeah,
What
that's
happens in your
nothing to do
yard
with the
when it
globe
gets
either.
done
We already went
raining?
through
You
that.
can just walk out in your yard. What happens when
No,
it's
it's a lack
had a
of
big
science.
rain?
What do you mean a lack of science?
It's in puddles.
Wait,
That's
dreaming.
scientific.
What lack of science? What are you talking about?
Can't tell me.
Doesn't water always run to the lowest point?
Can't tell me when
the
it's
rest
going
level?
to rain.
What does that got to
I
do
don't
with the
need to
globe?
tell you when it's going to rain.
What would that have to do with the Earth being a fucking ridiculous globe?
Because all the stupid people that are brainwashed upon it rely on that weatherman who is also brainwashed upon
No,
it.
you rely on
So
other
what
people. You're
part
the
of
one
the
that keeps chasing
meteorology,
rainbows.
just a second, what part of that meteorology involves a globe other than them pasting a flat image?
Oh, I don't
over on
know.
a
What
ball?
I'm saying is that there's no science in flat Earth about it.
What do you mean there's no science in flat Earth about it?
No.
How so? Do you think
About
that
anything.
wait a second.
About anything with our world, about anything to do with our world
Wait
and
a
its
second.
and
Do you
repeatable
think that
experiments
pressure
to give me
system?
your bowl? You think that's going to be something?
Hold on, Zerzus. Do you think that pressure systems react differently to one another based on what, being a globe or flat? Do you think that? Do you think that the sun doesn't heat up air in the atmosphere on a flat Earth? You don't
Oh
think
yeah,
that?
it cooks us.
Well,
It
then what the
definitely
fuck are
cooks
you
us with
talking about?
1,000-mile
Then what in the
sun.
fuck are you talking about? What part of meteorology has shit to do with a globe? It doesn't matter, as I pointed out before, even if all the weathermen were Catholic, it
All of the
wouldn't make
data.
the fucking weather a Catholic thing.
We're back
Would
in
it?
that circle. This is a circular conversation.
No, well, it is because you keep making the
I
same
didn't.
stupid
We just
I've
went
been
back
sitting
to
here
it
listening
because
to you
Sav
go from
pointed us there.
globe to the globe
Listen, you
tards
keep
to the
going into
flat
these stupid
earthers.
fucking things that you
need
say like that.
science.
You
What the
flip
fuck?
flop
You
like a
still have
fucking
yet to
pancake.
explain to me. You still have yet to explain to me what the fucking science of meteorology has to do with a goddamn globe. Nothing. Nothing.
Really? After all
Yes.
this, after I've explained this several times, you don't get it yet that I'm not talking about the science of the meteorology being a globe.
Then why would it matter what the
Because
fuck?
there is nothing to do with that type of science or any other type of science other than no
Why
globe
would
in any flat Earth community.
Dude, does the weather ever come on and say something about, hey, this
We
weather
need
is
science.
happening
We
because we're
need to
on a
know
globe?
where we are. We don't need to just know the other guy is bad.
Wait a second. We doing that, right? Okay. So I don't hear you
that's
bitching
science.
about, wait a second. I don't hear you bitching about nobody showing you any scientific experiments from the globe side because there aren't any. Which ones? Name one. Tell me one
several. I've
fucking
done the
scientific
Cavendish.
experiment.
I've
No,
done
tell me
the
one fucking
Foucault's
scientific experiment
pendulum.
that proves a globe.
I've done the Foucault's pendulum. I just need a partner for the Foucault's pendulum. I've done these experiments, and I can't say that they're saying globe, but
Well,
I
then
can
why
say
are you?
that
Then
they
what are
work.
you invoking them for?
They work.
Well, what are you invoking them for? What do they prove?
Because there is nothing like it.
What
nothing
proves?
like
What does
it
it
in the
prove?
flat Earth.
What does it prove?
It proves there is no science.
In the Foucault's pendulum, you are correct.
In
There
the
is
flat
no
Earth
science.
realm.
There is no science in the Foucault's pendulum. You are absolutely
it.
correct.
That's all you do. That's all, not you. All the flat
Well,
earthers do
tell me.
that.
Wait
They
a
all
second.
say there's no science there, but you haven't given us a reason why.
All right, listen to me.
I'm leaving. Have a good night.
Listen.
Have a good night, Dreamy.
Here's the fucking deal with that, right? You keep making these positive fucking claims like, oh, there's no flat earthers that do with the weather. Who cares? Okay. The earth, listen to me. The earth being a globe, a flat, or a fucking simulation have no bearing on any fucking meteorology whatsoever. And even if all the meteorologists did believe that, and even if all the meteorologists were Catholic, it has no bearing on what the shit they're reporting? None whatsoever. None. Not zero. And so for you to even claim such a ridiculous ass thing is just beyond fucking. I thought you were smarter than that. I really did.
Let's play one last game of make believe. Okay. Let's make believe that one day these people, and I do say these people, not like that. I mean these people meaning more than one.
You ain't got to walk on eggshells around me, bro.
Okay. These people, they would be. So let's say one day they did actually prove that the scientists were wrong. Now, most of the knowledge that has been based upon those scientists.
They're not scientists.
Okay. But most of that knowledge would have to be thrown. Now, they would have to have some pretty good solid evidence, which would be proof. They would be burdened to prove. But once they have that solid evidence that they are wrong, then we have a group of people who absolutely deny science and absolutely refuse to even incorporate the idea that maybe their science could be based on something that they don't believe.
Okay. So, as I stated, the people that have come up with this shit were not scientists, or they may have been scientists, but they didn't use a scientific method to come up with any of it. None. Okay. I don't hear you clamoring about them not having any experiments that prove anything of convexity of the earth or any of that other shit. I don't see you clamoring about that because they don't have any. Okay. You've clearly demonstrated that you don't understand the scientific method by repeatedly invoking two very unscientific and assumed quote unquote experiments, which are just demonstrations.
Repeatable.
Yeah, demonstrations that always have different results. You've not, they're not scientific. Okay. And just because you see something happen over and over and assume the reason does not make it a fucking scientific experiment. Okay. You have to manipulate the IV. You have to identify the IV. You have to be able to modulate the IV. None of these things were done in either one of these demonstrations. Okay. So clearly you do not understand the scientific method.
Repeatable. That's the scientific
repeatable,
method.
that doesn't matter. I can watch a fucking pack of cigarettes drop to the table 100 fucking times.
Can you tell me how many milliseconds it takes for it to drop to the table?
Would it matter? I still can't.
Wait a second. Wait a second. How much it weighs?
Yes.
Hold on.
Yes. And none of it
finding out
depending
how
on
much
what.
it
Hold
weighs.
on. Don't fucking hijack me. Don't hijack me. Okay. My point being, that is still not going to give me the independent variable of the assumed gravity. Not one bit. Just because you can measure the rate at which something falls does not, that's an effect. That's an observed effect. That's a DV. That's a dependent variable. Okay. So we have to isolate and modulate the independent variable. Right? Okay. None of that has ever been done. So there's that. Okay. In other words, the scientific method was not employed. This is so you find this. Okay. So how did we come up with the astronomical unit? You will find that too is more assumptions and garbage in, garbage out nonsense. Okay. A little bit late in the show to get into it all tonight, but we can do that tomorrow.
Yeah.
There's a whole bunch of this. Now, what is it? What scientific, what science are you not seeing that you think you should be seeing from anyone in the flat earth community? Maybe I can direct you to someone who can show you that science. Do you watch Witsit?
So you're dropping the cigarette pack is a good one. Now, what you were saying about dropping the cigarette pack, you're right. And you said it's observable, but what I'm referencing is, let's say that I want to tell somebody to elevate a weight, 100-pound weight, so many feet above the ground. And I can actually, before they ever drop that weight, I can't, but I'm sure somebody could.
Sure, I understand you can predict the amount of time it's going to take for the weight to hit the ground. I understand that. So what?
We would have to use a
So
certain number.
what?
We
What
would
number?
have to predict it.
9.8 meters per second squared.
We would have to use that number in that prediction. Otherwise, we would never be able to predict
That's right.
how long it would take before that person drops it. Not observable, because he hasn't dropped it yet.
Right.
So we would be taking numbers, mathematics, and using them to predict the movement of that 100-pound object.
That's
that is missing.
So
that is missing from flat Earth.
No, it's not. Nobody's denying that there's a rate of acceleration within this medium. Where do you get that from?
Only because it's been driven into their head that they have to accept it.
No, not there, because it's observable.
back
We
and
know
watch
that.
flat
So
earthers
what?
a
So
few
what? You
decades ago.
observe something falling at a consistent rate.
They finally had to admit it.
Well, no, they didn't have to finally admit it. Nobody
Yeah,
could
they
deny
finally
that.
did. Go back and look at some old flat Earth stuff. They never mention it. They
Why
always
do
say
you
it's
keep
wrong.
talking to me about other flat earthers?
They
I'm not
always say
other
it's
flat
wrong.
earthers, Zeus. I'm not other flat earthers.
Well, they had to admit it.
I don't
They
give a
had
fuck.
to admit it.
I don't give a fuck.
That it exists.
I don't care.
And you're following on
I've
there.
never denied that things fall. That would be silly. Anybody that would deny that things that are heavier than air fall to the earth
not that
would
things
be
fall.
silly.
That
Okay,
you can
so
predict
I
the
don't know.
falling.
Can you name me one that said that things do not fall? Can you name one?
I can name ones that say that gravity didn't exist for decades before they finally got
will tell you
forced.
that gravity doesn't exist. I'll tell you that
Until
right
they
now.
finally got forced to admit the 9.8 meters per second square. The
No,
only reason flat earthers
See, there
the
you
last
go.
couple
There you
of
go.
years have been saying it
Why
is
are you
because they got
confusing
forced
cause and
into
effect?
it.
Why are you confusing cause and effect?
Well, somebody had to admit to it eventually.
No, wait a second. Admit to it. No, nobody doubted.
They're
the
using
effect.
it.
Holy fucking God. Nobody doubts the effect that we witness. That's not in dispute. What's the cause?
Well,
why
wouldn't that be?
What's the fucking cause?
Why wouldn't that effect be different depending on persons standing there in a different place of the flat Earth? I don't know.
Who said it would? I'm asking you a direct question.
Well, but we were talking about a mathematical problem that was set to a random person referencing how long it took for a ball to fall, but we're going off on a straw man.
No, I'm not going off on a straw man.
All
I'm
right,
going
man.
off
Have a good night,
exactly on
man.
what you were talking about. Okay?
Be good. I need to end it because we're just going
here's
in
what
circles,
listen.
and I don't want you to be mad at me.
We all know because it is measurable that things fall at an average of 9.8 meters per second squared.
How do we
That's
find
not
out that?
Stop. Because we can measure it. That's why. So that's why I say, why would anybody ever dispute a rate of acceleration? It's the cause that is in dispute and unproven by the globe earthers with their gravity. Because in that instance, then we have gravity is now the IV, right? The dependent variable is the object that is being dropped.
And you replace it with polarity.
Okay. I didn't say to replace, I've replaced it with anything. Okay. I haven't said I've replaced it with anything. All I have said is that measuring an effect is not a conclusion as to the cause, because cause and effect cannot be the same thing. So because you've measured a gravitational constant or the rate at which something falls in this medium.
Well, that's not the rate in which something falls, because it would definitely
9.8 meters per second squared is not the rate at which things fall on Earth.
No, it needs to have the amount of mass that the object is, and
So you say things fall at different rates.
It needs to have
falls
a volume.
Wait! You're killing the globe. You're killing the globe.
I'm not saying that it falls at a different rate. I'm saying that yes, if you drop a feather from, let's say, 20 feet.
All right. So if we put these things in how fast will it go if you drop a feather in a vacuum? What's the rate of
See,
fall?
now you're putting different variables in there.
Well, of course I am. Isn't this where you guys get your shit from? Your 9.8
Not really.
meters per
I thought
second?
you were a little more honest than
Wait
that.
a second. I am. This is your number. This is where you get your numbers. You say everything falls at 9.8 meters squared in a fucking
No,
vacuum.
I say that you use 9.8 meters per second squared, and 9.8 meters per second squared is used inside of the vacuum and outside of the vacuum.
Isn't
It's
that the
used in
number?
both
Isn't that the number that
calculations.
you use to
What
predict
you end
these
up,
falls?
what you end up measuring in the vacuum, you end up measuring the
about
lack
5 minutes
of.
ago. About 5 minutes ago, you just told me that you could predict the rate at which something would fall.
You can.
Was 9.8 meters per second squared used in that formula?
You can use that. Yes, you
Was
can
it
use
used?
it. Yes, you
What-
use that
okay.
in a vacuum. You use that in a vacuum
All right,
and
so what do you
outside of
do
a
out here?
vacuum. You
What do you
use
do out
both.
here in the air? What do you do out here outside of a vacuum? What formula do you use then? What number do you replace 9.8
Same.
meters per second squared?
Same.
Same? It's the same.
Because it's
Okay.
showing that the medium
All right,
doesn't
so
matter.
all it does, okay, so you think that the medium doesn't matter. So then if you measured the rate at which something fell at 9.8 meters per second squared average.
I would have to also include its mass.
Why? I thought everything fell at the same rate.
It does.
Well, then why?
And
would
I
the
could
math-
give you an
Why would the
example.
mass
If
have anything? Why would the
Because I
mass
would
have
also
anything
have
to do with
to.
it?
I would also have to include the density and the density of the air
Mhm.
and the buoyancy of the structure I'm dropping. So if I'm dropping, like, let's say, a plate
Mhm.
versus a bowling ball.
Mhm.
Now I know what you're thinking, that everything drops at the same speed.
Well, that's what y'all claim.
So
I didn't
let's
claim.
wait. So let's go and we take that feather and we drop it from 5 feet off the ground,
Mhm.
and that bowling ball from 5 feet off the ground.
Mhm.
It clearly is not going to drop at the exact same
That's
speed.
correct.
And in a vacuum, it also, in that short of a distance, won't fall at the exact same speed. See, the thing is that the object accelerates from 0 to a terminal velocity.
What's the terminal velocity
And
inside
the
of a vacuum?
object, being the feather, would have a lot more cross section and would have a lot more mass, or a lot less mass. So it would then, in the vacuum, drop slightly slower until it reached terminal velocity. It must reach, it accelerates
So what is
to
terminal velocity
terminal
in a
velocity.
vacuum, and how long does it take for that object to go to that speed?
Now, those are questions that are straw men.
No, they're not straw men. If you're going to make a claim, you have to have proof of it, and it can't just be a formula.
Well, it's making me go on to 30 minutes of things that you'll just say no,
The
no,
bottom
no.
line is this. The bottom line is this. Regardless of the rate at which they fall or anything else, the claim is that a magical force called gravity is what's pulling them to the ground. That is your independent variable. How did you isolate and determine the independent variable?
Well, to be honest, most people just use that variable in the mathematics and it works.
No.
Which is repeatable
The
science.
variable is not the observed effect. The variable
they
is the
include-
independent
right.
variable of gravity.
They include that measurement in the independent variable being the different masses.
The independent
being
variable
affected.
cannot be the effect.
You're rambling
The
stuff. You don't even
independent
know what
variable
that
cannot
means.
be the effect, Sir Zeus.
I didn't say it was. I said that you add that to.
Effect, listen, the observed effect and the independent variable cannot be the same thing.
I didn't say any of that. I
Then
said
why are
you
you
add
telling? Then why are you? Then why are you? Then why are you using
the variable
a rate?
effect?
Why are
being
you
the
using a
mass.
rate
Why
of?
are you yelling over me?
Because why are you using a rate of acceleration to represent the independent variable?
I don't even think you know what you're asking.
I do know what I'm asking. You're taking an observed effect, which is 9.8 meters squared.
What is the independent variable?
The independent variable in this instance would be gravity itself.
No, that would be the number that we're starting with.
No,
that's the 9.8 meters per second.
because
the independent variable would be the mass of the
don't even
object,
try
the
to rewrite it,
buoyancy.
bro.
the
Don't
mass
even
of
try.
the
Don't
object, the
even try.
buoyancy, the object,
No,
the
don't even try.
buoyancy of the
even try.
medium the object is in.
No, don't even try. Okay, don't even try.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah,
That-
you're
no.
showing that you don't even understand the words you're using.
I do understand the words I'm using. You are claiming that there's this magical thing called gravity. That's the independent variable. That's
No, the variable.
Wait a second. Then what is pulling?
The variable would be the different objects' masses. The constant is 9.8 meters per second. Constant. Every time I do it, it's 9.8 meters per second. That's the constant.
That's an effect.
Regardless if you call it
No.
The
The effect cannot be the independent variable. I'm sorry.
It's a number that you have to have.
No, it's not.
That is.
So the
it's not an independent variable. You're right.
Wait,
it's not an independent variable.
The
it
number.
Is
Wait a second. The magical force that pulls everything supposedly to the ground is a number. Is that what you're saying? There's a number pulling on things to the earth.
No, it's not an
okay. So then
variable.
what is yes,
constant.
it is the independent variable.
It's constantly added every time I add the problem together. 9.8 meters per second squared.
What's causing the acceleration?
Independent variable.
What
it cannot be an independent variable.
What causes the acceleration, Zeus?
It cannot be an independent.
What causes the fucking acceleration, Zeus?
Variable. If it is something that I add every time. Variable meaning not the same. Variable. It cannot be a variable if I constantly add it.
Right. That's why you have to isolate and manipulate the independent variable in order to get a confirmation of its existence.
Mass.
You have not. No.
Volume. The density of the mass.
Oh my God.
The density of the atmosphere and the cross section.
So what's causing the object to fall? What's causing the object to fall?
You let it go.
Right. But what caused it to go down?
You let it go.
Yeah. But what caused it to go down? Why didn't it go up?
It's mass. It's
why does mass have anything to do with it?
Well, you keep asking the question. I keep answering it, and you keep making this circular.
No, it's not circular at all. You're trying to confuse cause and effect.
No.
Yes.
You're trying to confuse a variable with a constant.
Wait, no.
Because if I keep adding the same number, listen.
What is it?
Without flat Earth, without round Earth, without any of that. Wait. Without flat Earth,
I'm going to throw you off this fucking show in just about 30 seconds if you don't shut up.
Because I'm speaking truth.
You're not speaking nothing but nonsense.
If it's different, it's variable.
Not okay. So that would be it. So the independent variable is gravity itself. Gravity itself, not the rate at which gravity causes this object to fall. Okay, that's not the variable. The variable we are looking at is gravity itself, which has to be isolated and manipulated in order to know that it actually exists. Okay, so the rate at which it goes down as a constant, that's not the cause. 9.8 meters per second squared is not a cause, that's an effect.
It's a constant, though.
It doesn't matter what it is.
And you were asking what the variable was.
The cause. It's not. Is it the cause?
But you were saying that it was a variable.
The gravity has to be a variable.
9.8 meters a second is a constant.
Right. I understand that. That's an observed effect.
It's a constant.
It's an observed effect.
You just said that it's a variable.
That's a constant based on an observed effect.
Okay. So basically all I was trying to say is that that's not, if it's repeated.
Yeah.
If I keep having to add this thing constantly. This constant.
So change it.
9.8 meters
so that the rate of fall changes. How can we change the rate of fall?
I kill my stuntman.
No, I'm serious.
I change that 9.8 meters. Let's say I have a heavy object which for no reason is hanging above a car, and I want that heavy object to fall just behind the car as the car passes through. I have to use that 9.8 meters per second in order to make sure that that stuntman doesn't get smashed by that block. Now, if I change 9.8 meters per second, I crush my stuntman.
How would you change the 9.8 meters per second? There you go. That's
By
what
putting
you that
3.5
shush,
in my math.
shush. That's what we have to do. We have to either increase or decrease. In fact, we have to do both. We want to change the observed effect. And the only way to change the observed effect, and in this case, being the thing being studied, gravity, the independent variable, we have to be able to isolate and
It's
modulate.
not an independent variable. You just said 9.8 meters per second squared is a
9.8
constant.
meters per second squared is an observed effect of what you claim to be gravity. Okay, it's not gravity.
That's fine.
Right.
It's
so
9.8 meters per second, and it's not an independent variable.
Then what is gravity?
9.8 meters per second
No,
squared.
it's not. That's a rate of acceleration. That's not gravity.
But the independent variable thing's funny. If it's constantly written down,
Guess what?
I don't see
Guess
how
what?
it's a
So how do
variable.
you change? How do you get the rate of fall to change? You would have to manipulate gravity.
You remove
You would
yourself from
have
your
to do
environment.
something to the independent variable of gravity. In other words, the cause. We're determining the cause from an observed effect. If the
You
observed
remove
effect is
yourself
the
from
same
the
all the time, wait
environment
a
you're
second. If
in.
the observed effect is the same all the time, it tells us nothing except that we know how fast things fall. Okay.
Here on Earth.
Well, in this medium.
Right. Once we remove ourselves to one of those things that we can see through telescopic lenses as very
Why
clearly
are we
rocky
looking into the
bodies.
sky? Wait a second. Why are we looking into the sky when we're talking about gravity?
Well,
Why
we
the
could
fuck are we
continue
looking in the
talking about
sky?
variables, but you're not
Yeah, I
understanding
understand
that
that.
a
We're
thing
trying
that's
to
written
isolate. Wait a second.
over and over and
Wait,
over
now
again.
you're trying to
I'll go
ascribe.
back to it. We
You're
were
trying
talking
to
about how
ascribe
we
the
write something repeatedly.
So you're trying now to ascribe something that you haven't even proven to objects in the sky?
No, I was trying to move on a little bit because
Why
we
are we
keep
looking into?
repeating. Well, moving on. We
No,
go right
because
back into the weight.
obviously,
Let's go right back into it.
there's obviously you do not understand the difference between
Variable.
Shut the fuck up. Between an observed effect and a cause. Okay, you cannot have them be one and the same. You understand? You cannot have them be one and the same. The effect cannot be the cause, and the cause cannot be the effect. Okay, it doesn't work like that. So in your scenario, the claim is that gravity is responsible for this.
No, my claim is 9.8
Holy
meters per
fucking
second.
shit! Holy shit! Your claim is that gravity is what is
9.8 meters per
Shut the
second.
fuck up, or I'm going to throw you off. Your claim is that gravity is what causes this 9.8 meters per second squared acceleration toward the ground. Okay? The observed effect is attributed to something called gravity. Now, we have to prove that that is indeed the cause of the acceleration. This requires us to be able to isolate and modulate the independent variable of gravity. Why is it an independent variable? Because we're calling it the cause. It is independent, and it must be modified in order for us to prove that it is what is responsible for the 9.8 meters squared per second. Now,
that sounds like a positive claim.
If by doing this, by modulation of the independent variable, we should be able to increase that rate of acceleration and decrease that rate of acceleration. Okay. So in order to be able to prove that variable or that component of this hypothesis, we have to actually determine that it is indeed a valid component. And we have not done that. We only have an observed effect in someone saying gravity.
So we know what variable means, right?
Yeah.
Differing, right?
Right. So go ahead and
Differing.
prove gravity now.
Wait, differing. Just I want to make sure we're on the same page. That variable means differing.
Yes, changeable.
Yeah, does 9.8 meters per second vary? Or do
You
we use
can
it?
you change it? Can you
No.
change it? Okay, so
No,
then you
because
don't
if
know how would you be able to change that?
Yes, I can change it. Let me correct that. I can change it. I can change the number.
No, I'm not
In
saying
my
change the
mathematical
number. I'm
equation,
saying
I can
change
change my
change.
number.
Can you change the effect?
Then it must be a constant.
Can you change the effect?
Then it must be a constant if I
Oh,
cannot
really?
change the
So if
effect.
I change the medium, are we still going at 9.8 meters per second?
Yes.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Okay.
Even
So
with
you're telling me that something will fall just as fast in maple syrup than it will out here in the air?
No, I am
Okay,
telling you that I can
you just lied.
calculate.
Then
I
you
can
just lied.
calculate. No, I am telling you that I can calculate the speed in
Nobody
which the
cares.
object will fall through maple syrup.
Who cares?
Using 9.8 meters
No,
per
not
second
my.
squared.
Well,
the
wait a
same
second.
as I
How are
can,
you going to use 9.8 meters per second squared in
because we're
maple
on the
syrup
same
when
planet.
it doesn't go 9.8 meters in a
It
second?
does.
No, it doesn't.
No, okay, see, that's the
No,
buoyancy
it
and
doesn't.
density thing that you
Hey,
cut me off
hold on.
earlier
Wait.
on.
If I drop an object in maple syrup and another one out here in the fucking air, the one you just admitted in maple syrup is going to have a slower rate of fall, right? A slower rate means that it doesn't go 9.8 meters in the first second of free fall. It
No,
goes a
that's not what it
lesser
means.
amount,
It
right?
still
So
uses
listen to me. No,
9.8 meters per
Jesus
second
Christ, I'm
squared.
telling you right now, you keep doing that, and I'm going to fucking throw you off. I swear to God. So you just admitted that it has a slower rate of fall, which cannot be 9.8 meters per second. And you're just being intellectually dishonest at this point.
But you can still calculate that rate. It falls slower, but you can still calculate how fast, how long.
So it doesn't fall at
long?
9. So it doesn't fall at
Oh,
9.
shit.
So it doesn't fall at 9.8 meters per second. Right? So what did we manipulate in that? We manipulated the medium. And the medium was responsible for the rate of acceleration being lessened,
Well,
isn't
you
it?
didn't let me tell you what I was saying. Okay. 9.8 meters per second squared is what
Right.
I will use. Jesus Christ.
I just agreed with you is all. Hey, you know what? Fuck off. You can come back tomorrow and we'll talk. I'm about done talking to you. Your effect and your cause cannot be the same thing ever. Okay? I'm sorry. It just can't. And if your rate of acceleration is slowed by a thickening of the medium, then you can't use 9.8 meters per squared. What you have to do is take all new readings. Now you have to take all new readings. You're going to have a completely different formula. How are you going to use 9.8 meters per second squared if it doesn't go 9.8 meters in the first second of free fall? Anybody? Come on. I can't believe people try to float that shit. And so right there, as we see, when you change the medium, you change the gravity or the rate of acceleration. What does this mean? What is gravity? Gravity is weight. What is weight? Weight is relative density per volume in a given medium. It's that simple. Yeah, I did get old hours ago. And it's like, my God, you're going to still hang on to that dumb shit like a dog with a bone. And you know he can't be that goddamn ignorant to think that the cause and the effect can be the same thing. Gravity is a number. It's stupid. It's absolutely stupid. It's not a number. It doesn't even exist. It means weight. And it's only a quantification that we use within this medium. It's so dumb. God. Yeah, do your research, Zeus. Absolutely. Fucking 100%. Wow. We still got 76 people in here? No shit, man. It's late, too. I got to fucking get off of here. I'm sorry. I was being loud and I didn't mean to be. And my wife's trying to sleep because she's got to get up early. Long drive tomorrow and shit. Picked a hell of a night to come up, but I'll tell you what, it's a good stream. Yeah, it pulls. It does. How do you know anything's pulling? How do you know you're not being pushed? Think about it. Anyway, there again, this is how the pseudoscience and why people buy into it, because you have confusion, much confusion. People that don't understand the difference between cause and effect, thinking that I don't even know where it was going with that. And that because there's no ornithology fucking flat earth pages that something, or what in the fuck? He's wanting a flat earther weather prediction. Why would the weather be any different regardless of the cosmology? I mean, it's weather. In reality, you have been getting flat earth weather your whole fucking life. So I don't know, man. I don't know. Hurts my head to make me to think about it half the time. It really does. Anyway, I'm going to get off of here. So I'll see everybody again tomorrow night. Lord loves a working man. Don't trust Whitey, and see a doctor and get rid of him or something, because he'd probably kill you. Good night.